This is Audible.
Sinful. Sinful Surrender Quartet, Book 1. Written by Katherine Hawthorne. Narrated by Lacey Laurel, Connor Crace, and James Cassidy. Chapter 1. Elizabeth. 6 years earlier. I was 17 years old when my body came alive for the first time. Who would have ever guessed that I would still be 17 years old the night my life ended? The same night, only hours apart. Beginning with a celebration, it was the most magical night I'd ever experienced, especially when he walked through the ballroom's pillared entrance and I ceased to breathe. He was beautiful, drop-dead gorgeous in a tuxedo that couldn't quite hide his powerful build. He exuded strength and masculinity. If I was closer, he would tower over my 5 feet 4 inches, probably by a foot. He moved with the grace of a natural predator, giving strength to the bad boy vibe that emanated from him. Unable to stop from devouring him as he strode further into the room, I stood mesmerized. And I wasn't the only one. His presence alone seemed to demand it, command it. Desire slammed into me with a force so powerful, it would have stolen my breath had I been able to breathe. Longing so complete, so hard and fast, my head spun, awakening my 17-year-old body instantly. Wetness soaked my panties, coated the inside of my thighs, the feeling foreign, never once happening before. The surrounding crowd disappeared into obscurity, leaving only the two of us. I pictured him naked, devouring me, taking me, commanding me. Thoughts I'd never had before but now rushed through my mind, unable to be pushed away as a whimper of need unintentionally escaped my lips. Sin. Pure, unadulterated sin, I silently agreed. Softly the chandelier shone down on his hair as black as my own. From the distance separating us, I could tell his eyes were light but couldn't make out the color. Green like mine? Or maybe they'd be blue. Blue, I decided, as if thinking it would make it true. Sensing eyes on him, he turned slightly, his gaze connecting with mine for a heartbeat. My lips parted in a gasp as a shiver ran up my entire body before exploding into a heat so hot I felt the burn all the way to my toes, heightened when his eyes took a slow slide down my body, heating me from the inside out as if he was touching me with his hands. But the moment was over much too fast. Swarmed by partygoers, he turned with a slight nod of acknowledgement. I meant his name is Sin, Sophia Esposito said, slowly pulling me from my trance. How apt. Sophia laughed. It's actually Alex Sinclair, one of the Sin brothers. There were more of him? Jesus. Heir apparent to the NYPD throne. What? I breathed long moments later when I finally found my voice again. The man you were just fucking with your eyes. Jesus, Sophia. I choked out a half laugh, turning to face my new friend as I took a gulp of illegally pilfered champagne. We'd only met about a month ago, but our connection was instant, as if we'd been friends for life. Sophia waved off my shock. It's not like every other woman here wasn't thinking the same thing, me included. But alas, she sighed dramatically, we're jailbait. Yeah, I figured. because none of the boys in my high school looked like that. But maybe he wouldn't know. I'd barely recognized myself when I'd looked in the mirror after spending the day at the spa with my mother. Certainly, I'd pass for early 20s. How old is he? 30. 13 years my senior. Married? No. Not that it matters. He wouldn't touch either of us with a 10-foot pole. As I said, he's on a fast track to lieutenant. Before you know it, he'll be the commissioner just like his father. Ah, I thought, recognizing the name as the fog of desire slowly cleared. William Sinclair's promotion to NYPD police commissioner was the reason for tonight's celebration. The older Sinclair had the same powerful presence as his son, although I found him a little intimidating on the few occasions I'd met him. My mother worked with his wife, both pediatricians at Columbia Memorial Hospital. I was still dreaming of Sin hours later as we rode the elevator up to the 20th floor of the hotel room I was sharing with my parents. In my not quite inebriated but definitely not sober state, my fantasies ran a little wild. I dreamed of seducing him, feeling his hands on me the way I'd felt his gaze. Heel catching on the space between the elevator and the hallway, I tripped, Sophia catching me before I fell. "Get your head out of the gutter," she laughed. "Me?" I scoffed. "That's where your head usually is. Yours would be too if you knew what you were missing. Believe me, it is now. He's so everything. A real man compared to the boys my age. Yeah, well, that's not saying much. You go to a school filled with dorks." I laughed. It was true, so I didn't bother denying it. I was still laughing when I finally got the door to our room open. And my laugh turned to horror. The scream that left my lungs sounded more animalistic than human, agony ripping through me when my brain processed the scene. Rivers of red replaced the formerly elegant hotel room. Blood dripped from the crisp white walls, soaking the plush white carpet, splashed on nearly every surface, like something out of a horror movie. My mother was in the middle of the room, her open, lifeless eyes staring right through me. Her arm reaching, as if begging for help that was way too late in coming. An image I knew would haunt me for the rest of my days. Blood covered her face, still so fresh. It dripped to the carpet below without a sound, as if in slow motion. Her gold dress was now crimson, the sequins catching the light from the crystal chandelier hanging directly above her, glinting off the steel butt of a gun just a few feet away. The gun still gripped in my father's hand. The back of his head was a big gaping hole, brain matter mixing with blood saturating the carpet behind him. "No!" The agonizing scream echoed throughout the hallway, piercing my own eardrums. Lunging for my mother, refusing to believe she was dead, Sophia grabbed me, struggling to drag me from the room as I screamed and fought, unable to stop. I had to help, had to save her, ignoring Sophia when she repeatedly said they were gone. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I was aware of people surrounding me, felt my body being physically lifted away from Sophia, even as I fought off the hands until I was carried from the floor where both my parents lay dead. Chapter 2. Elizabeth. 2 weeks later. "You're wrong, honey. Don't you dare honey me, or speak to me as if I'm a child," I seethed, glaring at Commissioner William Sinclair, so sick and tired of the condescending tone. I'd heard it from every police official I'd spoken with over the past 2 weeks. Hearing it from the commissioner was a blow I hadn't expected. He'd been at the party. He was friends with my parents. Although I tried to deny it, his declaration wasn't shocking. Even in my uneducated position, I knew where the findings were heading. Had an inkling from the questions I'd been asked over the past 2 weeks. Could hear the doubt in the detectives' voices when I'd said repeatedly that my parents had been happy. There's no reason my father would murder my mother. There's no motive. And there was the pity. On cue. I stepped back as if he'd slapped me, falling into the chair behind me. The agony unbearable as my heart tore in two. What was left of it, anyway? No, I whispered, wishing I hadn't planted my butt outside his office this morning, refusing to move until he would see me. With news I didn't want to hear. With a truth I would never accept. A tear rolled down my cheek and I angrily brushed it away, refusing to cry in front of this man, refusing to break down the way I had every single day for the 2 past weeks. Instead, I let the anger bubbling through me take control. The anger that had been instant and all-consuming when the uniformed officer had appeared on my doorstep earlier to deliver the results of the investigation. You knew them. Knew they were perfect together, loved each other. But even as I uttered the words, I wondered if life was as perfect as it seemed. Before my parents' murders, never would I have questioned it. But now it seemed as if I questioned everything. Nobody knows what really goes on in a marriage except for the 2 people in it. Don't give me that bullshit! I growled, shocking myself. Never had I been so rude to another human being, let alone a highly decorated police commissioner. But he didn't look surprised. His expression was filled with sympathy as he slowly stood from his chair and crouched down in front of me until we were eye level. You want it straight, hun, Elizabeth? I'll give it to you straight. We've been investigating this case 24 hours a day for the past 2 weeks. We have witnesses who saw your parents fighting before they went upstairs. The only 2 people in the hallway were your parents. Nobody snuck into their room before, after, or during your parents' deaths. He sighed, more sympathy filling his eyes. And by all accounts, your parents were separating. I couldn't contain my gasp of denial. That's not true, I whispered, sinking further into the chair as if I could hide from him, hide from the truth. His truth, anyway. But I felt the fight going out of me, replaced by shock. I'm afraid it is. Your father recently purchased the ski house upstate, our vacation home. The commissioner held up his hand. Let me finish. Your father also had a few interviews with several colleges upstate. He had bank accounts in his name only that were recently opened. An attorney on retainer. So did your mother. And as the commissioner droned on, listing fact after fact of how my parents were separating, I could only think that even if it were true, even if my mother was planning on leaving my father or vice versa, he would never have killed her. He wouldn't do that to me. I never remembered leaving his office, never remembered walking out of the building, didn't remember standing on the sidewalk as the harsh January wind numbed my body, the icy sleet pelting my cheeks as I stood outside the commissioner's office, my tears freezing as they slid down my cheeks. Out of nowhere, the press ran at me, screaming questions as I stood frozen on the sidewalk. Too late, I realized there was nowhere to turn, nowhere to run as they surrounded me on all sides. Their microphones shoved in my face as they screamed in unison, hurling questions, not one decipherable over the rest. No comment! My repeated mantra had no effect as I tried to fight my way through the throng, looking for any space large enough to squeeze through, fighting to get to the street, which had increased in distance and now seemed more like 5 miles rather than 5 steps. They'd been hounding me for 2 weeks, nearly keeping me prisoner in my own home. My photograph had been splashed on every newspaper in the city, along with my parents'. My phone had blown up so much, I'd been forced to change the number. A few enterprising reporters had snuck their way past security and somehow gotten up to the 14th floor of my apartment building, and one had even gone so far as to bribe somebody in the building directly across from mine, taking pictures of my worst moments of grief through the wall of windows, forcing me to keep the heavy drapes closed, living in a dark tomb with no escape. If I thought for 1 second giving them a statement would make them go away, I may have considered it. But I knew better. It would only make matters worse, would only bring more reporters to my door, if that were possible. As I fought through the crowd, one of the reporters grabbed my arm, spinning me around. I gasped, astounded by his audacity. But before I could rip the microphone from his hand, an older gentleman was at my side, wrapping a powerful arm around my shoulders, protecting me from the crowd as he threatened the reporters. They moved instantly, finally giving me enough room to breathe. But questions still poured from their mouths, their voices growing louder until my head was spinning. The clicking of the cameras, every single one of them, seemed to explode inside my head. Unrelenting, a frenzy. The man held me tighter, turning me around, pulling me back into the building I just left. But, oh God, I didn't want to go back in there either. Still hearing the commissioner's words echo through my head, replaying in an endless loop. "You'll be all right," he assured me. "Let's get you somewhere warm." I nodded dumbly, gripping his shirt too tightly, wrinkling it in my fist as I hung on for dear life. Welcoming being taken care of, probably for the last time in my life. He didn't stop at the bank of elevators, just continued through the lobby, exiting out the back doors to the alley, following the man in front of him. A bodyguard, I realized, somewhere deep inside my psyche. I could hear the deep cadence of his words, smell the warm scent of his cologne, so similar to my father's, causing me to lean into his strength. And if I closed my eyes, I could almost believe it was my father whisking me away from my nightmares, taking care of me again with his quiet strength, as if I hadn't stood in a cemetery on a cold winter day, the bitter wind biting my cheeks as I buried him alongside my mother last week, leaving me an orphan at the age of 17. In a city of over 8.5 million people, my loneliness was crushing, my fear of the future crippling. Forced to become an adult way before I was ready, fighting off the state's foster care system because my parents had neglected to name a guardian in the event of their deaths. I was now a ward of the state, hiring attorneys as I fought for my independence and control over my own money, unable to trust a soul because suddenly everyone wanted a piece of the wealthy orphaned heiress. "A drink." I blinked, torn from thoughts that were pulling me into a black abyss I wasn't sure how to escape from. The man pushed a coffee cup toward me, taking my hands in his and wrapping them around the warm cardboard. I had no recollection of how we came to be in the small cafe, had no recollection of sitting in the booth, the welcoming scent of coffee and chocolate filling my nostrils as I finally remembered to breathe. We were the only customers. The blinds were closed, 2 men, one at each door, standing guard. Relishing the warmth, I took my first cautious sip, my frozen fingers slowly thawing before the rest of my body followed. "Do you have anywhere else to go, Miss Sullivan? Somewhere to escape the press?" The use of my name startled me. Finally looking up, I raised my eyes from the table. I didn't know this man, didn't know his name, didn't believe I'd ever met him before. Slowly, glancing from one security guard to the other, it occurred to me that I'd allowed him to lead me away, That he could take me from this empty cafe and nobody would ever know. He could be another reporter luring me in for a story. But when I met his light blue eyes again, it wasn't fear that curled in my gut. It was safety. He smiled warmly, his expression concerned, and held out his hand. My deepest apologies. It seems I've neglected to introduce myself. Thomas Phoenix. His large hand engulfed mine when I placed it in his, that feeling of safety rushing through me again. I recognized the cultured lilt in his voice that spoke of lifelong privilege, again reminding me of my father. But my recognition went deeper than that. You've left off Governor. He smiled deeper, his dimples flashing briefly before he sobered again. His dark blonde hair was beginning to turn silver at the temples. His light blue eyes were shining with kindness and sincerity. So different than the endless stream of detectives and officers I'd spoken to over the past 2 weeks. I did. Purposely, as it's unimportant. What is important is whether you have somewhere to go. I'm well aware of how relentless the press can be, and I fear they'll destroy you if today's events are any indication. I can't leave. I was the only person who would fight for my parents, fight for justice. Slowly, I shook my head. I can't, Governor. Thomas, he corrected gently. Or Mr. Phoenix, if you prefer. I assume you were meeting with the commissioner? I nodded, unable to stop myself from choking up again. But the commissioner's words left me devastated, shattering my already shattered heart. And what did he have to say? Glancing up at him again, I sucked in a breath. My father shot my mother before shooting himself. I repeated haltingly, the pain of saying those words out loud nearly killing me. Furiously, I wiped the tears from my cheeks again. I'm truly sorry for your loss, Miss Sullivan, and for the added heartache the resulting investigation has caused. I avoided looking at him again. Didn't want to see his sympathy until he startled me with his next question. And what do you think? I'm sure my surprise was written all over my face when I looked up, even as I searched his expression for signs of sincerity. I wasn't going to go there, wasn't going to tell him or anyone that I didn't believe the commissioner, something the police probably heard time and again during their investigations from the loved ones left behind. Probably what you'd expect. No child would want to believe it possible, would they? Tell me. I'm listening. Why? The question left my mouth before I could stop it. But instead of answering, he patiently waited for me to respond. Was he placating me, or would he really listen to what I had to say? Did it matter? No, I decided. Hope stirred my heart. The first ray of hope in these past 2 endless weeks that had seemed closer to 2 years. With nothing left to lose, everything poured out, in fits and starts before my voice became stronger. His attention never wavered. He didn't interrupt with questions. Not as I recapped the case from the beginning, the hints that told me where the investigation would lead. But guessing and hearing the words from the commissioner were apparently worlds apart from each other. And soon, a press conference would be called. The entire city, the continent, would know my father killed my mother. The press, relentless before, would go wild. My father, I've never even seen him angry. He was, I corrected over a lump in my throat, a professor, for goodness sake. He was a computer geek without the glasses. Just like me, I thought. Apart from our looks, we'd had so much in common, from our love of computer programming to our outgoing personalities that defied the stereotype. I'd planned on following in his footsteps, follow him to Columbia University, teach computer programming at the college level, raise interest and awareness in girls especially, get them involved in a profession where female interest was seriously lacking, blow all the stereotypes away. And your mother? Head pediatrician at Columbia Memorial Hospital. They met at Columbia during their undergrad years. Love at first sight, they used to say. But that had been a long time ago. People changed, grew apart, and got divorced, especially after the children were gone. And in just 5 short months, I would have graduated high school, started college, beginning my own life. I'd been born later in their lives. They had tried unsuccessfully to have a child before finally giving up, coming to terms that it wasn't in the cards for them. Lo and behold, 6 months later, my mother had found out she was pregnant. I was their miracle. And they'd been devoted to me. Never had a day pass that I wasn't aware of that. Which is why it was so incomprehensible to me that my father would take my mother's life, knowing it would destroy me. And there were no signs of an impending divorce. No, but I was sheltered to a certain extent, I suppose you'd say. If they were having problems, I wasn't made aware of them. But that didn't mean anything. They were considering slowing down. The pressures of my mother's job were grueling. She was at work more than at home. She was interviewing for positions upstate, so was my father. But the commissioner didn't want to hear any of that. And because he had more time off, it was my father who was dealing with the paperwork, the new accounts, the purchase of the ski house. And you don't believe it was the beginning of a divorce? I hadn't. Not until the investigation. I hesitated before answering. If that was the plan, I didn't know. And though it broke my heart to say it, I admitted. That's not to say it wasn't. Regardless, my father wouldn't have murdered her. I was sharing a hotel room with him that night. He wouldn't have done that to me either. Governor Thomas Phoenix interviewed me for hours, though it didn't seem like an interview, more like a talk between friends. He asked about every detail of my life, asked more questions than anybody had bothered to before. And as darkness fell, Thomas finally said he promised to do his best to see if he could help. He convinced me to stay at Sophia's, reiterating that I should really leave the city for a while, suggested I go to the ski house until he could dig up some information. I wasn't sure why I believed him, why I trusted him. But I did. And after another day of trying to avoid the press, I took his advice and packed a suitcase, traveling the 2.5 hours to the house upstate with Sophia, who refused to leave my side. Chapter 3. Elizabeth. The smell woke me first. Less than a minute later, every alarm in the house sounded simultaneously, blaring, piercing, filling me with fear I'd never known before. Not even the night I'd found my parents' lifeless bodies covered in blood. Sucking in a smoke-filled breath, I choked as I scrambled from the bed, ripping the blanket from it, only to freeze in horror as flames blazed throughout my room. Looking at the walls, given life by the window I'd opened a crack to escape the oppressive heat in the loft bedroom. Frantic, I stumbled to the bathroom, quickly dousing the blanket with water, knowing I had no choice but to make it down the spiral staircase, thanking God it was wrought iron and not wood. Sweat poured off my body, partly from the intensity of the roaring flames, partly from horror as I stared into the pits of hell, the fire raging as I looked over the loft's railing to the main floor, 15 feet below. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to escape. "Sophia!" I screamed uselessly, hoping she'd already made it out of the house. Using the blanket as a cape, I surrounded myself, frantic to get down the stairs. The heat on my feet telling me the floor I was now standing on could give way any second. Eventually, I stopped screaming for Sophia, knowing she'd never be able to hear me over the roaring flames, unable to take the chance of inhaling any more smoke. The wall of windows overlooking the slopes shattered in a deafening explosion just as I reached the staircase, raining glass shards throughout the entire house. The explosion of new oxygen fed the fire, giving it new life, the roaring in my ears a sound that would haunt me for all of eternity, if I made it out alive. Choking back my screams, I raced down the spiral staircase as fast as I dared, my socks offering little protection to my burning feet as if they were bare. My hand burned as I used the curved railing as a guide, not knowing if I was close to the end, close to the landing, wondering if the floor would still be there, or if I'd step into thin air onto a floor that no longer existed. And then I felt it, the staircase moving. I screamed as it disconnected from the wall, scrambling to find a handhold as it swayed, falling seconds later, throwing me off, only instinct saving me as I blindly reached out, catching one of the wrought iron spindles as the staircase suddenly stopped moving, crashing at an angle that left me dangling, clinging, my hands burning painfully as I hung suspended in a pocket free of flames. But they licked toward my feet from below as I choked on the smoke, knowing it was just as deadly as the flames themselves. Let go! Eyes glued to the flames, I shook my head as a thought went through my mind. Instinctively, I fought to pull my legs up, keeping the flames that were slowly rising closer to my feet at bay. I wasn't even sure which way I was facing anymore. Didn't know where I was in the house, which way to run if I let go. All I could see were flames. "I'll catch you. Let go." And then I saw him. A large dark shadow appearing through the flames, covered head to toe. And without another thought, without question, I slowly released my grip, sending me into a free fall until I landed in his outstretched arms. He tossed me over his shoulder, tossed something over my entire body, and ran. The heat was unbearable, suffocating under the heavy blanket. Sweat soaked my entire body as my head spun dizzily, each breath causing me to choke. Then I was in the snow, the blissfully freezing cold snow. He whipped off the blanket, checking every inch of my body, looking for injury. "Friend," I managed to choke out between coughs. "House!" "I've got her, baby. She's coming." Behind his shoulder, I saw Sophia running toward us, screaming words I couldn't hear as the house collapsed into itself. The beautiful chalet that was supposed to be my sanctuary, now my nightmare. "Do you hurt anywhere?" the man asked as Sophia collapsed on the other side of me, her sooty, tear-streaked face filled with relief. I held up my hands and the man flattened them in the snow. Better than an ice pack, I thought, doing the same thing to my feet. He took more snow, washing my face with it. "You're going to be all right. A little smoke inhalation, but no major burns that I can see." And then we were swarmed. Firefighters poured out from everywhere, but I couldn't take my eyes off the man who kneeled over me, his image blurry through my tears. Dark blonde hair and the lightest blue eyes I'd ever seen. "Thomas." His face fell, his expression tortured as he lifted me when I shivered, cradling me in his powerful arms until paramedics pried me away, despite my protests. "It's okay, baby girl. I won't leave you." He kept his word, never leaving my side as paramedics checked me over, holding my hand as they asked question after question. Could I breathe okay? Was I injured? Burned? How long was I in there? And finally, Sophia was there with her own bevy of paramedics, looking whole and healthy. I couldn't hold back my sobs as I fell into her arms, my relief that she was okay, that I was okay, so palpable it made my head spin again. "Thank God, Sophia." But I was beyond words, couldn't get everything else that I wanted to say out, as I clung to her with one hand, Thomas the other. When paramedics lifted me into the ambulance, leading Sophia into another one, Thomas was still there, whispering words into my ear, words that were only meant for me. I'm Xander. Xander Phoenix. Thomas was my father. Was? Even through my turmoil, his words, the ones he'd said and the ones he hadn't, echoed through my head as I stared into his grief-filled eyes before glancing over his shoulder at a house that was no longer there. And I knew without a doubt, the fire was no accident.
Chapter 4. Sin. 6 years later, present day. I need you. Rolling over, I reached for her, desperate to feel her close, dying to feel her body underneath mine, needing relief after 2 years of torture. 2 years of torture that had grown to monumental proportions over these past 6 months. The sheets were cold, empty, my searching hands only grasping air. And then I realized, through my sleep-fogged brain, her tone wasn't right. Wasn't filled with longing, with desire. She wasn't begging me to fill her, to take her. Shooting at Avalon. Instantly alert, I sat up, ruthlessly shoving the fantasy out of my head, fighting my painful erection. How bad? Massacre. Swearing under my breath, I grabbed yesterday's jeans that were thrown on the chair with one hand, while I put the phone on speaker with the other, dressing in a rush. I'll meet you there. I'm already here, hiding behind the bar. Fear, unlike anything I'd known, had me running toward my bedroom door. Don't move. But the gunman... Gunmen. More than one, Jesus. That's an order, detective. I snapped, my heart racing too fast. Tell me... Gunfire exploded, cutting me off, her terrified scream piercing my soul. I yelled into the phone, knowing she wouldn't hear me as hundreds of liquor bottles exploded, the same exact moment my control snapped, as if the event came with sound effects. Answer me, detective. Now. But the command went unacknowledged, though I continued to issue it, hearing my own panic setting in, the feeling of being completely helpless, foreign, and infuriating. Still no response, not since her scream, and then the phone went dead. Swearing under my breath, I ran into the living room, grabbing my keys and helmet before racing out the door, call after call going to voicemail. After calling in the incident to my captain, I called her, again and again while racing to Avalon as if I could save her, weaving my brother's motorcycle in between cars. 10 blocks. 10 blocks that seemed endless as I battled not only the brutal Manhattan traffic, but official vehicles as well, their emergency lights blinding, their sirens deafening. Again, I shouted the command to call her, and finally, she answered. Only it wasn't her. L.T. Sinclair, the masculine voice taunted. I assume that stands for lieutenant. My heartfelt condolences. I'm so sorry for your loss. No! The agonizing roar echoed through my head even as I refused to accept she was gone. Gone. Taken from me just like that. In an instant. My blood ran cold as I swerved around another car, running the red light, oblivious to the furious honking, the near accident I'd caused. Who was she? Wife? Girlfriend? Neither. But hell, I'd have done nearly anything to give her either one of those titles, whichever one she'd accept. I'll kill you, you bastard. Lame as far as threats went, but the best I could manage under the circumstances. Daughter, maybe. Or with that name in her phone, perhaps I'd just kill one of your officers. He laughed, then severed the connection. Protect her with your life. Xander's words came back to haunt me. From the moment she'd joined the NYPD, I'd done everything in my power to watch out for her, had pulled every string to ensure she was assigned to me. Shoving the taunts to the back of my mind, I focused on getting to her, refusing to acknowledge it was too late. But I couldn't stop the images, was helpless to stop the pain from ripping my heart in two as I pictured her lifeless body, the body I'd never gotten to touch. Screeching to a halt when I reached Times Square, the back tire spun before I regained control. Running, as soon as my feet hit the pavement, I weaved through the barricades that were just being erected, the sounds of sirens exploding into the night, adding to the lights. So bright, it seemed like noon instead of 2 o'clock in the morning. Utter chaos, screaming and crying drowning out the sirens from victims and bystanders, tourists who would probably never step foot onto Manhattan soil again. I blew past another barricade, fear driving me faster, harder, nearly losing my shit when SWAT stopped me well before I reached the nightclub doors. "I have a detective in there, Sergeant," I barked, tearing off my helmet and switching my phone from Bluetooth. "Name?" "Saint. Isabella Saint." The sergeant alerted SWAT over the radio while I held my breath, an attempt to rein in my panic, at least outwardly. Internally, I couldn't stop the terror from raging, thoughts of my rookie detective massacred. Around me, the lights still sparkled and glittered, the famous tower lighting up the night. While I watched, the giant television screen switched to Street View, as if broadcasting a party instead of a night that ended in untold losses of life. A night where a young, beautiful detective had died. Christ, no. A plea. A prayer. I'd spent nearly every waking moment in the past 6 months with her, working side by side. Soon I'd be forced to give her up, and I scowled at the thought. But I couldn't keep her forever. I was pushing it. Should have already given her to her permanent partner after her training period had ended, especially since I was no longer able to stop the fantasies that plagued me during those long nights without her from replaying without end during the day. But I'd missed her sassy attitude, her constant questions as she absorbed everything I taught her. Yes, I may have pulled some strings, but she deserved to be exactly where she was. She was insanely smart, genius-level smart, according to her employee file. "They're bringing out the uninjured," but not the injured, unless it was dire. Or the dead. Not yet. Not before they were photographed from every angle, evidence collected from their bodies and scrutinized by the medical examiner, before being zipped up in a black bag and transported to the morgue. "Lieutenant Sinclair!" Detective Olivia Mason ran toward me, flashing her badge at the officers trying to hold her back. Hope filled me as I made my way toward her, only to disappear when I looked over her shoulder and saw no sign of my other detective. "Bell's missing. Bell and Derek," she cried. Jesus. Another prayer. 2 of my detectives. "Start at the beginning, Detective," I said, purposely using her title, hoping to snap her out of her panic. Panic that matched my own. It worked. When she spoke again, her tone was the epitome of professionalism. "We were taking a break from dancing. Our dates were saving our table while Sophia and I went to the ladies' room," she explained, motioning toward the dark-haired woman beside her. I nodded in acknowledgement toward Sophia, but doubted she saw it, too busy scanning the crowd, fear filling her expression. "Belle went to order another round of drinks from the bar. The shooting started just as we were coming out of the bathroom. Derek was in the hallway just coming from the men's room. He told me to get Sophia out, that he'd go back in and get the rest of our group." She glanced at the nightclub doors. There's Mike and Peter," Sophia gasped, and all pretenses of professionalism vanished as Olivia and Sophia ran toward the men. I followed behind, but there were so many people, it was impossible to know which men, until Olivia launched herself into a blond man's arms. Michael Powers, her fiancé. I'd met him a few times before when he picked Olivia up from the station. After acknowledging Mike with a handshake, Olivia introduced me to the man who held Sophia. "This is Peter Ross," the man said, holding one hand out to me, keeping the other tightly gripped around Sophia's shoulders, as if too afraid to let her go. Couldn't say I blamed him. "Did either of you see Belle or Derek?" Olivia asked before I could. "Derek was going back in to find you guys." "I was already on my way out," Peter said. "I was on my way to the bar when the shooting started. Rushed out the front doors instead, intending to make my way around to the back." "Belle wasn't with you?" "No, she went to order another round of drinks." The two men shared a look. I didn't need an interpretation, but Mike offered one anyway. "The shooting started from the dance floor, aimed toward the ceiling as far as I could tell," Mike said. "When the lights and the chunks of the ceiling began falling, all hell broke loose. That's when the bar seemed to explode." Oh, fuck. Focusing on the nightclub doors again, I gave myself a second to let that sink in, watching as victim after victim poured out, led by police to a cordoned-off section to the right of the club where they'd be held for questioning. And then came the injured, some walking with the help of paramedics, some on stretchers. Holding my breath, I waited, seemingly forever, my impatience growing, ready to explode the second before I spotted Derek, praying Belle would be right behind him. But she never came. Following the stretcher toward the waiting ambulances, I plowed through the crowd. Derek held his shirt to his head, blood soaking through, covering his hand. But he was conscious, his gaze meeting mine the second I approached. "She's in there," he whispered, regret filling his eyes. "Belle's in there somewhere, but I couldn't find her." "The bar." Did I sound desperate? She was at the bar. Grief passed over Derek's face, settling into my soul. The bar took the worst of it. Twice." Choking on the roar of denial that wanted to escape, I could only nod. Compartmentalizing was something I'd learned early on in this job, something that had become second nature over the years. But tonight it was impossible, escaping me no matter how hard I tried to get my head in the game. "We were celebrating the closing of Belle's first case in homicide. Riley, Cooper, and Brandow couldn't make it," Derek continued, naming the other 3 detectives that rounded out our squad. Olivia held Derek's arm, her quiet sobs abruptly turning into a gasp as she stared back toward the nightclub. Dread curled in my gut as I followed her gaze, and there she was, Detective Isabella Saint, looking so fucking beautiful and alive I nearly wept with relief. Didn't seem to matter how often I saw her. She stole my breath every single time, way before she'd walk through my office door for the first time. But that day my life before her had ceased to exist. Like a punch to the gut, she'd sucked all the air out of the room, all thoughts out of my head except the need to touch her, the primal urge to claim her as mine. My thoughts taking a path I'd never experienced before, and so many times over the past few months I'd been so close to acting on those impulses. Too close. Despite the fact that doing so had the potential to fuck up my entire life, and hers as well. My feet were moving before I realized it, running toward her. The crowd disappeared, the lights, the sirens, everything surrounding us, leaving only her. As if sensing the heat of my stare, she turned. Pulling in a quick breath when our gazes met, I was instantly lost in her beautiful emerald green eyes, sparkling with unshed tears. She captivated me, pulling me toward her with an invisible force I couldn't control or ignore, one that forced me to clench my hands into fists to keep from reaching for her. The need to touch her, make sure she was all right, so overwhelming it was a physical ache. Her sleeveless dress shimmered in the lights as she moved, hugging every curve of her body before flaring gently at her waist, ending a few inches above her knees, showing off lightly tanned legs. Wavy black hair, nearly the same shade as my own, tumbled over her shoulders, so much longer than I'd ever imagined. More beautiful than in my dreams. Never once had I seen it down, and the jolt through my system nearly undid me as I fought the sudden desire to fist all those waves in my hands as it turned red under the emergency lights. Somehow I managed to ruthlessly quell the desire by the time I reached her side, aware of the cameras that filmed my every move. "Oh my God, tell me you're okay," Sophia said in a rush, careful not to grab hold as a paramedic led Belle to the back of an ambulance. "I'm all right." She wasn't. Her voice trembled, the fear in her eyes unmistakable. Gingerly, she sat on the edge of the ambulance's back door, and that's when I noticed the blood. So much blood. On her dress, her hands and knees, hell, even her face. "Really, Sophia?" Belle said quietly. "I'm okay. Everybody else make it out?" "Yes," Olivia said carefully, coming up on Belle's other side. "But they brought Derek out in a stretcher." Belle's expression filled with more fear. "Oh, no." "He was all right, just getting checked out. Possible concussion," I was quick to add. Blood dripped down the side of her face. Before I could move to stop the flow, the paramedic ripped open a medical wipe and held it there for a moment, inspecting each cut. "Thank God," Belle breathed, still looking at Olivia. "Tell me what happened," I said, finally in control enough to have her focus on me. She briefly glanced up, her gorgeous green eyes flashing with an emotion I couldn't read. Nothing new there, I thought, though I always assumed it was something akin to dislike. My own fault, I knew. I wasn't easy on her, couldn't be in our line of work. But hell, my respect for her grew every day. Her drive and ambition matched my own, the same dedication for justice. I didn't always see it anymore in other rookies. So I pushed her. Hard. Too hard. Because I wanted to see her succeed. Climb through the ranks, reach every goal she set for herself. And of course, there was the other reason. I didn't want her to like me. Didn't want her giving me one of those 1,000-watt smiles she gave other members of our team. Didn't want the easy camaraderie. Eventually, it would demolish my defenses, destroy my control. The truth was, I didn't trust myself. Not where Isabella Saint was concerned. I wanted her. Too fucking bad.
Chapter 5. Belle. "Detective." Lieutenant Sinclair snapped, the word whipping like an order. Looking away from the paramedic's flashlight, the full force of his gaze pierced me. He was waiting for an explanation, waiting for me to tell him what happened tonight, but I didn't think I could get through it without losing it. And I so didn't want to lose it in front of this man who I could barely tolerate. I was getting another round of drinks when the gunfire began. I was facing the bar, getting Jack's attention. Jesus, the tears wouldn't stop. Glancing at Sophia, I slowly shook my head. He didn't make it. Liam didn't either. I whispered softly, her anguished wail tearing through me, bringing a torrent of tears to my eyes no matter how ruthlessly I tried to hold them back. Escaping the paramedic, I stood, grabbing Sophia into a bear hug as I fought off my grief. At least, until I was alone. Sophia pulled from my arms when her phone rang. Grabbing it from her clutch, she glanced at me, showing me her screen before answering the call. Her father, the owner of the nightclub. He was out of town visiting another club in California. Peter grabbed her hand, following Sophia around the ambulance. I didn't face Sinclair until I dried my tears, until I was composed enough to get through the rest of the story without breaking down. I was already behind the bar, when I heard the gunfire. I barely had time to react before the bar was hit. Jack had me in his arms, turned me around. He took the bullet. It had happened so fast, yet I could replay it back almost in slow motion. The disbelief of hearing gunfire, Jack twisting, throwing me on the floor as the bullet tore through him, dead before he hit the floor. That's when I called you. I thought it was over. But it hadn't been over. More gunshots, more killing, shattering liquor bottles raining down on my head as people screamed and cried. As I was transported back all those years ago to a ski house in upstate New York. I crawled underneath the bar, found a small space I could squeeze into, knowing anybody looking behind the bar wouldn't see me. I hadn't expected someone to walk behind it. I grabbed the knife from my bag, some instinct letting me know someone was there. And I'd been terrified, my heart pounding, knowing I'd be killed if he found me. My knife no match for his gun. I heard his footsteps crunching the glass, saw him pick up the phone that had fallen out of my hand. The sparkly pink case, a dead giveaway that it belonged to a woman. Heard him taunting you before he tossed the phone and bent down to make sure Jack was dead, even though it was obvious. And he'd found me, squished into my hidey hole, his dead brown eyes and sinister smile making my blood run cold. He bent down and I lunged, stabbing him, with the wicked double-serrated knife I carried. Always. Pride and respect shone in Sinclair's eyes. Is he dead? The paramedic who'd been with SWAT when they pulled me from behind the bar laughed, the sound seeming out of place in this night of horror. Yet, I understood. Laughter relieved the stress of the job, an officer's way of dealing with the atrocities they saw day in and day out. It was probably the same with paramedics. Sinclair's gaze swung to the woman and she met it head on. He's not dead, but I bet he wishes he was. She paused, glancing at me, and I gave her a slight nod, letting her have her moment of pleasure because I certainly didn't derive any from it. She stabbed him in the balls and went up from there. Sinclair didn't even wince, but I did. I probably wouldn't have put it so crudely. While he was incapacitated, I scrambled out and grabbed the gun he'd dropped. As he held on the floor, clutching himself, threatening unspeakable things. I kept it aimed at him until SWAT came. Excellent work, Detective. You said the shooter made sure the bartender was dead. Did he check the other bartender? Liam? I don't know. I couldn't see him. Jack was right in front of me, and he wasn't a bartender anymore. Jack Lane was an actor. Tonight was his rap party. He swore under his breath, too low for me to hear the words. You get the feeling he was a target? It's a possibility we can't ignore. Sinclair accepted that with a nod before turning to the paramedic. Are you taking her in? No, I responded before the paramedic could open her mouth. I'm fine. She frowned. You should really be checked out in the emergency room. You have so many. I'm fine, I insisted. I'm not going to the hospital. Sinclair glanced down at me before nodding. Then wait here for a few minutes. I'll bring you home. No, I wasn't asking, Detective. Do not leave without me. He walked off before I could respond, too overwhelmed with grief and horror to be irritated with his order. For a minute, I watched as he spoke with SWAT before disappearing inside the club. The paramedic warned me again to go to the emergency room, but I politely declined, assuring her I was okay before I went to find Sophia. She was a mess, mascara running down her cheeks as she cried into the phone. As soon as she spotted me, she spoke a few more words before handing me the phone. Tony Esposito's loud voice boomed in my ear, loud enough to hear over the deafening noise of the crowd. On autopilot, I answered his questions after assuring him I was all right. Questions I could answer anyway, which weren't many. After promising Sophia and I would stick together until he could get home, I hung up, handing Sophia's phone back to her. Eventually, Sinclair returned, though it seemed more like hours rather than a few minutes. The car Sophia's father sent was waiting down the street, 2 blocks away because he couldn't get any closer, which I told Sinclair as soon as he returned. It took forever to fight our way through the crowds and reach Sophia's car, the waiting limousine a welcome relief, until Sinclair climbed in behind me. "I'll see you both home safely," he said when I shot him a look. His tone brooked no argument, and honestly, I didn't have it in me to argue with him tonight. "We're going to Sophia's in Chelsea." Sinclair nodded, closing the door behind him, signaling to the driver that we were ready as soon as he settled into the seat across from us. As the car pulled away from the curb, I clutched Sophia's hand in mine, giving her strength, wondering where Peter was for the first time. But I didn't ask. Just sat back and closed my eyes until the horror of the night proved too much and I opened them again and stared directly into Sinclair's. Before I could tear my gaze from his, the car stopped in front of Tony Esposito's building, a high-rise with gorgeous views of the city. A place that usually relaxed me, but I doubted anything could do that tonight, especially when Sinclair followed us in despite my protests. "Stay here, while I make sure the apartment's secure." I nodded, knowing nothing I could say would deter him. As soon as he was out of earshot, I turned back to Sophia, her heartbreak gutting me. "We'll find Jack's killer, Sophia, I promise. We won't stop until we do." A promise I shouldn't be making, especially since I'd had no luck in finding my own parents' killer. For 6 years, I'd been searching and was still no closer to the truth. After those first few months, I hadn't exactly tabled it, but had put the investigation on hold, securing my future as a police officer, setting aside my own dreams as I prepared for a life I never expected to live. Every goal focusing on becoming a homicide detective with the NYPD. 6 months ago, I'd finally accomplished the first of those goals, learning everything I could, but was still no closer to finding my parents' killer. And if it wasn't for the fact that somebody had tried to burn my house down with me inside, perhaps I would have finally come to terms with the official verdict. A spark from the fireplace. The fire investigators' ruling. Except the fire had been out long before I'd gone to bed because the house had gotten so damn hot. Sophia looked at me wordlessly nodding, the trust in her expression making me wince. "Sinclair's the best cop I've ever met. You're clear." Startled, I glanced over my shoulder, hoping he hadn't heard what I'd said. While true, I'd never tell him that to his face. Sophia glanced between the both of us before lifting her phone from her bag. "I need to shower, call my father, and let him know we made it home safely." Despite my silent pleading not to leave me alone with Sinclair, she left anyway. With one more squeeze of my hand, she released it and made her way to the back of the apartment. "Thank you for making sure we got home safely," I said without turning from the windows, staring unseeing at thousands of lights, so close to losing my battle against my grief, holding it in until he left. But he didn't leave. Instead, he came up behind me, standing so close I swore I could feel the heat from his body. From the bedrooms, I heard the shower start, heard Sophia's bathroom door close as my heart pounded. Bill. I wasn't sure which shocked me more. Sinclair's use of my name for the first time ever, the softness in his voice, or the electricity that shot through me when his hands rested on my shoulders, gently turning me around. Sucking in a breath, I tried to back up, but his grip only tightened. We'd never touched. Ever. Not since our handshake across his desk 6 months ago, when we'd met for the first time. Of all the squads to end up in, why had it been his? Alex Sinclair, my first girlhood crush. For a minute, anyway. And I would have sworn I was long over it. He hadn't seemed to recognize me, but of course, why would he? One glimpse across a crowded ballroom all those years ago. All that aside, I knew I was lucky to be where I was. Midtown South was one of the hardest precincts to get into, usually needing connections, or one hell of a record, which I had. The precinct only brought in the best and the brightest. After breaking the case on a major drug trafficking ring while working with detectives, I had catapulted my career, rising to the rank of detective after just being on the force for a little over a year. Nearly unheard of, but I'd helped solve 2 other cases in a short amount of time. "I'm okay, Lieutenant. You should go." I whispered to a spot on his chest because I couldn't force myself to meet his eyes. Didn't want to see what was there, or what wasn't there. I was too vulnerable tonight, all the fight in me already spent. "I know," he whispered back but made no move to leave. Instead, he cupped my cheek with one hand, lifting my face to his. Like a child, I lowered my lashes, refusing to look at him. But the feel of a wet washcloth on my face came as a shock, my eyes flying open, only to see desire in his before he masked it, sending jolts of heat through me that I couldn't hide. I sucked in another breath, trying to still the trembling in my body. Sin. That's what Sophia had called him all those years ago. What the women around the precinct called him, the aptness of the name so very apparent in this moment. He looked like Sin. Black hair, piercing blue eyes, and a strong, powerful body. 6'2", every ounce of his hard body muscle. He moved with a predator's stealth, exuding sex appeal that evoked dreams of long, decadently sinful nights. Surrounded by him, his seductive scent filled my head. Leather and cologne mixed with something so erotically dark that had my heart beating faster. Fighting to breathe, fighting for control. I repeated over and over that he was my lieutenant, my superior officer, my commanding officer, which should have had my blood running cold. And then I reminded myself I was in Sophia's apartment. She could walk out any minute. But when he slid his hand up my cheek and into my hair, I was rendered paralyzed. He closed the small distance between us, his body brushing against mine, and I thought I might explode on the spot before he ever touched me. "Where else are you hurt?" he whispered. Was his voice rougher than before? "Nowhere." But I knew my breathless response gave away the lie. I ached everywhere, ached in places I had no business aching. "Belle?" His warning heated my core, soaking my panties. Closing my eyes again, I tried to shake my head no. But he moved his other hand to my cheek before sinking it into my hair, tightening until I had no choice but to lift my head. It was all I could do to keep breathing. Desire and yearning filled those beautiful blue eyes. So much need it took my breath away. I moved my hands to his chest, not knowing until they landed whether I would shove him away or pull him closer. And then he groaned, the wholly masculine sound filled with so much heat, so much need, shocking me straight through my core, a second before his lips were on mine, his tongue running across the seam, demanding entry. "Let me in, Belle," he growled. "Open for me now." Oh, God. The command in his voice undid me. I didn't deny him, couldn't deny him, and holy hell, the instant his tongue met mine, I was ready to explode. Instantly out of control, his growl of approval sent shivers through my entire body, my uninhibited whimper fueling the fire. He moved his hands down, grabbing my hips, lifting until I could wrap my legs around his waist, the hard steel of his arousal pressing where I needed him most. Sliding my hands up his chest, I wrapped them around his neck, threading my fingers into his thick hair, gripping it just as tightly as he gripped mine. He backed me into the glass, his erection sliding against my core, and I nearly screamed with pleasure, never wanting it to end. His tongue still dancing with mine, needing him more than I needed to breathe. My hips moved of their own volition, sliding up him one more time. Fuck, he groaned as he tore his mouth away, kissing his way down my neck, nipping, licking until I was ready to beg. And then I was free-falling, the movement so fast it made my head spin. He settled me on my feet, holding my hips to steady me, way too far away from his body. His breathing was just as heavy as my own, his erection obvious as I fought through the fog of desire, shocked back to reality even as my arousal still intensified. I didn't want to hear the rejection, didn't want to hear an apology, or that it had been a mistake even though I knew it was. A big mistake. A career-ending mistake. Don't, I said, the strength in my voice a surprise I hadn't expected. He opened his mouth, but I cut him off before he could say anything. Just go. His grip tightened slightly before he released me. And a moment later, he was gone.
Chapter 6. Xander. "You were supposed to watch over her, not fuck her," I growled, shoving Alex against the wall as soon as he stepped out of Sophia's apartment, my hand fisted in his shirt as I fought to control the rage and jealousy running through me. "She's off limits, Alex." I'd been away too long this time. 3 months had passed since I'd seen her, but I talked to her nearly every day. Belle only mentioned Alex in passing, said she was learning a lot, getting along with Alex well enough despite her issues with authority, something she struggled with every day, given her past legal battles. But she'd never mentioned her desire for him. "I didn't fuck her, you asshole," Alex said, shoving me off him. My grip remained, even though the relief that flowed through me was so potent it made my head spin. Because he wanted to. No matter how hard Alex tried to hide it, I knew it with every fiber of my being. I'd known for months, but shit, I never thought he'd act on it. Then what the hell was that about? "He told me she was dead." It took a minute for Alex's words to sink in. Unconsciously, I loosened my grip from his shirt, instantly glancing toward the door, torn between going to her, making sure she was all right, and finding out what happened. From Alex, because Belle had a habit of glossing over the truth. "Explain." "Shooting at Avalon," Alex said, my blood running cold as he continued, my anxiousness increasing. "Belle called from the club, said they'd shot it up. Our connection was lost. I was already thinking the worst as call after call went to voicemail. Then one of the shooters picked up her phone." Alex breathed in and ran a hand through his hair, his fear and agitation obvious. "He told me she was dead. For nearly an hour, I thought she was." And he lost control. Fists shaking with the urge to fight, to protect what was mine, I stepped back, hoping the distance would help. The one man I trusted above all others. However unintentional, the betrayal stung. "Stay the fuck away from her," I warned. Something I should have said before, but never had, relying on Alex's sense of honor. The man prided himself on his integrity, his sense of truth and justice. I knew how ingrained those traits were, knew he'd never do anything to dishonor his badge, which told me exactly how deep his feelings for Belle ran. Impossible, given the fact that she's my detective. She's not your anything. Am I making myself clear? I growled. My ally all these years. Now, my rival. She's mine. Alex's eyes turned hard. You're what, exactly? A family friend? He scoffed. That's what you said, but now I'm getting the distinct impression you're not telling me everything. And in that moment, I was so close to spilling the whole truth. Alex and I had grown up together. Not that I had any, but I'd always felt we were closer than brothers. We'd met in kindergarten, fighting over the same girl. By the end of the year, we were inseparable, had been ever since. Who knew more than 30 years later we'd be in the same boat? Only this time the stakes were so much higher. I hated lying to him. Only knowing it would destroy Belle, I kept my mouth firmly shut, leaving me no other option than to back down, yet forcing Alex to acknowledge the same. You're her commanding officer, a surefire way to lose everything you've strived for, worked for. If it only affected you, well, I'd have no say in that, would I? But I'll be damned if I'll allow you to bring Belle down with you. It would destroy her. She's worked too hard to get where she is. And if Alex had pulled a few strings along the way at my request to make sure that happened, well, that was something Belle never needed to know. Whatever you started tonight, it ends now. The tension between us was palpable, neither wanting to concede to the other, but neither of us in a position to do otherwise. We're not each other's enemy here, Xander. 20 minutes later, Alex's words were still ringing in my ears as I stepped into Sophia's apartment, following the sounds of the shower. Passing by Sophia's room, I saw she was already sleeping, so I made my way towards Belle's, the one she used when she slept over. Thankful I still had a few minutes to pull myself together, I walked back down the hallway, reaching into the kitchen cabinet for the bottle of whiskey that Tony always seemed to keep there, and drank down a double shot in one gulp before pouring another, desperately trying to wipe the images of Belle wrapped in Alex's arms. But that kiss? Jesus, neither had even heard me open the front door, so engrossed in each other. I looked out over the city, the beautiful view remaining unseen. I hadn't known I'd be coming tonight, hadn't planned on coming, but some impending sense of dread had hit me in the middle of the gala I'd been attending in D.C. With barely a word to anybody, I'd left, rushing back to New York, only to find Belle in another man's arms. My thoughts were still haunting me half an hour later when Belle finally came out of the shower while I waited on the edge of her bed. Her eyes were red from crying, her hair still dripping wet, and I nearly choked at the sight of her in nothing but a threadbare t-shirt. Xander! Whiskey sloshed over my fingers, the shot glass tumbling to the floor as Belle launched herself in my arms with so much force that I fell backward on the bed, her body plastered on top of mine. Instantly, I was hard, my erection straining the confines of the tux I hadn't changed out of. I sat up, wrapping my arms around her shoulders, tugging her close, kissing the top of her damp head, the familiar scent of vanilla infusing my senses, filling me with a need so powerful it stole my breath as she straddled my lap. For a moment, I held her tight, let her cling to me, closing my eyes against the images of her in Alex's arms, an attempt to block them that didn't work. Ruthlessly, I shoved the thoughts aside, refusing to let it ruin our time together, which would end so quickly. I needed to be back in Washington by Monday morning, giving me less than 48 hours to be with her. When did you get in? she asked, pulling back just enough so we were eye to eye, my hands falling to her waist. She made no move to get off my lap. Wouldn't know what having her so close was doing to me. "I'm so glad you're here. I wish I knew you were coming." She rambled on, not from nervousness, but relief. "I heard what happened, baby. It's all over the news." She blew out a breath, lowering her eyes before slipping off my lap. I had to force myself to let her go. "Were you hurt?" "Not really. Just some minor cuts from the broken glass." "Any of your friends hurt?" "They killed Jack," she whispered. "Jack Lane?" She nodded. "Tonight was his rap party. He was playing bartender again." My heart broke for her. I knew how much she'd cared for him. Before Jack went off to Hollywood, he'd been her favorite bartender. I often wondered if there was something more between them, always denied myself from asking. Despite what I said to Alex, I had no claim on her. I'd given up that right when I'd surprised her with a visit for her 18th birthday, and it had gotten out of control. For a moment I would never forget. A moment that still haunted my dreams, filling me with a desire I knew I'd never shake. "I'm so sorry, baby," I whispered, standing so I could brush a kiss on the crown of her head. Belle turned in my arms, clinging to me again, her wet hair dampening my shirt, her own threadbare t-shirt hardly a barrier between us. Knowing I was walking on the edge, I lifted her up, carried her back to the bed, and sat with her on my lap again, smoothing her curls away from her face as I pressed my lips to her forehead. 6 years, I thought. 6 years of wanting, of longing, wanting the unattainable, a girl I could never have, a girl I should never touch. Not a girl anymore, I thought. A woman, highlighted by the soft glow from the bathroom light, allowing me to see right through her shirt. It was one of my own, left over from my college days, and it gave me a primal satisfaction that she chose to sleep in it. Her gentle curves were visible through the threadbare cotton, the material tight over her full breasts because of my grip on her waist, her nipples pebbled from the air conditioning. A woman, yes, but still so damn young, only 23. "Stay here tonight," she whispered. I didn't trust myself. Not tonight, with the knowledge that I could have lost her, in more ways than one. But I knew I'd never deny her, couldn't leave her alone with only her nightmares. "Will you stay?" she repeated when I didn't respond. She was killing me. "I'll stay until you fall asleep." Belle climbed off my lap and got under the covers. I slid in next to her as if we did this every day. But I'd only slept with her once before, if I could call falling asleep on her couch with her in my arms sleeping with her. She molded her body next to mine, so not even a breath of air could fit through. Her head was on my chest, her hand fisted in my shirt, as if I'd ever run from her. We talked for hours, so long I lost track of time as we went over everything we'd missed in each other's lives, and somewhere in the waning hours of the night, my tension eased, and I wondered how I could have stayed away from her for so long. Eventually, Belle began talking about the night, relating every tiny detail of the horror she'd gone through, her voice so soft I had to strain to hear the words, my tension slowly seeping back in. I trailed my fingers through her hair, slowly rubbing my hand up and down her back, unable to stop myself from squeezing her tighter when she told me about the perp rounding the corner of the bar, not knowing if I was trying to soothe her or myself. She raised her head, tears she wouldn't let fall shining in those hauntingly beautiful green eyes. So fucking exquisite she stole my breath. I trailed a finger down her cheek. Words can't describe how scared I was when I learned what happened. I'm fine. Now, you're not fine. And I knew I should keep it from going there, not wanting a repeat argument, but I couldn't stop it. My fear too great. And what happens when you start digging? When you become a target again? You've spent all these years living your life for revenge. Not revenge, justice. There's a difference. I want justice for my parents. And what if that justice comes with a price too high to pay? It was an argument we'd had more than once. I lived with it on a daily basis, knowing I could lose her at any second. This job of hers I absolutely hated. Alex, the only one keeping her safe when I was so far away. Belle struggled to get out of my arms, her entire body tight with annoyance, but I wouldn't let her go. Tightening my hold, I flipped us over so she was underneath me, holding her hands on the mattress above her head. "What are you doing?" Belle squeaked. "Forcing you to listen to me. What happens if you end up killed? I won't. How can you even say that? You don't know that. And I could have gotten killed tonight, or I could be hit by a bus tomorrow." I shuddered at the thoughts. "That is not the same thing as purposely putting yourself in harm's way," I growled, pressing my body tighter against hers until she stilled, her body going limp beneath mine. "Even as I admire your loyalty to your parents," Belle shoved, catching me off guard as she flipped me off her. Lunging to my knees, I caught her just before she made it off the bed, grabbing her waist and hauling her body against mine, her back to my chest. Wrapping one hand around her waist, my other across her chest, I pressed her head against my shoulder. "I hate this path you've chosen, knowing I could lose you at any minute, gone just like that," I growled in her ear. She was breathing heavy, her chest rising and falling rapidly as she gripped my arm with both hands. Her sweet scent filled me, the feel of her nearly naked body against mine, shoving restraint out the window. No doubt Belle was aware of the erection I couldn't hide, pressed against the seam of her ass. Under my arm, I felt her nipples pebble, causing my erection to pulse. Belle sucked in a breath, but otherwise didn't move, didn't say a word. I felt as if I was on a precipice, wanted nothing more than to fall over the edge with her. I bent my head, resting my cheek against hers, breathing her in. Her shirt had ridden up to her waist, the sheer material of her panties leaving nothing to the imagination. Turning her head slightly, her eyes met mine, and with an explosion I swore I heard, my control detonated.
Chapter 7. Belle. My heartbeat was already out of control before Xander's lips met mine. His erection pressing against me, something I'd never thought I would feel. Part of me believed it would end there. But a second later, my entire world imploded when he opened his mouth, thrusting his tongue inside mine without warning, catching me off guard. Because never in my wildest dreams had I ever pictured this happening. A fantasy I'd replayed thousands of times over, never imagining it would ever become reality. But the reality was so much more than my fantasies had been. He worshipped me, taking my mouth slow and deep, as if I was the most precious person in the world to him. Xander Phoenix, my hero, kissing me. I breathed in the scent of him, kissing him back with all the passion I'd stored for 6 long, endless years, our tongues tangling as he went from worshipping me to devouring me. He tasted like whiskey, and I swore it made me drunk. His growl of need reverberated through my body, making me more desperate. When he loosened the arm pinning both of mine, I slid them backward around his neck, not caring that the angle was awkward, not caring about anything other than his mouth. Then, his hands were on me, under my t-shirt, the heat searing my skin as he gripped my waist before slowly moving up, cupping my breast in his hands. Desire engulfed me, inflamed me. As I moaned into his mouth, his erection pulsed against my ass, another reminder that he wanted me just as much as I wanted him. My sweet, beautiful Belle, he groaned, trailing a line of kisses from my mouth to my shoulder, licking me, then nipping at a spot that made me cry out, his words intoxicating, stoking me higher. Please, I begged. I needed more, wanted so much more. His hands tensed at my waist again, and for one tortured second, I thought he'd pull away. But oh God, he didn't. He flipped me around in his arms until I was straddling him before taking my mouth again. His hands gripped in my hair, changing the angle of our kiss, reaching deeper, consuming me. As he slid one hand up and down my body, I rode his erection, straining to get closer, hating his pants between us, until I was reduced to whimpers, silently begging. He fell on the bed, rolling me over so my back was against the mattress and his chest covered mine, never breaking the kiss that was slowly becoming out of control. I felt his large hand on my waist again, gripping, tightening as his tongue continued to stroke me the way I was desperate for his cock to mimic. And he must have known how close I was, how much I needed him. His hand moved up over the curve of my hip and back down before settling just under my panty line. He paused for one torturous second. If he stopped, I swore I'd raise holy hell. I raised my hips, spread my legs as wide as I could manage, silently giving him permission. Tearing my mouth from his when his finger slid down my slit, I screamed his name, the pleasure spiraling through me, shocking in its intensity. Open your eyes for me, baby. I hadn't realized they were closed. When I opened them, I was staring directly into his. Only inches separated us. He was so heartbreakingly beautiful. Seeing desire in his eyes when I had wanted him for so long. There weren't words. Part of me was still unable to believe this was really happening, half dreaded waking up and finding it all a dream. Jesus, you're soaking for me. I nodded, couldn't speak because I knew I'd only be begging. Keep your eyes open. Keep them on mine. Before I could respond, he dragged his fingers through my folds again, the pleasure spiraling through me so incredibly intense, I thought I'd pass out from it. A sound I'd never made before clawed its way through my throat as he continued to stroke me, his eyes never leaving mine. The moment between us so intimate, it nearly brought tears to my eyes. You're so close, aren't you? So incredibly wet. It blows my mind. Please, Xander. My plea turned into a scream when he finally stroked my clit, rubbing me until my entire body clenched. Come for me. My body exploded. Xander's name on my lips as pleasure erupted in every cell, his fingers drawing me higher and higher, stretching out the moment, my climax going on for so long, increasing in intensity when he slammed his mouth on mine. Our kiss out of control, just as my body was out of control. Eventually, his kiss slowed, bringing me down gently, worshipping me again as aftershock shivered through me. My heart thundering in my chest. My body was languid when he pulled me onto his chest moments later, pulling the covers over us. Sleep, baby, he whispered in my ear, his hand rubbing up and down my back, the other tangled in my hair as he held my head against his chest. I've got you. Sunlight streamed through the windows, landing on my face. Xander's scent engulfing me, reaching out blindly. I only felt sheets. Cold sheets. Dread clawing my insides, I sat up in a rush, wincing when my head spun. The bedroom was empty, the bathroom door completely wide open. I sucked in a breath, pain washing over me, until I saw the note on the pillow. Clearing my schedule for you. See you at noon for lunch. I forced out the breath I'd been holding, not willing to analyze how powerful my relief was. Last night had been incredible. The beginning of something I'd wanted for so long. And the end for one of my friends, I thought as the full events of last night hit me. My heart aching over Jack's death. I stayed there for a while, letting the memories come, until the need for the bathroom became dire, groaning when I looked in the mirror after finishing my more pressing issues. I was a mess, wild hair sticking out in every direction, reminding me of Medusa. And obviously I hadn't gotten all the mascara off in the shower because the remainder was smeared under my eyes. But when I tried to wash it away, I realized they were dark circles, a testament to the long night I'd had. After turning on the shower, I brushed my teeth, waiting for the water to heat up, hoping I wouldn't feel like roadkill the entire day. You look like hell, Sophia greeted when I walked into the kitchen a little later. What a coincidence. So do I. Her long dark hair was piled on top of her head in a messy bun, her shorts and t-shirt most likely the clothes she'd slept in the night before. Dark circles under her eyes rivaled my own. I gave her a small smile before wrapping her in a hug, instantly feeling somewhat better. Have you been up long? Sophia poured me a cup of coffee and slid it over the island before ducking into the fridge for the half and half. Sitting across from me, she held the mug between her hands as if she was frozen, still looking just as hungover as I felt. I didn't really sleep much, more like tossed and turned. She paused, taking a sip from her mug. I called the police earlier, but they wouldn't tell me anything. I don't even know how many were killed last night. It's all over the news this morning, all over the papers. Hopefully we'll get some answers today. I'm not asking you to do that, Sophia said. I know what this job means to you. Would never ask you to give me inside information. But I am asking you to beg your lieutenant to fill me in the moment he can. My coffee cup froze halfway to my mouth as another memory surfaced at her mention of my lieutenant, the rest of the night becoming clear. The full horror of how I'd gone from one man to the next. Humiliation and self-loathing were instant. I promise. Have they scheduled a press conference yet? I mumbled through lips gone numb. Too bad I hadn't gotten shit-faced last night. Enough to wipe the memories, because at this point, I'd gladly be oblivious. This afternoon, but they haven't given a time. Maybe I could fake it. Pretend I didn't remember. Are they interviewing you today? Yeah, and my father when he gets in from California. Have you spoken with him today, your father? Yes, I called him when I got up. He suggested having a small memorial service for Jack and Liam tomorrow at Liv, their other nightclub in Jersey City, just across the East River from Manhattan. An awesome place that had unrivaled views of the Manhattan skyline. That's a wonderful idea. She nodded, took another sip of her coffee. So, did Sin stay long last night? Long enough to kiss me senseless. He left shortly after you went into the shower. Not a lie, even though it felt like one. But I was still trying to cope with my mortification. Jesus, how the hell was I supposed to face him again? How was I supposed to face Xander? Have you talked to Xander? I texted him last night. I fought the urge to choke on my coffee. Yeah, he was here. Got here shortly after my lieutenant left. He's clearing his schedule. We're supposed to have lunch. In the meantime, I think I'll see what's going on at the station. An hour later, after my hasty departure, I was at my own apartment trying in vain to conceal the circles beneath my eyes after pinning my hair in a severe knot at the nape of my neck, the style unflattering. Some woman might look sophisticated with their hair that way. I wasn't one of them. Digging through my closet, I found the most unattractive work outfit I owned. My own phone had been confiscated by forensics last night. I found my work phone, made sure it was charged, and saw a text from Olivia and Derek. I texted both back, told Derek I'd stop in the hospital to see him, and told Olivia I'd be at the noon meeting I hadn't known about. With a slight feeling of relief, I texted Xander postponing lunch. No messages from Sinclair. Thank God. But my nerves wouldn't quit. I hated the thought of facing him, wasn't quite sure how to handle it. But considering what happened at the club last night, I really didn't want to miss the meeting. But when my lieutenant was the first person I saw after arriving at Midtown South, I wished I'd never come. Refusing to meet his eyes, I acknowledged him with a simple nod. Olivia was there along with the other members of our squad, as well as a handful of other detectives I didn't know. Reinforcements, I thought, because this was going to be one of the biggest stories of the month. The mayor was probably already lighting a fire under the lieutenant's ass, wanting the crime solved yesterday. Squeezing into the chair next to Olivia, I barely had enough time to say hello before Sinclair started the meeting. As you all know, Avalon was the site of a shooting last night. 2 people were killed. Shock rolled through me. Only 2? 2 too many, yes, but all that shooting? Sinclair hung up photographs on the whiteboard. Liam Boyd and Jack Lotka, a.k.a. Jack Lane. I hadn't realized Lane wasn't Jack's real last name. My heart clenched when I looked at their photographs. There were more injured, 23 in fact, most of them trampled in the stampede as people fled. Preliminary evidence suggests 2 shooters, one shooter on the ground floor, the other in the balcony. From early forensics reports, we believe the shooter on the floor was aiming at the ceiling, creating the diversion from the balcony shooter, who shot the bar. One suspect is in custody, thanks to Detective Saint's quick thinking and wicked knife skills. Laughter interrupted Sinclair's recap. Obviously, word had already gotten out. Feeling heat staining my cheeks, I knew I'd be the subject of all kinds of good-spirited torture in the coming days, and I could only imagine what kind of nicknames the squad would be coming up with. Don't even tell me. I hissed at Olivia when she bent closer to my ear. Oh, come on, she begged, all but bouncing in her chair. Jeremy Mendez. Sinclair continued once the laughter died down, cutting Olivia off while he hung Mendez's picture. His brown hair was neatly trimmed, his features not unpleasant, even though it was his mugshot, so different from the evil I'd seen the night before. Last I checked, he was still sedated after surgery, but he did survive. Hopefully, he'll give up his accomplice. He grew up in foster care, bounced from home to home, and unfortunately has a record to prove it. I've already pulled his rap sheet. Needless to say, it's a mile long, mostly drug-related with a few burglaries thrown in. He was paroled from his latest incarceration 2 years ago. This is the first time he's shown up on the radar again. We believe Mendez was the shooter on the floor. After the shootings, he went behind the bar, checking to make sure Jack Lane was dead, which is when Detective Saint brought him down, which means we have the accomplice but not our killer. He pointed at Jack's picture and my heart broke all over again. At this point, we're not sure if Mendez checked on Liam or not, but we're hoping the surveillance footage will answer that question. Until proven otherwise, we're treating both victims as if they were targets, in addition to dumping the victims' cell phones, which we all know takes forever. IT is combing through the video footage around Avalon last night. We expect the surveillance footage from inside the nightclub by the end of the day. Cooper and Brando, I want you two focusing on Liam Boyd. Start with friends, family, and acquaintances. I'll have a list of their previous employers by the end of the day. Mason and Riley, you're on Mendez. Check in with his parole officer. Find out where he's been working. who he's been hanging around with, but don't try to approach him in the hospital. I'll handle that myself. Saint, since you're here, I assume you're up for working today." He waited for my nod. "We'll focus on Tony Esposito and Jacqueline." Sinclair glanced at the large clock on the wall. "Let's meet back here at 6. If anybody finds anything significant before that, call." My heart stopped. I didn't want to be with him today, stuck in his car with only a console separating us. That and an awkwardness I couldn't even begin to fathom. "Detective Mason, I'd like a quick statement before you and Riley leave," Sinclair said. "Sure," Olivia agreed, probably relieved she wasn't taken off the case. I'd been worried about the same thing, already had my argument prepared if it came down to it. Sinclair glanced at me before heading out, nothing in his expression hinting at the way his hands had been on me the night before, as if it were no big deal. And maybe it wasn't. He'd been dubbed the city's most eligible bachelor, his picture regularly appearing in the papers, always a different woman on his arm, especially recently. Always tall, always blonde, the opposite of everything I was. To be fair, I'd never heard so much as a rumor that he'd touched another female officer, but that didn't mean he wasn't a player. Not that it mattered. I wouldn't touch him with a 10-foot pole. Again, anyway. It'd be career suicide, and this job was my entire reason for being. Last night was a mistake. One I'd probably blown out of proportion in my drunken haze. And after everything that happened with Xander, I smiled. My first real smile of the day, feeling almost giddy. At least until Olivia came out of Sinclair's office 15 minutes later. "He wants you." "He doesn't." I wasn't sure what his game was, but whatever it was, I wasn't about to play. I nodded at Olivia and walked into Sinclair's office, the scent of leather wrapping around me along with that darker scent I'd never been able to name. And that quickly, I relived every touch. Memories I'd been able to suppress until now, which confused the hell out of me. After everything Xander and I had shared, how was it another man could bring those same feelings of desire? But as I stood there trying to shove the thought away, I swore I could still feel the heat of Sinclair's hands on my cheeks, the heat of his body as it brushed against mine. "A detective," he acknowledged once I closed the door behind me. Meeting his unreadable expression head-on, I slowly walked toward him and sat in the chair in front of his desk, praying he wouldn't bring it up. About last night." Was he kidding me? Jesus. I stood up so fast I had to catch the chair behind me before it crashed to the floor. Was he going to apologize? And that would be even worse. Hardening my expression, feigning a confidence I didn't feel, I gritted out. "Last night never happened. I thought I was going to die. You thought I was already dead. Chalk it up to the adrenaline rush, my extreme drunkenness, or a combination of both. But do not, under any circumstances, touch me again. Ever." Sinclair's expression remained unreadable. And honestly, I didn't even want to know what was going through his head, because it didn't matter. I wasn't proud of my behavior last night, with either man, truthfully. Xander, well, I'd been in love with him for so long, and no, I would never have stopped him, obviously. But this man, who I barely even liked. "Are you done?" he finally asked, making me feel foolish. But I couldn't ride around in a damn car with him all day with this hanging between us. Not when he'd been about to bring it up. "Are you done?" I leaned closer, placing my palms flat on his desk. "Because the next time you even think about touching me, I'll do the same thing to you that I did to Mendez." Sinclair stood up so fast, his chair hit the wall behind him. He towered over me, his expression downright intimidating. I slowly rose, giving him a saccharine sweet smile that belied the nervous pounding of my heart. "Got it?" "Sit down, Belle." It didn't escape my notice that he used my first name instead of my rank. I didn't sit. Instead, I glared at him, needing an answer, needing him to promise he would never touch me again. Because the way I melted, the way I blindly obeyed his order to open for him, the way I was still thinking about all that, even after what happened between me and Xander? Suddenly, I feared him. Not the man himself, but the power he'd had over me last night. Answer me, Lieutenant. Had he just sucked in a breath? I wasn't sure, but the anger emanating from those piercing blue eyes of his was deadly. Unless you want me to forcibly shove your ass in that chair, I suggest you sit, he gritted out. Now! Somebody pounded on the door, breaking our standoff. Olivia popped her head in without waiting for a response. Glancing between the two of us, I knew she sensed the tension in the room. Am I interrupting? No, we both said in unison, although Sinclair snapped the word, proving the lie, proving how close his control was to snapping. Go ahead, Detective, he said to Olivia. Mendez is awake. We just got word. Perfect. Thank you. Before Olivia closed the door, I escaped Sinclair's office, refusing to be locked into that small space with him again. I still hadn't gotten his promise, and a part of me wondered why that was. But at least I'd made my point. I hoped. Or more aptly, prayed. Fervently.
Chapter 8. Sin. Last night never happened. Bullshit. I stood by the elevator waiting for Belle to return from the bathroom, desperately trying to rein in my control that was seriously close to exploding. Why hadn't I just answered her? Gave her the promise she wanted. Because it would be a lie. The second I touched her, I knew it was a colossal mistake, and not for the multitude of reasons I could list, number one being our careers. Never had I done anything so fucking stupid. And yeah, I fucked up. Big time. Last night could cost me everything I'd worked my entire adult life for, from one dumbass move. But that kiss. Fucking worth it. Unfortunately, now that I knew how she tasted, how it felt to have that gorgeous body wrapped around mine, I knew it'd be impossible to keep my hands off her again. As soon as I saw her coming, I jammed the call button for the elevator, wishing I could take her hair down, fill my hands with those thick tresses like I had last night. Shoving the thoughts aside, I waited to speak until she was closer so nobody would overhear. I apologize for losing control last night. Lame, I thought, but I hadn't lied, and if she missed the fact that I hadn't promised not to touch her again, she didn't say. Me too. She hesitated, then added, Can we drop it now? Forget it happened. I'd never forget. Nothing compared to the taste of her, the feel of her. Not even my endless fantasies came close to how perfect she felt against me, how right she felt, as if the pieces of my life all fell into place the moment I had her in my arms. I hadn't been prepared for that. Not true, I told myself. I'd known. Just now, there was no turning back. The elevator doors opened. Belle went in first, backing into the corner as far away as possible, while I tried to come up with something to say, something that would alleviate her stress without lying to her. No, I cannot forget it happened. She sucked in a shocked breath. Excuse me? Shit. Not what I meant to say. Closing my eyes, I pinched the bridge of my nose. I was exhausted, my brain fried between working the case all night, trying to shove away thoughts of her. And I'd done all right for the most part, at least until she walked into the precinct, and that powerful fucking need that clawed at me came back full force, only so much stronger now. Because I'd touched her. Finally got in my hands and hair, saw the wild beat of her pulse that said she wasn't immune to me. And she wanted me to forget. Too fucking late. "How'd you come to be behind the bar?" I finally asked after we walked to my car, purposely switching our conversation to the case, the same conversation I'd wanted to have in the office before Belle had taken over. She glanced at me over the roof. "I was placing another order. The place was packed, so Jack pulled me around, told me to get the beer while he got the mixed drinks." I nodded and got in. She followed, and we both ignored the tension between us. "And is that a normal occurrence? Getting your own drinks?" "Nothing about last night was normal," she sighed. "Jack's visit last night was a surprise. We hadn't seen him for a few months." "We?" "Me and Sophia." "Why was Jack bartending?" She smiled. It took my breath away, and I couldn't help but wonder if hearing my name would ever put a smile like that on her face. "Jack worked at Avalon before he was discovered. Tony let a film company use the nightclub, and the production company gave Jack a bit part as bartender." She laughed. "And the rest is history. He just wrapped up his first big role." Her tone became wistful. "He was hoping it was going to launch his career. He was the co-star, hoped it would make him a star." Her smile died again. "Whenever he was back in town, he bartended. Said it kept him real, remembering where he came from." "He posted on Facebook, 'Back to my roots tonight.'" "Did he? That wasn't unusual, I don't think. It let all his old friends know where he'd be." "How long have you known him?" "A couple years. He started about the same time I met Sophia." "What else do you know about him?" "Not much, really. He was a nice guy. Had a magnetic personality that drew people in. Fun, easygoing." Everything I wasn't. At least, not that she'd seen. "What's your relationship with him?" "We were friends." "What about the other bartender, Liam Boyd?" "He was new. I don't know much about him." "Who'd he replace?" "Timothy Reynolds." "How long ago?" 6 weeks ago." "Any issues there?" "Not that I know of. He moved back to Florida. His mother was sick." "And how long have you known Sophia?" 2 years. We met soon after I moved back from California." I glanced over at her after we arrived at the hospital. We checked in with the information desk before going up to the 3rd floor, Belle following behind me. Tension still radiated between us, but I ignored it. Mendez wasn't in the room when we got there. An officer sat beside the door, standing when he approached. "Lieutenant?" he acknowledged with a nod. "They took him for a test. He'll be back momentarily." "Is there another officer with him?" "Of course." Belle's phone rang. Taking it out of her bag, she smiled when she glanced at the screen, all the tension easing from her body. My gaze followed, turning away so she wouldn't see the expression on my face I wasn't sure I could hide. Xander. A family friend, I thought again. But obviously she was much more than that to Xander. Until last night, I hadn't realized how deep his feelings ran, hadn't known he was in love with her. And it killed me, because there was no way in hell this could end well. Mendez was wheeled down the corridor, handcuffed to his hospital bed. Behind him, another uniformed officer followed. I waited until he was in his room before I spoke with the first guard, nodding toward Belle. "Don't let her in." Chapter 9. Sin. "We're gonna sue the shit out of the NYPD. I want a lawyer. Not talking without one. You wasting time coming here, man." Mendez was sitting up, glaring at me with soulless black eyes that his mugshot hadn't captured. It was the 3rd time I'd heard the spiel in the past 15 minutes. Not that I had expected anything different. But at least I'd been able to verify his voice as the one who'd picked up the phone last night, though he wasn't speaking quite so eloquently now. "Time's ticking, Mendez. You want to go down for murders all by yourself? It's no skin off my back." Mendez kept silent, stretching out the last minute until my timer went off, annoyance crackling through me even though I hadn't expected anything different. He wouldn't give up the shooter, wouldn't give up the target. "Tell me something, Lieutenant," Mendez said just before I stepped out of the room, something in his tone causing my body to go rigid. "Who is the bitch?" The door was still open a crack. I purposely left it that way, not trusting myself completely. "Until you want a deal or have something else to say. Don't matter none. I remember her. Remember black hair and light eyes. Won't be hard finding her." He smiled, a truly evil smile I wanted to smash. "She'll get what she has coming. I'll make her pay. We'll have lots of fun using a knife on that pretty body." He laughed again. "Course she won't be so pretty when we done with it." I didn't react. Didn't give him a sign of the rage thundering through my veins, even as he outlined exactly what he'd do to Belle. The acts so heinous, it was all I could do not to take out my rage on his face, forcing him to shut the hell up. My phone beeped with an incoming text, and I made a show of pulling it out of my pocket. "We." That scared me. Mendez didn't have any connections to gangs that I knew of, but that didn't mean anything. He could be part of the mafia or a homegrown terrorist cell for all I knew at this point. I gave him a moment to answer before finally glancing down at my phone, smiling when I glanced back up. "Deal's off the table, asshole. See you in court." I didn't breathe until the door closed behind me, ignoring the daggers Belle shot me. Fuck. I wanted to roar the word. Instead, I let it scream through my head. The officer manning Mendez's room shot me a glance, his expression turning concerned as he glanced at Belle. I shouldn't have brought her here. Should have used my head. The one on my shoulders, not the one in my pants. At least I'd had the forethought of not letting her in the room. Belle remained silent as we headed back toward the elevators, probably too pissed off to speak. Or maybe the tension rolling off me made her hold her tongue. "What did he say?" she finally asked once we were back in the car, heading back to the precinct. I couldn't get her there fast enough. Wanted to have her surrounded by protection because the thought of that animal getting his hands on her, the thought of the torture they could inflict on her, scared the living shit out of me. He refuses to talk without a lawyer present. "All that time and you got nothing?" "We'll go back to the station, see if we can find who's been assigned to him, and dig deeper into the scumbag's life. Get her off the streets, where she'd remain until the investigation was complete, because one thing I was damn sure of, I'd be taking her off the case, at least outside the station." "Did Mendez threaten you last night?" Her silence said it all. "Did it not cross your mind to tell me?" "Well, I think stabbing someone in the balls would elicit threats, don't you think, Lieutenant? Kinda goes without saying." "He knows what you look like, can piece together who you work for," I gritted out. Again, her silence spoke for itself. "I think you purposely didn't say anything because you didn't want me taking you off the case. He knows what you look like, knows who you work for." "But I'll be an asset to this investigation. I knew the victims, well, one of them, and Sophia's my best friend. I can help." Which is why I hadn't pulled her right away. Not until it became a conflict of interest, although it was already skirting the line. My phone rang, cutting off anything else I would have said. Stabbing the button for Bluetooth, I shot her a glance, letting her know this conversation wasn't over. "Sinclair." "It's Smith with Forensics. I'm at Jack Lane's apartment. You might want to get over here." I took the next left, making a U-turn. 15 minutes, I said, disconnecting the call. "We'll swing by Jack's, then go back to the station." We made it to Jack's in 10. I flashed my badge at the uniformed officer before ducking under the yellow police tape. "Smith," I called as soon as I stepped into the foyer. The apartment was big by Manhattan standards. Everything was stark white apart from the black leather furniture, the only pictures decorating the walls framed movie posters. Smith came down the hallway, motioning us toward him. "You're never going to believe what we found." Glancing at Belle, she just shrugged. "I can't imagine." She never finished, her gasp setting me on edge. Following her gaze, I stopped mid-stride. Part of the wall in Jack's bedroom had been torn down, revealing what must have been thousands of photographs. The same woman, girl, really, the focal point of every single one of them, all taken from afar, all candid. "They're chronological," Belle murmured long minutes later, standing so close her arm brushed mine. She was right. Like words on a page, the oldest pictures began on the top left corner, spanning across the wall. Rows and rows of the young blonde with big blue eyes. She barely appeared to be out of her teens in the earlier photos. Pictures of her every activity, from jogging in Central Park to eating in her kitchen. 2.5 years. Like Belle must have done, I counted the change of season in the photographs. 10. For 10 seasons, Jack Lane had been stalking her. Do you know who she is? No, I don't think I've ever seen her before. Scanning the pictures, I looked for anything that would give me a clue to the girl's address. Beside me, Belle held up her phone, taking a close-up of the girl's face before slipping the phone into her bag. I heard Smith behind me. "Anything else? Files on her?" "Nothing so far, but we just discovered this. We're going to take a closer look at every nook and cranny, see if anything else turns up." I nodded. "What about his computer?" "We haven't found one." "It's possible he may not have had one," Belle said. "Even his iPhone skills were limited. I'm the one he used to come to if he needed to know how to do anything." Eyes still glued to the wall, she studied each carefully. To Smith, she said, "See if you can find bank statements, his checkbook. He'd most likely have them in paper form. He couldn't have taken all these. This past year especially, he wouldn't have been around to take them, which meant he hired somebody. Probably paid cash, but it's worth a shot." We both looked for a date stamp, but didn't find any. Eventually, Belle tapped one that showed the girl coming out of a hotel. "This hotel she's coming out of, it's called Lux. They just had a facelift. Their grand reopening banner was up for months. It's across the street from a bistro Sophia and I go to over on 5th Avenue. I know the place. Almost an hour later, we were back in the car. Belle was quiet, lost in thought, looking shaken. I'm assuming you had no clue. Of course not. Belle's phone beeped and she looked down. Tony Esposito is back. I glanced at the dashboard, checking the time, anxious to get her back to the station. Belle sighed and shook her head, glancing out the window. I knew Jack. Thought I knew Jack, she amended. And she never would have suspected. I couldn't help but wonder if what Xander and I were doing was any different. Wondered if Belle knew anything about the ruthless side of Xander hidden beneath the elegant facade he showed the rest of the world. She had no clue that both Xander and I had manipulated her life, kept tabs on her, made life-altering decisions on her behalf. No, we didn't take pictures of her, but what we did, wasn't it just another form of stalking? And if she ever found out, Jesus, I couldn't imagine the repercussions. I didn't believe she'd care that our reasons were altruistic, that we were both watching out for her. Never once had I questioned Xander's motives, but I couldn't stop questioning them now. Belle had never even mentioned Xander to me. True, I never discussed personal things with her, but if they were that close, I'd expect his name to pop up now and then. Or maybe not, I thought. Although I knew a hell of a lot more about her than she could ever guess, I'd kept our conversations completely professional over the past 6 months, other than mundane things like how she liked her coffee, her favorite foods, favorite place to run. Nothing personal. No questions about her family, her lovers, past or present. How well do you know Xander Phoenix? I asked. Before she could deny there was anything between them, I added. I ran into him when I was leaving Sophia's last night. What? She didn't quite gasp, but her surprise was obvious. From her point of view, I had no business asking, but I needed to know. Needed to know she trusted him so I could put my mind at ease, even though it felt like a betrayal to Xander. Her entire body seemed to tense, belying the smile that immediately had me on alert. I was beginning to realize nothing good came from a smile like that. "Did you?" she asked sweetly. "Well, if you must know, Lieutenant, I fucked him after you left." Jesus Christ! I slammed on the brakes, covering myself by whipping into the parking garage on my right. Anger erupted as I jammed the car into park, my reasons for asking flying out the window. Hadn't I learned in law school never ask a question you didn't know the answer to? And while that didn't apply in my current position, I wish that bit of knowledge had come back to me before I'd asked Belle about Xander. "That answer your question?" She laughed, stepping out of the car and slamming the door without waiting for me to respond. I gave myself a minute, counted to 10, then did it again. Damn, she had a mouth on her. It infuriated me, yet made me hard as a fucking rock. No woman in the past few years intrigued me like this one did. No woman challenged me like she did. And I wondered how a 23-year-old girl had just gotten the best of me. "You make a habit of going from one man to the next," I gritted out when I stepped from the car, rounding the hood to stand in front of her. She didn't even flinch. Instead, her smile grew wider. And despite myself, I couldn't help but be impressed with the way she stood up to me. Both this morning and now, never backing down. Even as I imagined yanking that skirt up to her waist as I bent her over the hood of the car, turning her ass red until she begged me to stop. Or begged me to fuck her. I wondered which reaction I'd get. And then I wondered how my thoughts had turned so dark. I wasn't into sick shit. Not that I didn't enjoy playing games if the woman was willing. There was nothing I loved more than taking control in the bedroom. Nothing that turned me on more. But only in the bedroom and only for fun. Certainly not as a lifestyle. Because nothing, especially lately, turned me off faster outside the bedroom than a weak, subservient woman who was too eager to please. "Asks the man who slept with half of New York." She laughed, either unaware of the anger rolling through me or choosing to ignore it. I wondered what she'd say if she knew I hadn't gotten laid in months. 6 fucking months, to be exact. Not since the day she walked into my office and looked me in the eye for the first time. When I touched her for the first time. Even if it was only a handshake. Up until that point, I'd been okay. Had been able to bury my desire for her. But that day, she looked so unbelievably sexy. So sweet, with an aura of innocence surrounding her. And for some fucked up reason, I hadn't been able to bring myself to sleep with another woman since. Though I dated, endlessly. Taking out every woman my parents threw my way, taking advantage of my newfound notoriety, after I'd been dubbed the city's most eligible bachelor, the bad boy rock star of the NYPD. Thus my recent hatred of fake, simpering women who wanted nothing more than a ring on their finger, or bragging rights because they'd slept with me. Unfortunately, I only wanted the one I couldn't fucking touch, the one currently standing in front of me glaring daggers at a spot somewhere on my chest, the one who wasn't as sweet as I'd once thought. A damn spitfire, my grandfather would say. But holy hell if that didn't make me want her even more. Because shit, every time she opened that mouth of hers, I imagined filling it, silencing her with my cock at the back of her throat as I wrapped my fist around all those thick, ebony locks, watched those beautiful emerald green eyes of hers as they locked on mine. And now I was hard as a rock. Stepping into her personal space, I loomed over her, willing her to look up at me. Minutes passed, the tension growing between us. I wanted to reach out, lift her chin, force her gaze to mine so she would hear the sincerity in my voice when I confessed my relationship status. But I couldn't take the chance of being caught on camera. At the last second, I swallowed my words. This wasn't the time or the place for this conversation. Instead, I said, "The reason I was asking about Xander is because that asshole you stabbed last night, he just threatened to torture you."
Oh.
"Yeah." "Oh," I repeated softly. "Being that I can't protect you 24 hours a day, I needed to know how much you trusted him." Again, it felt like a betrayal asking that about my best friend, but I needed the truth before this continued. She took a deep breath but still wouldn't look up at me.
"I trust him with my life."
She's mine. Apparently, Xander hadn't been lying. The stab of jealousy was instant. The feeling so foreign to me it took me a minute to realize what it was. I could still feel her mouth on mine. Could still feel her fingers in my hair, feel her moving up and down my erection, her panties soaked with desire. For me, not for Xander.
Chapter 10. Belle. "Stay," Sinclair said as soon as we stepped off the elevator. Another order, but this time I held my tongue as I watched him head down the hallway toward the bathroom, desperately trying to concentrate on anything other than Sinclair telling me he'd run into Xander last night. Because in that second, I knew in my gut he'd seen us. And it didn't take a genius to figure out exactly why Xander had kissed me and everything else. I'd taken out my anger on Sinclair, killing two birds with one stone as the saying went, but my true anger was all for Xander. And the mortification I'd felt this morning going from one man to the next, now it was humiliation. Turning in the other direction, I felt my face flush when my own words echoed through my mind. Never had I even thought anything so crass, let alone said something so vulgar aloud. I was ashamed of myself. Or rather, should be ashamed of myself. But, hell. I didn't trust Sinclair, didn't trust myself around him. As resolute as I was now, I didn't know how I'd react if he touched me again. Pulling out my phone when it buzzed with an incoming text, I glanced down at the screen. Xander. Anger whipped through me, surprising in its strength. I don't think I'd ever been so furious with him before. I wish he'd never come up from Washington this weekend. Wished last night had never happened, with either of them. I was wound so tight, I didn't know which way to turn. I needed some downtime. Needed time to just let it all go. "Dinner at 7? No way in hell. "Bella! Sweetheart!" The larger-than-life voice boomed through the hallway half a second before I was lifted off the ground and wrapped in Tony Esposito's fierce embrace. "I'm so relieved you're all right." Tony held on until I was nearly gasping for breath before setting me on my feet. He didn't release his grip, his warm brown eyes sweeping over me, checking for signs of injury. "I'm fine, Uncle Tony, promise," I said, pulling my skirt back down, feeling Sinclair's eyes drilling a hole in my back. Or, more accurately, my ass. "You're better than fine, my Bella. Heard you took down the perp." He laughed, a great big booming laugh that told me he'd heard the rumors. I managed to smile, though I felt the heat burn my cheeks. "Uncle Tony, this is Lieutenant Sinclair," I said, turning when he finally released me. "Lieutenant, this is Tony Esposito." "Lieutenant Sinclair," Tony greeted, holding out his hand, which Sinclair accepted. "Thank you for coming. I've got some paperwork for the two of you in my office." We followed Tony down the hallway. As always, when I came in here, my gaze immediately swept to the gorgeous views of the cityscape. Like at his apartment, it always calmed me, put me at ease, as if nothing could touch me way up here above it all, even though that was so far from the truth. "Mr. Esposito." "Please, call me Tony," he corrected. He waved to the plush leather chairs in front of his desk. "I photocopied Jack and Liam's employee files for you. Their background checks are in here as well," he said, pushing the file across his desk. Background checks? Yes, I have background checks done on all my employees. Once burned, twice shy and all that. But that was years ago, 20 years ago, in fact. Had a bartender with sticky fingers. My nephew, if you can believe it. Thank you, Sinclair said. This will help. Any problems lately with any of your employees? Anybody you had to fire recently? No, Tony said. I run a tight ship, Lieutenant Sinclair. My staff is the best in the business, just like my clubs. And what about the bartender who left? Timothy. He gave us notice. His grandmother got sick, so he went back to Florida, temporarily. Would it be possible to get a list of all your employees? Tony looked at me before glancing back at Sinclair. Is that really necessary? It would help. Save us time coming back if we have questions about anybody else. Of course, Tony said, but his concern was evident. What about my clubs outside New York? How many are we talking? 23. Sinclair seemed to shift at the number. Let's stick to New York for now. But I trust you've gotten hold of the other club managers. Yes, most of them. I'm still waiting to hear from a couple, but I'll let you know if they report any issues. And what about you? Any issues with your competition? Anybody with a grudge against you? Any enemies? I was glad I didn't have to ask the questions. I would have, but this made it so much easier. None that I can think of. These two clubs are my oldest. They've been around a long time and they run smoothly for the most part. What about Jack? Before he left, were there any issues? Anybody that might have had a grudge against him? I asked. Nothing that comes to mind. Jack was a perfect bartender, as you know. People, especially the ladies, came back because of him. I swear, he was half the reason the club doubled its income the past 2 years. Any complaints from customers about him? Sinclair asked. Only that he left. Tony laughed. I couldn't help but smile at him. I dug my phone out of my bag and brought up the picture of the girl. Do you recognize her? Tony took the phone, putting his glasses on before glancing at the photo. Slowly, he shook his head. No. Was she a regular at the club? I'm not sure, I said, taking the phone back and glancing at the photo again. I didn't remember ever seeing her at the club, but that didn't mean anything. Sophia would know better than I. Sinclair asked a few more questions, but we learned nothing new. And after another 15 minutes, we left. Sweetheart? Sin scoffed once the elevator doors closed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Does he know you at all? I shot him a look, but otherwise ignored his comment. The uncle is just a formality. Yes. The one link to my past that I couldn't give up. One of the few people I trusted without question. How well do you know him? I hesitated. I don't know much about the business side of Tony's life, just the personal side. But Timothy told me his mother was sick and Tony just said it was his grandmother. We should double-check that. Either one of us could have gotten it wrong. Or Timothy lied. I didn't comment, and the rest of the ride back to the precinct was made in silence. At least we weren't bickering anymore. Traffic was congested, as always, so I opened the file Tony had given me, scanning the contents. As I suspected, nothing was there. Tony wouldn't have hired them if there was. Anything interesting? Sinclair asked after I'd read through both. Other than the fact that the bartenders make more money than I do? Jesus, they made a killing. I winced at the poor choice of words. But seriously, I had a master's degree and, yeah, I could have made more if I wasn't in public service, but I had other goals, of course, much more important goals, which I'd do well to remember when it came to the man sitting next to me. I looked up as we pulled into the station's parking lot, my stomach dropping out of me as my worlds collided. I sucked in a breath when I saw Xander standing near Sinclair's reserved spot. Remembering I'd supposedly slept with Xander last night, I forced a smile I didn't feel, hoping Sinclair took the burning in my cheeks for embarrassment rather than humiliation. Shit. Apparently, this was why they said lies always come back to bite you in the ass. Because I so was not prepared to deal with Xander right now. This is a surprise? I forced excitement into my tone when I got out of the car. A nice one. I smiled. I hoped. If Xander was surprised by my reaction, he didn't show it. He reached for me, his hand sliding around the small of my back, planting a kiss on the top of my head like he normally did. His smile was just as beautiful as the rest of him, the unmistakable glint of affection shining in his light blue eyes impossible to miss, momentarily making me forget my humiliation or question whether last night had something to do with the man standing behind me. The sun streaked through his dark blonde hair, and I was rendered spellbound by the rush of emotion that blasted through me. "You have time for a quick cup of coffee?" Shaking off my fog, I glanced at Sinclair, silently asking for permission, even though it killed me. His expression was blank, but I didn't miss the subtle clenching of his jaw, or the tension between the two men. "I need you back at 6.
Chapter 11. Xander. Bypassing the limo that waited for us, I walked with Belle to the same cafe my father took her to all those years ago, knowing she visited the place almost daily, her loyalty to the owner for keeping out the press never forgotten. Whatever warmth and excitement she'd had upon seeing me evaporated the instant we turned the corner. I had to hand it to her. She was pretty damn good. Even I would have fallen for it had I not known her so well. But something happened between last night and now to make her shut me out. This was not the same girl who'd blown my mind, who'd screamed my name as I'd reveled in the ecstasy of finally having her in my arms, even as I'd ignored all the warning bells going off in my head that said it wasn't the right time, wasn't the right night. But fuck, the second my mouth touched hers, I was lost, giving in to a desire that consumed me for so very long. And the taste of her, sweeter than I remembered. The taste of her filling my head, my body as my cock pulsed against her, just as it pulsed now. But Belle was anything but turned on, and somewhere in the back of my mind I wondered if it had something to do with Alex. "What's with the act?" I asked as soon as we were seated in a booth in the corner near the back of the cafe. "Act? You forget how well I know you?" I sighed, taking a sip of my coffee, my phone going off before I could say anything more. Speak of the devil. I read the text from Alex. "Walk her back. Do not let her out of your sight." And right on the heels of that came another. "Need to meet. My office at 7. Immediately on alert, I scanned the cafe for threats, but didn't see any. Still, it took me a moment to relax, to focus on Belle again and the damage I'd caused between us last night, even though I didn't have a clue what it was, at least from her point of view. But from mine, I knew I had crossed a line, one I'd been so careful not to cross before. But right now, my main concern was getting us back on even ground. Reaching across the small table, I cupped her cheek, needing her to look at me. But she flinched away, staring down at her fancy coffee before raising it, licking some of the whipped cream, which had my cock jumping again. Until she finally glanced up, staring daggers. Not what I wanted, at all. "You were there last night," she hissed. I could take her pissed off, but the pain underneath, I couldn't take that. It slayed me, forcing my fingers to unclench before my coffee exploded out of the cardboard container. I took a deep breath. Fucking Alex. I'd kill him for this. "Would last night have happened if you hadn't seen us? And don't even think about lying to me." I wouldn't lie to her, wouldn't insult her intelligence. But this wasn't the time and place for this conversation. Wasn't the time for anything. Apparently, I took too long to answer because she came to her own conclusion, her version of the truth hitting her like a slap in the face, if the color draining from her was any indication. I reached out, cupped her chin in my hand so she couldn't look away. It would have happened. Maybe not last night, but eventually. She yanked her face from my hand. Eventually, Xander? What the hell is that supposed to mean? After you've exhausted the entire female population in D.C.? Is that when you'll be done collecting notches on your bedpost? It's been a while since I've heard that expression. Probably since I'd left high school, reminding me of the age difference between us. Reminding me of all the crap between us. And aren't you supposed to be shopping for a wife? I couldn't help but cringe. That particular headline wouldn't die, no matter how hard I disputed it. Since when do you read the papers, or even watch the news? I knew my reputation. Some of it true, some of it blown out of proportion, but didn't realize she did, given her deep hatred of the press. I don't live in a cave, Xander. Your picture is plastered everywhere. Your exploits are notorious. You're notorious. I was, purposefully so. And your boyfriend isn't? I spat, losing the battle to keep my control. Boyfriend? Alex. She smiled. Too late I realized my mistake. He is not my boyfriend, nor will he ever be. I don't even like the man. Obviously, part of you does, I gritted out. Tell me, was it really me you wanted last night, or was it him? Ah, fuck, I hadn't meant to say that, even though I'd half wondered. Another slap when she hadn't even deserved the first one. Fuck me to hell and back. Belle ripped her face from my hands. Her eyes were wide with shock, her face pale, filled with so much pain it ripped my heart in two. Oh my God, I cannot believe you just said that to me. She grabbed her bag from the table, her face flushed with anger. I knew she was about to walk out. How the hell had our conversation gotten so out of control? I'd meant to fix things between us, but instead made it 1,000 times worse. That isn't why I kissed you, I growled, scrambling now. Isn't why I call bullshit on that one, she sneered, cutting me off. You've never kissed me before. Suddenly, after all these years, I'm supposed to believe, what, that you want me? She laughed, though it held no humor. After you see me with another man? Going on the defensive, I asked, is he worth ruining your career? Everything you've worked for? It was a shitty card to play, but one I thought might work. Nothing mattered more to Belle than finding her parents' killer. What if it was somebody else who saw you? Your reputation would be torn to shreds. Your badge... She stood up and slapped her palms flat on the table as she leaned over. Whatever she was about to say was cut off when her bag fell from her arm, sending her coffee flying, the hot liquid spilling onto my lap before I could react. I stood, my chair toppling over, causing the other patrons to turn. Recognition dawned, and suddenly everybody's phones were out. Jesus Christ. Belle! But she was already running out the back door. I followed, catching her before she made it to the end of the alley, scooping her up into my arms before she could escape. Let me go! I could hear the desperation in her voice, could hear the heartache I've just caused her, but couldn't figure out a way to dig myself out. Nor should I. There was too much at stake, and I couldn't afford to walk away from my life. Not yet. So I let it go. Let her go. Again. The walk back to the station was filled with tension, the distance between us insurmountable even as I was so close. Too many secrets, too many lies, lies that would end us before we even began.
Chapter 12. Belle. Sinclair shot me a look when I walked into the conference room 20 minutes late. probably wondering if I'd had a quickie with Xander and had lost track of time. Truthfully, I hadn't been able to force myself to walk into the precinct before I got my shit together. The entire conversation with Xander, one slap in the face after another. I was a pawn in a pissing contest. Humiliated, couldn't even begin to describe how I felt any longer. Pushing the thoughts away, I glanced up, not even wanting to hear the deep baritone of Sinclair's voice as he recapped what we'd learned at Jack's place today. The whiteboard outlining evidence and leads in Jack's and Liam's murders was a little more filled in than it had been this morning, but was still depressingly blank. The dry erase marker dangling uselessly from Sinclair's hand. I couldn't focus on the conversation going on around me, something that had never happened before. Even though I was stuck in this job I never wanted, I was dedicated, poured my heart and soul into it, determined to find justice for the victims' families while I searched for my own. Unfortunately, now, I completely understood the rules against fraternizing. It was affecting my job performance, and that more than anything pissed me off. Although Xander hadn't needed to put it quite so cruelly, he was right. Sinclair wasn't worth my badge. Not that I had any intentions of repeating last night's mistake. Either of them. Focusing on Jack's and Liam's pictures hanging on the board helped. Both photographs now live shots instead of morgue shots. Jack had been a friend. Maybe not a close one, but a friend just the same. And Sophia and Tony, this case affected them as well. They deserved my undivided attention. I listened as Cooper and Brando updated the team about Liam Boyd. Apparently, Liam was just off the boat from Ireland, only in the country for a few months. He had no known enemies, a large group of Irish friends. Mendez was a model parolee, Olivia Mason said once Brando was finished. Never missed a check-in. He worked as a janitor in a city-run mental health facility. He passed every surprise drug test and home inspection. Riley nodded, flipping through his notes on his phone. We have a call in to his landlord, and we're planning on going to his job tomorrow. Which meant so far, they had nothing. The building next to Avalon is for sale, Olivia said. Rumor has it, there's a bidding war between Tony Esposito and another buyer that's been going on for 6 months. Apparently, Avalon wanted to expand, and the other bidder wanted Avalon's customer base. Who's the other bidder? Sinclair asked. We have an appointment with the realtor tomorrow. She wasn't too forthcoming on the phone, said that information is private, so I'm thinking we'll need a warrant. Sinclair raised his brow. A warrant? To protect a bidder? Threaten her ass with an overnight stay in our illustrious hotel. Moving on. Is there anything else anybody wants to add? An officer I recognized walked into the conference room, handing Sinclair a report. Everybody was silent while he read it. Ballistics just confirmed the bullets that killed Jack and Liam didn't match the gun recovered at the scene, so we're still looking for our killer. He looked up at the clock. Let's wrap it up for tonight. You all know where to begin tomorrow morning. We'll meet back here at 1600 before the gathering at Liv. Basically, it all boiled down to the fact that we didn't have squat. Not true. We had a possible motive. Sinclair asked me to stay as the rest of the squad filed out of the conference room, then slowly made their way out of the precinct. Half an hour later, I was still waiting, wondering if he was pissed because I was late coming back from coffee. When I stepped into his office, he closed the door behind me and around at his desk, his chair squeaking when he sat. Sitting in the uncomfortable chair across from him, I schooled my emotions before glancing at him. I was determined to keep my temper in check, keep my emotions out of this, because I felt so close to snapping right now. I just wanted to go home and crawl into bed. He turned his computer screen so I could see it. This is part of the security footage we have from last night. IT sent it down while we were in the meeting. I watched in silence as I saw myself approaching the bar the night before. The place had been mobbed, nowhere left to stand, so I squeezed through a small opening. As I flirted with Jack, he motioned for me to come around, gripping my hand as I ducked under the open counter on the left, pulling me up and into him for a quick hug as soon as my head was clear. The images from the footage were surprisingly clear, not fuzzy as most security systems went. On screen, I watched Jack's lips move, knew he was telling me to save him a dance, watched as I laughed and sealed the deal with a kiss on his cheek. Sinclair paused the footage just as Jack's hand rested on the small of my back. Friends? I ignored the sarcasm. We flirt, we dance. Then it occurred to me he could have asked that for another reason, and as much as I told myself I would keep my emotions out of it, I said, "Do not ever question my integrity when it comes to police work. Friend or foe, I would never jeopardize a case, nor would I ignore evidence." His eyes remained steady on mine. "The thought never crossed my mind, Detective." The sincerity in his voice was genuine. I gave him a single nod before returning my attention back to the screen where Jack still had his hand on the small of my back. "What did he say?" "To save him a dance." I caught his nod out of the corner of my eye but didn't take my attention from the screen, knowing what was coming. "Is there a point to this?" I finally asked, my words coming out far sharper than intended. "Yes." He pressed play again, only this time the footage was in slow motion. I watched as Jack brushed a lock of hair from my face before releasing me, the touch seeming so much more intimate than it really had been. Even as my heart clenched with grief, I felt my cheeks burn, wondering what Sinclair thought about a woman who had gone from Jack to him to Xander, all in the span of hours. It painted a picture of me that was so far from the truth, it would have been laughable if Sinclair knew the truth. Not that he ever would. I ordered our drinks. Narrating, I explained the next scene before Sinclair paused the footage again. Jack told me to get the bottles of beer while he got the mixed drinks. The margarita I never got a chance to drink. The slow motion of the footage heightened my increasing horror, giving my grief and terror more time to build. It was as if I was reliving it all over again. I was nearly ready to ask if there was a point to this again when Jack's eyes widened slightly, and I slowly turned my head toward the dance floor, alerted by the shooting that had started. Highlighted in red by the computer forensics department, the bullet slowly became visible on screen. But it wasn't from the angle I'd expected. It was from the same direction I had entered, the shooter just off screen. Jack slowly turned, blocking the bullet from hitting me, shoving me to the floor, taking 2 bullets, one in his back, the other in the back of his neck. While I was on the floor, Liam Boyd was shot directly in the chest. At the same time, the bottles began exploding, glass shards glittering like diamonds in the air surrounding the bar. Nausea churned my gut as I fought to breathe when Sinclair finally paused the footage, unable to break my stare from the computer screen, until black spots danced in front of my eyes, the acidic taste of bile filling my throat. Suddenly, Sinclair was over me, pushing my head between my knees, yelling for me to breathe. But I was stuck in a fog. Everything Xander had said last night about losing me, about hating my job, came rushing back, seeing the proof of how easily my life could have ended, caught on the surveillance footage. Because if Jack hadn't turned and thrown me on the floor, that bullet would have gone through my brain. Damn it, Bill. Fucking breathe. And then he was crouching in front of me, grabbing my face, forcing me to look at him. His touch was rough, not in the least bit gentle. Pull yourself together. Now, he snapped. The order came through loud and clear, snapping me back to the present. I choked on my first inhalation, glaring at him as I shoved him away and stood, making a beeline for his door. You were not dismissed. Sit down. Fuck you, I muttered under my breath, yanking on the doorknob. But I never made my escape. Sinclair shoved the door closed before I had it open an inch. His hand landed above my head, his body trapping me from behind. He was so close, I could feel his body heat, even though no part of him was touching me. And how I wished it was Xander here right now, offering comfort, a shoulder to lean on. no matter how angry I was with him. "Care to repeat that, Detective?" Sinclair growled, his voice low and dangerous. I didn't dare respond, just held my body still until his hand fell from the door and he stepped back, giving me a little space to breathe, knowing escape was impossible. "Sit down." I swallowed down a retort, leaning against his door instead of sitting in the chair as he directed, before slowly giving in, fearing he'd take my badge, which I so desperately needed, had worked so hard to get. But he couldn't now, could he? Because I could ruin him. Why the thought crossed my mind, I didn't know. I'd never use it against him. He might be an asshole personally, but he was a damn fine cop, and I was just as much to blame for last night's events as he was, and I'd never be so vicious as to ruin him, or even threaten to ruin him. It made me feel a little better, though. Maybe evened the scales. "Walk me through what you saw." He was going to use this as a lesson? It took me a minute to process the scene. Not as a victim, but rather as a detective, which is what he wanted, the point he was trying to make. Numbly, I repeated what I'd seen, making connections I hadn't before. There were only seconds between the shootings. On the video, I'd started turning my head about the same time Jack's eyes had widened. The bullets had hit the liquor bottles about the same time. It wasn't only premeditated, which we had already assumed. It was well planned. Sinclair didn't interrupt. He gave me time to sort through everything. Unless eyewitness testimony was wrong, there was a third shooter. Before he could stop me, I added, eyewitness testimony is often notoriously unreliable. But in this case, it wasn't. Mendez couldn't have been the third shooter, according to the ballistic report. He was the one on the dance floor shooting at the ceiling. He was there to make sure everybody got down. The shooter from the balcony, he's still a question. But there was one up there. You can tell from the downward trajectory of the bullet's path hitting the liquor bottles. I saw him nod even though I wasn't looking at him. The third shooter, the one who killed Jack and Liam, makes me think it was an inside job. And it killed me to say that, but that's exactly how it seemed from the evidence we currently had. "And what makes you think that?" He stood out of range of the cameras, which meant he knew where they were and what area they covered. One of them also knew there were no cameras on the balcony, so he wouldn't be able to identify the shooter. I sucked in a deep breath, because there was one more thing that caught my attention, something that had been in the back of my mind since the shooting. I didn't want to think about it, but Sin would bring it up if I didn't, and I didn't want him thinking I missed anything, because I hadn't. If Jack hadn't thrown me to the ground, I would have been killed. I could have been the target. Finally, I looked up at Sin. He gave me a nod. Impressive. I could tell by his expression he meant what he said. "Who knew you were going to be at the club last night?" I didn't answer his question, instead asked my own. Why would I be a target? Funny. That's the question I was going to ask you. I stood up, pacing for a minute before standing at the windows, looking out at the darkening sky, so I didn't have to look at him. "Who knew you were going to be there?" he asked again. Everybody in the squad. Everybody I was with and whoever they told. It wasn't exactly a state secret. Did Jack? I don't know. Possibly. Sophia may have told him so he could reserve a table for us. Does she do that often? Reserve a table? Yes. But I didn't want to tell him I almost never go out. Last night, I'd been talked into it, finally decided to celebrate. The first time in so very long. A night away from the endless drive of finding justice, of working toward my goals, of finally finding a group of people I could trust. Somewhat trust, at least, as much as I was capable of. And are you often invited behind the bar to get your own drinks? Sinclair prodded, those eyes like lasers on my face. I've been behind the bar plenty. Sophia's my best friend. I pointed out again. Sinclair accepted that with a nod. Anything else you can think of that I didn't ask directly? The moment of truth. No, I lied. Sin stared at me for a full 2 minutes before he finally said, "You're off the case." "What?" I yelled, standing up and slamming my palms flat on Sin's desk, the same position I'd been with Xander earlier. "You can't do that." Fully in control, Sinclair rose from his chair, his eyes never leaving my face as he rounded the corner of his desk, looking formidable. "Until I can determine whether or not you were the intended target, I cannot have you out there on the streets, wondering if there's a shooter lying in wait." His tone was steady, forceful, final. I knew arguing with him would be pointless. What the hell am I supposed to do in the meantime? Paperwork. Great. Benched? No. He moved so fast I never saw it coming, his face a mask of disbelief and anger. "I will not have insubordination in my squad. If I give you an order, I expect you to follow it." I bit my tongue. I hadn't meant to say that out loud. Following orders from my superior officers was one of the hardest parts of the job, and the thing I hated most. In the beginning, as a uniformed officer, I'd had to bite my tongue so often, I sometimes wondered how I had never bitten it off. Someday, I told myself, someday I'd find my parents' killer, find the justice I'd been denied, and the next day, I'd quit and never again have to obey another order in my life. "Answer me, detective." "You didn't ask a question." His sharp intake of breath was all the warning I needed that he was close to losing it. Seconds later, I was pinned with my back to the door by the force of his fury alone. He was careful not to touch me, his hands balling into fists at his side. "Excuse me?" "You heard me." I snapped before I could stop myself. Jesus, I berated myself. What the hell was I doing? He was my lieutenant. I'd be lucky if he didn't write me up, or worse, pull my gold badge and put me back on the street. And that's when I started to tremble, when I realized I'd pushed him too far. His body was tense, seeming taller than his 6'2", his muscles rippling under the white dress shirt that fit him to perfection. "You have a problem with authority, detective." Big time, I thought, but said, "No." "No what?" "No, I don't have a problem with authority." It wasn't what he wanted to hear, but I had no problem playing dumb, even though we both knew I wasn't. "But I have a problem with you taking me off the case, especially when I just proved I could take a step back, look at the situation from a professional perspective rather than a personal one. You're taking me off of the case for no reason." I knew what I was doing, venting all my fear and anger and everything else at him. Unprofessional, for sure, but I didn't know what else to do with all the emotions roiling inside me. And hell, he was a big, bad cop. He could deal. "No reason?" he repeated, slowly closing the distance between us, forcing me to back up a step, even though I cringed at the thought of showing any cowardice in front of this man. "You were threatened today by a convicted felon." Jesus. I hope there was nobody outside because there was no way the entire precinct wouldn't have heard. "Maybe you should be taken off the case," I hissed back, "because it seems as if you're the one who's having issues separating professional and personal." "Enough! Jesus, do you ever let up? I will only say this one more time. If I give you an order, I expect you to follow it. Do I make myself clear?" "Yes," I gritted out. And out of nowhere, I was transported back all those years ago to the first time I'd ever seen this man. The confusing thoughts that had filled my head, but not as a commanding officer, rather as a demanding lover. I felt my cheeks flush, hope he mistook that as anger, which would be true because I still was angry. "Yes, what?" I looked up at him, saw the tension in his jaw, the steely blue stare as his eyes seemed to bore into mine. He was so unbelievably fucking beautiful. I had to fight off the shiver, forcefully cram it down. Yes, you made yourself clear. His jaw tightened. And finally, the thought of him taking my badge made me say the words he was waiting for. Yes, sir. Despite my resolve, the sir came out mocking. But he didn't call me out on it. Instead, his eyes lit with satisfaction, seeming to glow. And in that moment, I despised him. Despised everything he represented, the power he held that he could hang over others, the respect he felt he deserved just because of his job title. I'd fought too hard for my independence, fought off everybody's perceived authority over me, over my own money. I was 23, my legal battles long since over, and giving him that small amount of authority over me rankled. His gaze locked with mine, then he smiled that cocky, arrogant smile I was beginning to despise just as much as the rest of him. Good girl.
Chapter 13. Xander. What did you do? Alex's back was to me as he stared out at the city that was just beginning to darken. I could feel the tension rolling off him, mixing with my own until it seemed impossible to breathe. Finally, he turned, his expression carefully blank, probably much the same as my own. Took her off the case. No wonder Belle was pissed. I should have been happy, knowing she wouldn't be working with Alex for the time being, but I knew Belle, knew she wouldn't give up so easily. And despite everything that had happened between us last night, Alex was my best friend. I didn't trust anybody more than him to keep her safe. He sank in his chair and ran his hands over his face. What did she say? I laughed. She said, and I quote, "My lieutenant is an asshole." That also should have made me feel better, but it didn't. I needed Belle to trust Alex, not defy him. But I assume you had a reason? 2. The man she attacked last night? He threatened her today. Unspeakable shit that I won't repeat, but you can imagine. What'd she do to him? She stabbed him in the balls. Even as I laughed, I couldn't help but wince. Alex returned my smile, at least partially. I don't know who he's associated with. Before he went to prison, he was just a two-bit criminal. But that could have changed since then, I knew. And the second reason? Alex motioned toward his computer. I pressed play, watching in horror as the bullet moved straight toward the back of Belle's head. Jesus, I breathed. Jack saved her life? You know Jack? He hissed. Of course you fucking know Jack, because you know every single part of her life. His voice was rising, the anger obvious. Did you ever think to investigate him? Because by the looks of shit today, Jack Lane was a stalker. For more than 2 years he's been stalking the same girl, a young girl, barely out of her teens. He pulled a photograph from a file on his desk and shoved it toward me. There were hundreds upon hundreds of pictures, and I couldn't help but draw comparisons. Not that he'd voiced a question, but I heard it anyway. I didn't answer. Instead, stared down at the picture of the girl. I didn't know who she was, didn't recognize her. I did a quick background check on him, I said eventually, as I did with everybody new Belle encountered, always looking for a connection to her past, to my past. I didn't see anything. Alex glared at me. I knew where his thoughts were heading, especially considering Jack's hobby, but I held him off with a question of my own. Are you thinking it was an inside job? Possibly. Who were the other squad members she was with? Jesus, Xander, you can't possibly— You know I can get the information, I said, cutting him off. Giving me the names will speed up the process. Alex was silent for so long, I didn't think he'd answer. When he did, he ignored my question. She's obviously much more than a family friend, Xander. Now's a good time to tell me the truth. Now it was my turn to remain silent. Does she know how closely you keep tabs on her? Does she know you own the brownstone she lives in? My family owns a lot of holdings in the city. You own this one personally, Xander. Do you have her apartment wired? Her phone tracked? Cameras? Jesus Christ, give me something because I'm starting to get a real sick feeling in the pit of my stomach over this. Just know I'd protect her with my life. I'm gonna need a hell of a lot more than that, and you'll get more, if and when I deem it necessary. I fucking deem it necessary now. Fine, I growled. Yes, she knows. She knows that I know where she is every second of every day. In fact, she's the one who set it up that way. Explain, Xander, right fucking now. Fuck, I didn't want to do this, dig my lies deeper. I'd known it might come down to this someday, so I was prepared. Part truth, part lie. Mostly truth, I amended. Only a few lies of omission to protect Belle's identity. But even that I hated. This doesn't leave your office, I sighed. Alex nodded. I knew I hadn't even needed to say it. Wasn't really sure why I did. I saved her years ago. I've been protecting her ever since. Then I looked at him. About 6.5 years ago. Shit, Alex swore as he connected the dots, leaning back in his chair. Tell me. So, I did, choosing my words carefully. Everything I told him was true. How I found out about her after my father was killed, that I couldn't find her, went crazy looking for her, thinking it was too late. And it nearly was, because I almost didn't get to her in time. And while I was talking to Alex, I was transported back all those years ago. The horror of finding her dangling from the staircase. My promise both to her and to myself that I would do anything in my power to protect her. And I've been protecting her ever since. Fuck. Alex breathed, leaning forward, pinching the bridge of his nose, the full weight of Belle's situation hitting him, the real threat to her safety. Do you think last night's shooting could have anything to do with her? Maybe somebody found out about her? I don't know, I sighed. I've always been careful to keep my relationship with her private, never wanted her on anybody's radar, but I'll work that end. Run your investigation as if she's not part of it. And how the hell are we supposed to keep her safe? I'll hire somebody to keep tabs on her. I'll take care of it, Alex said. She was threatened on the job today, so it can go through the department. She has time saved up. Maybe she could go somewhere for a few days. I almost laughed. Would have if the situation wasn't so messed up. You obviously don't know her all that well. It wasn't meant as a dig, but a warning. She won't give up. We're talking about her friends. Her loyalty runs deep. Once given, anyway. I took her off the case. She's not allowed to investigate. I nearly laughed again, but settled for a smile that held no humor. Again, Alex, that won't matter. And take that as the warning it is. So, what do you suggest? I don't know, I sighed, moving toward the windows. Just make sure she's covered at all times. And I couldn't believe I was doing this, but I reached into my pocket and drew out a set of keys, tossing them on his desk. Second floor, apartment below hers. Perhaps you'll want to move in until the investigation is over. I strode toward the door to his office, but Alex stopped me. Does she know? I turned, looking at him again. About my real profession? No. Like the rest of the world, she believes I'm a tax attorney. That isn't what I was asking. No, and I intend to keep it that way. For now. At least until I know the truth. And then, I might quite possibly lose her. Belle was waiting when I left Alex's office, but I ignored the questions in her eyes, instead nodded toward the elevator. She followed in silence as we made our way out of the station and into the waiting limousine, not speaking until the doors were shut. Seems you're a target. No. I shot her a look, cutting her off. If not from the past, you are from the stabbing. Belle said nothing. She knew I'd protect her with my life, but in case she'd forgotten, I repeated the words. I know. I didn't reveal your identity or your parents' murder, but I did tell him that I saved you, feel responsible for you. She sucked in a breath. He was asking that many questions? Yeah. And even though I knew I shouldn't, I moved closer, wrapping my arm around her shoulder. Instead of pulling away, she leaned against me, the feel of her so close making me ache. You need to be very careful right now. Let Alex protect you. I don't need you do, baby girl. Please. But I can't watch over you every second, not all the way from Washington. There's nobody I trust more to keep you safe. I knew what I was asking. Belle trusted even less people than I did. 3, to be exact. She said nothing, which I took as a good sign. At least she was thinking about it. I would have been more concerned had she given in. The rest of the ride was made in silence, though it didn't seem particularly tense, so I was hopeful for a quiet night to repair the damage between us. But at the last minute, she asked me to take her to Sophia's, and when we pulled up, she got out of the car without another word.
Chapter 14. Sin. Thank you for coming in today. The faint smell of horses filled my cramped office as 3 members of the Lotka family filed in, having just arrived from Wyoming. Looking tired, ravaged with grief, their expressions were filled with questions, most of which I couldn't answer yet. With Jack's parents, David and Ruth, was Jack's younger brother, Robert. After introducing myself, I gestured toward the chairs before taking my own. We have 1 suspect in custody, I told them, giving them the good news first. Unfortunately, that's where the good news ended. Despite working on the case nearly all night, desperately looking for Mendez's latest connections, I wasn't any closer to where we were yesterday. Before I passed out somewhere around 2 o'clock in the morning, I hadn't found shit. I'd pored over Jack's financials, accounted for every dollar that came out of his accounts, looking for recurring payments, a pattern to the cash withdrawals but came up empty. I'd had the same luck with the dump on Jack's cell phone. Somebody besides Jack had taken those photos for him. But fuck if I could find out who. We're still investigating, still searching for our suspect's accomplice. Anything you could tell me about Jack may help. His mother, Ruth, dabbed her eyes with a tissue. Like her husband, she was dressed in jeans, t-shirt, and cowboy boots, her brown hair pulled back into a French braid. Jack was a good boy. He always was. And he was always an actor ever since he was little. He made friends easily, never gave us a problem, not even as a teenager. Jack's father nodded in agreement. David looked like a rancher, his weathered face and broad chest attesting to a life of physical labor. He was a good kid, always wrapped up in his acting to get into too much trouble. He was in drama club, always had the lead role in the school plays, even had roles in the local theaters, sometimes more than one. He didn't have any enemies, at least back home. No girlfriends he left behind? No, his mother said, shaking her head. He dated, of course, but never anything serious. His heart was always set on New York, from the time he was a little boy. Both our families are here, so we vacationed here every summer. Made a point of always seeing a couple plays on Broadway. Nothing deterred him from his dreams. I pulled out the picture of the girl and passed it over to them. Do you know who this is? Ruth grabbed the picture first, shaking her head after studying it for a moment before passing it to her husband. No, I don't recognize her. Do you, David? No. Robert leaned over his father's arm. No. Who is she? We're trying to figure that out. Don't tell me she was another victim, Ruth gasped, her hand immediately going to her heart. Her poor family. No, I said softly, somewhat amazed by her compassion for another family, at the same time trying to hide my disappointment. I hadn't had any luck running the photo through facial recognition software. IT hadn't found a match to her from the club's surveillance cameras, and according to the text I'd gotten from Belle, Sophia Esposito didn't recognize her either. She wasn't in the club, just a woman he may have dated. Last we spoke, he didn't mention dating anybody. He was too busy with the movie. He was supposed to come out in a few weeks. David grabbed his wife's hand, offering what little comfort he could in the confines of the office. Though I didn't expect anything, I showed them pictures of Mendez and Liam Boyd, getting the same results. After another 20 minutes, I learned nothing new, nothing that would shed new light on the shooting. Tony and Sophia Esposito are holding a memorial service at Live in Jersey City for Jack and Liam this evening if you'd like to attend. They are? Ruth looked surprised, then grateful. Tears leaked out of her eyes again. I don't know what to say. That's so nice. She looked at her husband. Can I have the address? We'll think about it. Most of our family is here. We were originally from upstate. Moved out to Wyoming when I was in the service, and we fell in love with it. So we never left. We've already decided to have the wake and funeral for Jack here, so our families don't have to fly out to Wyoming. It's what Jack would have wanted, Robert added. His heart was always in New York. We've already notified his agent if you'd like to spread the word at the memorial service tonight. Promising I would, I shook their hands, ensuring that I'd keep them up to date as the investigation continued after we exchanged contact information. I don't know if it helps, but I'd like you to know that Jack saved the life of a young woman. He saw the shooter, sacrificed himself to protect her. Thank you, Lieutenant Sinclair, David Lotka replied sincerely, holding out his hand, which I shook again. No matter what Jack had done, it didn't negate the fact that his last act on Earth had been one of self-sacrifice. I would forever be grateful for that. As soon as Robert let his parents out, he knocked on my open door, asking if he could have another minute. My excitement kicked up a little. Often siblings knew more than their parents, and I was hoping this was one of those times. I was hoping you had some more information. Maybe something you didn't want to say in front of my parents. I studied him for a moment. He looked like his brother, brown hair and eyes. He was more muscular, though. His physique similar to his father's, wide chest and slim waist. Is there something about Jack I should know? No. He sighed, plopping into the chair he'd just vacated. But when my sister died, the police told me and Jack details, then let us tell our parents. He shrugged, grief in his expression. So I guess I was hoping there was more. Your sister. She was murdered too, if you can believe it. Here in New York, she was a college student. Her apartment was broken into. And suddenly Robert had my full attention. When was this? 3 years ago, they caught the guy, eventually. But this is taking a toll on my parents. What are the odds that both children who came to New York were murdered? I didn't have an answer for that, so I didn't say anything, waiting for him to continue. Jack left soon after my sister Rose died. He'd gotten a minor role on Broadway, and even the death of a family member wouldn't keep him from following his dreams. Robert's face flushed with something that looked suspiciously like anger, and I made a mental note to investigate him further, along with his sister's death. Of course, my mother encouraged him to go, but still, I was the one left holding the bag, working on the ranch, taking up Jack's slack. My parents were inconsolable. My father started working more, my mother just seemed to give up. I had to abandon my dreams of going away to college, finish raising my other sister because I couldn't leave her alone with my parents. She was barely 16 at the time. You must have resented that. Hell yes, I did. It was no secret. They were so proud of him. Once he got this movie role, it was all they ever talked about. But did I kill him? Jesus, no, he was my brother. Tell me about your sister. Rose. She loved the city. Like Jack, she always dreamed of moving here. She was in her 3rd year of college. She'd moved off campus, was sharing a tiny apartment with her friend. There had been a rash of burglaries in the area, and her apartment was broken into. The guy tied her up, put a gag in her mouth so she couldn't scream. Worst part was, he didn't mean to kill her. She had juvenile diabetes, didn't get her insulin in time. Her roommate was away for the weekend. Didn't find her until she came back, and by then it was too late. My sister was already dead. And the killer? They caught him. He pled guilty. Died in prison a year after it happened. 3 hours later, I'd verified everything Robert Lotka had told me about his sister Rose. I'd spoken with the detectives who had handled the investigation, had tracked down Rose's roommate who still lived in the city, which turned out to be a waste of time. She wasn't the girl in the photograph, and I'd never seen the girl before. I'd also contacted the police chief in the Lotka's small Wyoming town, getting the same story about Jack's life his parents had given me. Jack's agent had nothing but good things to say about him. I'd faxed over the photograph of the girl to both. Nobody seemed to know who the hell she was. So I had to wonder how a man who lived his life with one goal in mind, who was apparently a saint, had jeopardized everything by stalking a young woman. Frustrated, I headed back to my apartment to get ready for Jack's memorial service at Liv.
Chapter 15. Belle. Tell me something, Sophia whispered in my ear. Here it comes, I thought, because there was no way she missed the tension surrounding me, even though I'd tried to hide it. But now wasn't the time. Not at Jack and Liam's memorial service. We were packed in nearly shoulder to shoulder, the crowd so much larger than I had expected. How Sophia had managed to pull this off so quickly was beyond me. But, I must admit, she'd done an excellent job. Is Sin's first name Alexander? It wasn't the question I'd been expecting. I shot her a confused look before finding Sin again through the crowd. But he wasn't looking at me. He was studying the pictures lining the entire east wall, probably hoping to find one of the girl nobody seemed to know. No, which she already knew. It's just Alex. Why? Because when you're sandwiched between the two of them, you could just scream, Alexander, during your orgasms, which would encompass both men. I rolled around to face her again, my mouth hanging open, shocked and horrified, unable to think of a thing to say. She pushed my mouth closed with the tip of her finger and smiled. Actually, lose the hyphen. Combine both X's into one, but capitalize it. She pulled out her phone, typed for a second before showing me the screen. Alexander, you are truly warped. I tried not to laugh, which wouldn't have been out of place. All around us, laughter rippled through the club as more people took the DJ stage, sharing moments of Jack's and Liam's lives, lightening the atmosphere just a bit after the oppressive somberness had become too much. Sophia and I were tucked into a corner mostly, so Xander was in front and center. We are at a memorial service, Sophia. I reminded her. Her eyes clouded with grief. I know, but it helps to think about something else, and that something else happens to be the three of you. You think I haven't noticed the way they're circling you like predators, and you are their very tasty prey. What's up with that? Fortunately, I was saved from answering when Xander returned with a glass of wine I didn't want. Ignoring his gaze, I resumed scanning the crowd. I recognized a few people from the nightclub, but most were unknown to me. Even though I wasn't on duty, I never stopped searching, looking for anybody out of place. And like Sinclair, I was looking for the girl, half expecting to see her here tonight, perhaps celebrating the end of her torture. I'm sorry I wasn't here to help more, I said to Sophia, ignoring her comment about Xander and Sinclair, just like I'd ignored everything else for the past 24 hours. Not my usual MO, burying my head in the sand, but I think my heart would crack if I thought about everything, so I didn't. I couldn't have gotten all this done without your help last night, she replied, and I'd much prefer you on the case anyway. My gaze met Xander's, and I gave him a subtle shake of my head. I hadn't told Sophia I'd been taken off the case, mostly because I didn't want her to know about Mendez's threat. Didn't want her worrying. And she would, especially after just losing Jack. But neither would I lie. Sophia knew me better than anyone apart from Xander, so I evaded, telling myself it was for the best as I continued scanning the crowd, looking at face after face. But there were so many people, the crowd too thick to see everybody. Cameras would catch them, even if I missed something. The entire event was being recorded, just like tomorrow's wake and Tuesday's funeral. I'd be attending both, but wouldn't be on duty. I'd taken a couple personal days to be with Sophia, which had the added benefit of not having to face Sinclair, not that he'd had anything to do with my decision. And now I was lying to myself, I thought with a sigh. It had everything to do with him. Some of it personal, but the other was because he'd benched me. So taking a few days to investigate the case myself, a brilliant plan, I thought. Hopefully we'll find some answers soon, I said to Sophia finally, low enough that Xander wouldn't overhear. I searched for Sinclair again, found him speaking with Tony and Derek far enough away that there was no way he could have heard. Motioning Derek over when he glanced in our direction, I unfortunately got Sinclair's attention as well. He'd kept his distance all evening, but I'd felt his presence from the second he'd walked in. Like Sophia had said, the tension between the three of us was impossible to ignore. Xander rubbed his hand down my back, sensing my agitation, if not the reason for it. Another annoyance, I thought. Are you holding up okay? He asked, his hand still on my back. He'd always touched me. A lot, I realized. But at some point over the years, I had ceased thinking about it. Like I was now, since he'd awakened all those feelings so long ago buried. So close, I could feel his scent wrapping around me. Yes, I gave him a tentative smile, hating the rift between us. He looked beautiful in his dark suit, the epitome of sophistication. Although yesterday wasn't a good indicator, Xander was charming and elegant. My hero, I thought, wishing I'd been brave enough to deal with everything between us last night instead of running away to Sophia's. I'd thought giving myself some space would help clear my head, but I was more confused than ever. Xander reached down, tightening his hand around mine, squeezing gently, letting me know everything would be all right, and I couldn't help it. I melted into him, only to tense up again as my lieutenant started making his way over, along with Tony and Derek. I didn't like my worlds colliding, but they had in a big way this weekend. I especially didn't like thinking about Xander and Sinclair discussing me, my life, without being part of the discussion. I knew they were best friends, had been most of their lives, having gone to prep school, then undergrad together at Harvard. For law school, Xander had stayed at Harvard while Sinclair had moved back to New York, choosing to go to Columbia Law School part-time while beginning his career with the NYPD. The same path I was following, would be following in just a few weeks when I started at Columbia after Labor Day. When Sinclair reached us, they shook hands like civilized men, but the tension was impossible to miss. Worse when my gaze collided with Sinclair's for the first time this evening. Good girl. His final words the night before whispered through my mind again, as they had so often throughout the night, no matter how hard I tried to shut them out. And even though my hand was entwined with Xander's, the awareness shooting through my body was as instantaneous as it was last night. Every damn time. But Xander's warnings were real. I couldn't risk everything I've worked for, especially with a man I barely liked. He might have set my body on fire, but getting tangled up with a man like that? No. Just no. Sin, I decided in that moment. If I started thinking of him as sin, maybe it would force me to remember that he was incredibly bad for me. Derek, glad to see you're out of the hospital, I said, giving him a bright smile as I untangled my hand from Xander's, grabbing Derek's with both of my own. Derek smiled, the sparkle in his eyes shining deep. And I hear it's you we get to thank for taking down one of the perps. While I felt my cheeks go hot, everybody laughed. Sophia introduced Derek to her father and Xander, and soon after that, everybody was involved in their own conversations again. See anybody? Sin asked. It took me a minute to realize he was speaking to me. I looked up at him over the rim of my wine glass as I took a sip, and shook my head, no. You? He was still intimidating, I thought, invoking feelings in me I didn't understand. Without conscious thought, I looked between the two men, comparing them without realizing it. Sin was as dark as his name, the bad boy cop, smoking hot, a dangerous side I could only guess at piquing my interest, even though I deny it with my dying breath. And Xander? The epitome of elegance, charm, and sophistication personified. So beautiful he made my heart weep. Xander had an inch on Sin, but otherwise their physiques were similar in shape and size. I'd never realized that before, and it dawned on me that perhaps I was drawn to a certain type. They were both powerfully built, both strong enough to protect me. Sucking in a breath, I wondered where that thought came from. Xander had protected me for so long, I doubted he'd ever stop. And Sin, while there was plenty about him I didn't trust, trusting him to protect me on the job wasn't one of them. But I could protect myself. Didn't need a man to do it. Ignoring the small talk, listening with half an ear while I continued to scan the crowd, I was painfully aware of Xander on one side, Sin on the other, sandwiched between them as Sophia had said. I hate leaving you, baby, but I need to get going, Xander whispered in my ear. I couldn't stop the involuntary shiver that ran through me, heightened because of where my thoughts had led me. I glanced up at him, meeting those beautiful light blue eyes, and knew he noticed. I couldn't help but wonder who else had noticed. Walk me out. I nodded, unable to fully form a word. Xander said his goodbyes, sharing a private word with Sin that I couldn't overhear, though I tried. Letting Sophia know I'd be right back, I followed Xander to the elevators. Once on the ground floor, he led us out through the back to the alley, avoiding the press out front. I'm going to miss you this week, he said, pulling me into his arms, his hug goodbye a little tighter than usual. I'll miss you too. Not a lie. For a moment, I let myself melt into him again, missing him so much my heart ached. This is the first I'd seen him in months, and I'd barely spent any time with him. Normally, we'd spend the weekend together, eating takeout and watching movies all weekend long. Xander was my best friend, and I didn't want that ruined. As if reading my thoughts, he raised my face to his. I don't want to lose you, Belle. Don't want to lose what we have. And maybe that's what Friday night had been about. Not jealousy, really, just the fear of losing me, as I was afraid of losing him. It wasn't his fault I'd held a torch for him all these years, that I wasn't more like Sophia and could have a good time with a man and let it go. Xander was a playboy. He wouldn't have known how deeply Friday night had affected me. You won't. He held my gaze, searching for the truth. He must have found it. After another long moment, he finally nodded and bent to place a soft kiss on my upturned mouth. Behave yourself this week. Before I could object, he held up his hand, his light laughter taking the order out of his words. Listen to Alex instead of defying him. I trust him to protect you when I'm not here. I'm worried. I nodded, but didn't give him my promise. You'll be back next weekend? I'll try to clear my schedule. Be back as soon as I can. Which meant it could be months again. I gave him another quick hug before releasing him, not sure how I felt about that. Go inside. I don't want you standing out here alone. I listened, unable to bear watching him leave just when we'd gotten it somewhat right between us again, and ran straight into Sin. I didn't react, didn't utter a nasty comment about spying, even though it was on the tip of my tongue. Xander might have made light of telling me to behave, but I'd listen. Mostly because I got the feeling Sin would be reporting back to him. Yes, it pissed me the hell off. But Xander had been keeping me safe for so long. I knew he'd do anything within his power to protect me. And honestly, I couldn't be angry at him for that. Sin filled me in about the latkes as we took the elevator back upstairs, surprising me a little. When I threw him a look, he said, I'm not taking you off the case completely. I'm taking you off the street. I suppose it was a peace offering. Feeling some of the tension finally leaving my body, I relaxed a little. Thank you. But I spoke too soon. When you're off duty, the department has agreed to have a uniform assigned to you. You can expect him in the morning. Great. Gritting my teeth, I thanked him again, making a beeline back to Sophia and the rest of the group as soon as we got off the elevator. We stayed for another couple hours until everybody began leaving. Are you spending the night at my place again? Sophia asked as we were getting ready to leave. Yes, I decided instantly. I didn't need any surprise visitors landing on my doorstep in the middle of the night. My father's going to stay until everybody's gone, so we can go now if you're ready. I was more than ready, but Sin stopped me just before I made my escape into the waiting car once we were back downstairs. Can I have a minute before you go? Sure, Sophia said before turning to me. I'll be in the car. I nodded, waited for them to say goodbye before following Sin back into the building. You didn't tell me about Sophia and Jack's relationship. Their relationship? They didn't have one. They were friends. They had an affair. I couldn't stop from rolling my eyes. Years ago, and it was a quick fling on both their parts. Neither of them wanted anything more. What about this weekend? Were they planning on hooking up? No, she was with Peter. And besides, she would have told me. How to say this without betraying a confidence? Doesn't want a relationship. She only wants the friends with benefits thing. He smiled a cocky, arrogant, sexy smile. And you? I gaped at him, unable to hide my shock, before hissing. Given the definition of that term, we'd have to be friends, and I definitely do not consider you one of those. I don't even like you. I saw the anger a second before he covered it with a laugh. Given my past, I wasn't prone to violence, but I was willing to make an exception. I meant, were you and Jack having a friends with benefits relationship? His smile never wavered as he dropped his voice. But at least I know where your head is. He was lying. We both knew it. God help me. I could kill him, but I never got the chance. The blast came from nowhere, making me turn, the scream tearing through my throat as Sophia's car exploded into a ball of flames. The building's glass front exploded just like the liquor bottles not even 48 hours before. I ran, racing toward the doors, before I was grabbed from behind. Sin's arms lifting me as if I weighed nothing, cradling me like a baby while I fought him off, punching his chest, desperate to escape. Sophia! Somehow I managed to choke out her name as I fought for freedom. But he never released his hold until he shoved me into a security guard's arms. Don't let her go. He didn't wait for a response before running through the doors, his gun already pulled from his holster. It had probably only been a few seconds since the blast, but time came to a complete standstill as I waited and waited for one of them, both of them, to return. On some level, I was aware of everything going on around me. The flood of people pouring into the lobby from the elevators and the stairs, the calls to 911, the security guards who wouldn't let anybody outside, the security guard who held me prisoner, refusing to put me down, repeating words that I couldn't hear over and over. And somewhere in the back of my mind, I knew I should get my shit together. But though I tried to pull that professional cloak around me, I couldn't. The sight of the flames through the glass wall that was no longer there was too terrifying. Brought back so many memories that couldn't be shaken. My horror too great. And suddenly, it became impossible to breathe. Black spots dancing in front of my eyes while I struggled for air that refused to fill my lungs. And then he was there, carrying Sophia in his arms, her body limp and unmoving as Sin laid her on the floor, yelling for everybody to stay back when they crowded around him. The security guard still held me prisoner even as I fought again, watching Sin's hands move over Sophia's body. And then I saw it. Sophia's chest rising and falling. The sound of emergency sirens, the most glorious sound I've ever heard. The security guard set me on my feet, holding me until my legs stopped trembling. Then I was off, on my knees in front of Sophia while I held her hand, begging her to be all right. The sight of the blood on her face filling me with fear. But she never opened her eyes.
Chapter 16. Sin. She wasn't in the car, I said to the paramedics as soon as they took over. She was thrown 15 feet, landed on the sidewalk. Hasn't regained consciousness since. There's blood on her face, none on her head that I can tell. Possible broken arm from the position I found her. Belle's cries had grown as I spoke with the paramedics. Not giving a shit who was surrounding us, I pulled her into my body, her pleas hitting me hard. Holding firm when she tried to fight, I turned her around so she could watch, knowing it was the right move when her body went limp against mine. Still, I held her against my chest, my arm wrapped around her waist, pinning her arms against her body so she couldn't fight her way out. Pulling my phone from my pocket with my free hand, I called my father's driver, asking him to meet us here. It would be all I could do to keep Belle calm, and I couldn't do that and drive at the same time. She fought again when the paramedics put Sophia on the stretcher, struggling to get out of my grip until I turned her around to face me again. We'll follow, okay? She calmed again, at least for a moment while we followed behind the stretcher and into my father's car. But her panic returned the second the ambulance was out of sight. Hauling her into my lap so she straddled me, I cupped her cheeks with both hands, forcing her gaze to mine, my authoritative tone slicing through her panic with a command she couldn't ignore. Belle, you need to listen to me. Listen, I repeated, softer this time, though no less commanding. She needs you to be strong. You cannot fall apart. Do you hear me? She nodded, hiccuping as she tried to catch her breath, even as tears continued to pour down her face, but I could see she was trying to listen. I pulled my pocket square out of my jacket and wiped her face with one hand, the other sliding into her hair, cupping the nape of her neck as I pulled her into my chest, my arm tight around her back, locking her in place. Soothing words I didn't know I had in me poured from my soul, but I never let up, since they seemed to work. Her agony tore me to shreds. I wish I knew what it was about this girl that had my head all fucked up. She was heaven and hell rolled together. The drive to the hospital back in Manhattan seemed interminably long and far too short at the same time. I didn't want to let her go. Wanted to keep her tucked into my arms where I knew she'd be safe. Closing my eyes, I breathed in her scent, unable to stop reliving tonight's events, although the playback didn't include me stopping Belle from going outside with Sophia. Tightening my hold, I buried my face in her hair until the images began to fade, wishing I knew who the target was, wondering where I should focus my attention as the investigation continued. Tonight, Tony Esposito seemed the likely target. Both his businesses were now temporarily shut down, but anybody following Belle, or close to Belle, would have known she'd be in that car tonight. "We're here, sweetheart," I said softly, nearly scoffing at the term just as I had when Tony had used it. My private joke, I thought, because she was decidedly not a sweetheart, at least not toward me. I couldn't help but wonder if she was toward Xander, and my heart squeezed painfully at the thought. I'd seen the way she looked at him, both yesterday when he'd taken her to the cafe and tonight at Liv. And even though I tried to tell myself it wasn't true, there was no denying she was in love with him. I spotted Tony as he ran through the emergency room doors, keeping a grip on Belle's hand. I opened the passenger door to talk to Simon, my father's driver. "You don't have to wait. We might be a while, but would you mind if I call to bring her home?" I nearly said bring us home. How easily that would have rolled off my tongue. "Of course, sir. Just call when you need me." I cringed at the sir. I'd known this man my entire adult life, and other than provoking Belle, it wasn't something I demanded anybody call me, even members of my squad. Though Belle might argue the point, I wasn't an asshole and the term made me feel like one. Feeling her impatience, I straightened, holding her arm gently as I led her through the emergency room doors. Immediately, she flew out of my grasp and barreled into Tony. Never mine, for more than a minute. Belle's breath on my throat when she sighed had me biting back a groan. I hadn't given her the opportunity to get a different ride, hadn't given her an opportunity to sit on the opposite side of the limousine. As soon as we'd gotten in, I'd hauled her into my lap, the same position we'd been in on the way to the hospital, needing to feel her close, stealing this moment in time. It was a testament to how tired she was that she came willingly, snuggling into my arms as if she belonged there, and I wondered if I'd have let her go if she tried. Sophia had finally woken. She had a concussion, minor cuts and bruises, and a fractured wrist. It was nearly 1 o'clock in the morning by the time we headed back to Belle's, leaving Tony with Sophia. New Jersey police had gotten to the scene, would call when they had something to report, if anything. Until then, I was with Belle. I didn't care how inappropriate this was. Didn't care about anything other than her comfort. Tomorrow she'd go back to hating me, which was fine, I told myself. At least I'd have tonight. She was sleeping by the time we got to her place in the Upper West Side. I told Simon he could go, that I'd get a cab back to my place once I got her settled and waited for her brother to show up. Why I was lying, I had no idea. To protect her. Protect myself, I suppose. Had I been thinking earlier, I wouldn't have used my father's driver, but I'd been more concerned about Belle. Needed a driver I could trust, not wanting to walk into a trap I never saw coming. What's done was done. At least the privacy glass had been up for both trips. I jostled her as little as possible on the trip up the stairs, and while I unlocked her door with Xander's keys, sighing with relief when I made it to the couch and put her on it, before securing the rest of the apartment. The entire space was elegantly furnished. It was open and bright. The living room and the round turret, the floor-to-ceiling windows leading out to a private balcony, looking out over Riverside Park and the river beyond. When I saw her bedroom, I was so tempted to bring her into it, into that massive canopy bed fit for a princess. But I was already pressing my luck. Back in the living room, I removed my holster and took off my shirt, leaving the t-shirt beneath. Wrestling with myself, I left my pants on even though I was desperate to feel her skin against mine. She snuggled into my arms when I pulled her on top of me, indecipherable words coming from her lips. "I've got you, sweetheart. You're okay," I whispered, pulling the blanket from the back of the couch over us, Belle's every breath hitting my throat again. The couch was the right choice, I thought. Didn't leave her any room to move away from me. And as my eyes grew heavy and I drifted off to sleep, surrounded by her, all I could think was how right it felt.
Chapter 17. Belle. I awoke with a start, panic flowing through me, until I caught his now familiar scent. Leather, spice, and that something dark that so intrigued me. But there was nothing dark about Sin right now. One powerful arm was wrapped around my waist, the other cradling the back of my head, holding my cheek to his chest, his fingers buried in my hair. I could feel his body heat through his clothes like a furnace. I felt safe, protected, and I hadn't realized how much I missed that feeling until now. But this was so very wrong, on so many levels. I tried to wiggle free, slowly, but it didn't work. "Not yet," he whispered, his breath tickling the hair by my ear as he tightened his hold. It wasn't an order which I could have ignored, possibly. It was a plea. I listened without argument, taking in the view from my wall of windows, finding peace in the lights of Riverside Park and the river beyond. The entire living room was round, leading out to a private balcony I loved to sit out on, no matter what the weather. I wasn't sure how long we stayed that way, the silence between us for once not uncomfortable. My head rose and fell with his every breath, his fingers playing with my hair, which I absolutely loved. I could feel his erection against my stomach, but chose to ignore it for the moment, too at peace to move. It was still dark enough for me to pretend the day hadn't yet begun. My thoughts floated to Sophia, wondering how she was doing today, and then to Jack, his wake that I needed to go to today. Alone, since Sophia was in the hospital. I'd been alone so long it shouldn't have bothered me anymore. I don't know why being in Sin's arms made the loneliness worse. Maybe because I knew I had to leave them. In all my years with the NYPD, I have never slept with another officer. Sin said softly. I have never even been tempted. He paused for a beat. I felt his hand tighten in my hair, felt his lips brush softly on my forehead before he shifted, putting his fingers under my chin, lifting my gaze to his. Until you. His eyes seemed to glow in the dimness of my apartment. My heartbeat kicked up, so hard I wondered if he felt it. Part of me prayed he'd just let me go, the other fervently wishing he'd kiss me again. You've bewitched me, wrapped me in a spell so powerful I can't seem to break free, no matter how many levels of wrong this is. Tell me you feel it, Belle. I don't, I whispered, shaking my head and lowering my eyes so he wouldn't see the lie I wasn't capable of hiding. A lie he probably knew was one as soon as I'd said it. Finally, I moved to get up. He tightened his hand in my hair for a moment before letting me go. I didn't look at him, intending to rush to the bathroom, but he reached out, his hand on my arm stopping me, forcing me to look at him. He looked rumpled and sexy, his 5 o'clock shadow adding to his overall temptation. I couldn't help but drink in his body, his allure so incredibly intoxicating. His white undershirt clung to his body, unable to hide the powerful strength of him. I didn't let my gaze slide lower, though the curiosity killed me. I could handle the asshole side of him, I thought, but this side? This side made me want to crawl back onto the couch with him, forget about everything except him. Are you his? My heart skipped a beat. Then another. There was no need to ask who he meant. A week ago, I would have said yes, even though it wasn't true. At least, not on Xander's end. But now? I had no answer. Please leave. It wasn't until I was in the bathroom that the trembling began. Part fear, part arousal. Mostly arousal. I turned on the shower, took care of business while I waited for the water to heat, checking that I'd locked the door several times even though the flimsy lock was no barrier. Half an hour later, the scent of coffee hit me as soon as I walked out of my bedroom. I stilled, nerves clamoring. My heart pounded as I slunk through my own apartment, pausing at the end of the short hallway to peer around the corner. But my apartment was empty. I breathed a sigh of relief that he was gone, knowing I'd dodged a bullet. But I was still jumpy as I sipped my coffee, proven when I couldn't control my shriek when my work phone buzzed with an incoming text. Hand on my heart, I reached for it. It was actually 2 texts, one from Sin, the other number blocked, but I knew he'd sent it. Your officer is downstairs, Detective. Do not try to evade him. Stay with him at all times. He'd also sent the man's picture and badge number. Even though it chafed, I understood the need. And the other text. That's the second time you've dismissed me, Belle. His warning might have been implied, but it was unmistakable. Why, dear God, did that send shivers down my spine? They were erased moments later. When I saw the headlines from the morning papers, the ones that must have been downstairs slipped through the mail slot early this morning. Stupid headlines that became more stupid as the list went on. Zan gets canned. X gets X'd. Will Phoenix rise from the ashes? And I could just hear Sin's sarcastic lover spat. But I couldn't help breathe a sigh of relief after I'd read the articles. The photographs accompanying the headlines highlighted Xander instead of me, though there was an awesome shot of my ass as I bent over the table at the cafe. There was another of me with my back to the camera, but most were of Xander, focusing on the dark coffee stain on his shirt and pants. I read every article, searching for my name as I held my breath, but there was nothing there. Thank God. At least your observation room is nice, I said to Sophia. Sunlight filtered in through the windows, glowing on the pale yellow walls. More flowers than a local florist shop could hold lined the windowsill and table, the cloying scent giving me a headache. Nothing like the windowless cave I'd been in after the fire all those years ago, giving me a fear of hospitals I'd never get over. That's not really a consolation for being stuck in here. It is. Trust me. When are you getting out? Sophia glanced toward the hallway where my off-duty officer bullshitted with Sophia's bodyguard. I was hoping today. She glanced back at me. Jack's wake is tonight. The doctors are discussing it. My father promised to hire a nurse for the next 24 hours. You up for all that? No, she said sadly. I don't want to face it. Seeing the casket on display, seeing his family, it makes it so real. I held her hand while she cried, knowing nothing I said would make her feel better. After my parents' murder, I hated hearing the platitudes even as I understood nobody really knew what to say in that situation. Passing Sophia a tissue, I squeezed her hand, wishing I knew what was going on with the case, wondering if they were any closer to identifying the girl. What time do you want to go tonight? Jack's parents had broken the wake into 2 separate time frames to avoid a media frenzy. It was a smart decision, eliminating gawkers that were only there to see Jack's friends from the movie business. The wake was open to the public for the earlier session. The film industry and close family friends were going to the later one. Crazy that his family had to deal with that sort of thing when they had so many other things to deal with. But unless they wanted their son's wake turned into a circus, I supposed they had no choice. The later one. She dried her tears and took a sip of water, flashing a small smile before it widened. So, you owe me an explanation. Playing dumb again wouldn't work this time. Sophia might come off as the ultimate party girl, but that wasn't all there was to her. She had a brilliant business head. Her father had put her in charge of planning a new nightclub in Miami, from start to finish. The purchase, the design, and every other detail associated with it. He was letting her do it on her own, offering guidance if she asked, staying out of her way if she didn't. He'd been grooming her for this since she was a child, always teaching, letting her learn the business from the ground up. She traveled around the country looking for new places, did all the mind-boggling research that would have bored me to tears. Your lieutenant barely took his eyes off you all night, and Xander was awfully feely. Xander's always feely. Yeah, she conceded. But last night, there was a distinct mine, do not touch vibe in the way he touched you. I laughed, rolling my eyes. You're delusional? Don't even try it, Bella baby. I knew she was purposely changing the subject again. What I didn't know was what to say. I'd planned on telling her everything. We didn't have secrets from each other. But, in the end, nothing that happened these past few days mattered. Xander was a dream that would never be. Sin was a nightmare waiting to happen. Sometimes, I wished I was more like Sophia. Outgoing and fun, comfortable with her sexuality, never taking anything too seriously apart from her budding career. Perhaps I may have been, had life not thrown me a curveball. I need to get laid, Sophia cut in. I couldn't help but laugh. But, yes, she was probably right, because I was ready to explode. Yeah, but not with either of them. Brian will be back in town soon. Brian, her brother. Dark brown hair, even darker brown eyes, and a dazzling devilish smile, complete with swoon-worthy dimples. I'd been tempted before. We'd both been tempted. How would he feel if he knew you were offering him up as a sacrifice? Some sacrifice. Sophia rolled her eyes. It's perfect. You don't need or want the complication of a relationship. He can't have the complication of a relationship. He's home for a week. You two have fun. Then he's gone and you both go your separate ways. Then she added softly, and you can trust him. I could. Maybe, I said non-committedly. I'll think about it. I was still thinking about it an hour later when I left. Unfortunately, not with Brian, though. So lost in my thoughts, I didn't see Peter until I nearly bumped into him. Before I could apologize, he rushed past, the concern in his expression unmistakable. Feeling a little guilty because I doubted anybody called him last night, I followed. "Peter!" But he didn't stop. Not until he grabbed a woman's hand, pulling her off the elevator just before the doors closed. I stopped, excitement pounding. The girl. Young, blonde hair and blue eyes, delicate features. She looked just as upset as Peter. They were arguing about something, but I was too far away to hear. Moving closer to the wall, I made my way toward them, trying to hide behind other people, not wanting Peter to notice me. When they rounded the corner, I picked up my pace, quickly moving forward. But that fast, they were gone. I searched down each corridor they could have taken, but I never found them. I sighed. So much for avoiding my lieutenant. After ducking into the gift shop to buy another bouquet of flowers, I made my way back up to Sophia's room, lingering for a while. I didn't know much about Peter, and I'm sure somebody in my squad had checked him out, but I couldn't be sure. I questioned Sophia carefully, not wanting to arouse her suspicion, but only learned that she'd met him at the club. Half an hour passed, Peter never showed, but Sin did. As soon as he stepped into Sophia's room, all the air seemed to be sucked out of it. Tension curled in my gut, everything he'd said that morning washing over me again. But he was completely professional, the cool glint in his steely gaze giving nothing away. Hard to believe this was the same man who'd held me half the night. Sin nodded toward the door. Without a word, I rose from my seat by the window and said goodbye to Sophia again. He brought me down to the end of the corridor, holding off my guard when the man would have followed. "Tell me what you saw." Peter Ross, Sophia's date the night of the shooting, pulled the girl we've been looking for off the elevator. It looked like they were arguing, but when I tried to follow, I lost them. "I called you right away." He nodded, then looked back at my bodyguard. "I see you finally obeyed an order." I opened my mouth, ready to say something that would surely piss him off, but changed my mind at the last second. I'd meant the comment to get back at him, but holy shit, even before the words had finished leaving my lips, they'd taken on a seductive tone that I couldn't believe came from me. "Yes, sir," I breathed. "I've been a very good girl." When my gaze met his pupils dilated, the blistering heat burning in his scorching blue eyes, burning me. Immediately I dropped my gaze, only to watch as his erection grew, straining so full and insistent against his pants. I wondered how his zipper didn't burst. Jesus. "Fuck," he hissed. I knew his eyes were still on me even when he turned slightly, probably to hide his erection from my bodyguard. "What kind of a game are you playing, Belle?" "I'm not." I breathed again. I was so fucking horny, so filled with need I couldn't hide it. He heard it in my voice, I was certain. We were surrounded by people, and I desperately tried to focus on that instead of my pounding heart, instead of the need curling in my gut, instead of my drenched panties causing me to squeeze my legs together. But that only made it so much worse. The space surrounding us took on a dreamlike quality, the rest of the world disappearing, leaving only the two of us wrapped in a haze of desire. Time nearly stopped, moving so slow, every breath heightened, every beating pulse slowing. Please. Holy shit. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. Wanted him so badly, I was begging for him to take me, and he hadn't even touched me. "Look at me," he demanded, his voice just as strained as mine. Slowly, I raised my gaze to his, an involuntary whimper escaping when they met. and I wondered if it was possible to have an orgasm just by looking at him alone, without him ever laying a finger on me, because I felt so close to exploding in that second. "You lied to me this morning," he hissed. "Don't think there won't be repercussions for that." The warning was clear, delivered in his dark, intoxicating voice, and I couldn't help but drag in a slow breath, letting the arousal wrap around me instead of fighting it. And when I couldn't hold it in anymore, I slowly let it out, my voice barely a whisper. "Yes, sir," I breathed, because Jesus, what it did to him. His body trembled, his erection pulsed. I had no doubt had we been alone, I'd have him exactly where I wanted him. And there was nothing more intoxicating than knowing I had the power to bring Alex Sinclair to his knees. "You better answer that." "What?" I was so lost in the heat of his gaze. "Your phone. Isn't that your boyfriend's ringtone?" I looked at him blankly. "The man you're fucking." I wish I could say his words had the same effect as a glass of cold water being thrown on me, but that would have been a lie, because that water, it would have evaporated before it ever touched my skin. I was so damned hot. All I could picture, all I wanted in that moment, was Sin fucking me. "It's the second time he's called." I nodded dumbly, but still couldn't move. Couldn't tear my gaze from his, severing the connection, because I wasn't ready to let him go yet. Sin inched a little closer, reaching into my bag and pulling out my phone. His movements slow, as if he too was afraid of breaking our connection. "Doesn't appear he'll be giving up." Gaze never leaving mine, he grabbed my hand, pressing my thumb against the screen to unlock it, his touch sending a jolt of electricity through me. "Make no mistake, Belle. Neither will I." His hand covered mine as he brought our hands up together to hold the phone against my ear. On some level, way in the back of my mind, I knew Xander could hear Sin, had heard his pronouncement, but even that couldn't temper my need. "Say hello, sweetheart." Without thought, I obeyed. "Hello?" And Sin smiled, wickedly, arrogantly, triumphantly. Because when I'd answered, my voice sounded as if I was in the throes of climax.
Chapter 18. Sin. What the hell did you do to her? What the hell did I do to her? The more appropriate question was, what the hell did she do to me? Not a damn thing, I told Xander. I'd spent an hour after Belle left the hospital watching surveillance footage, trying to trace where Peter Ross and the girl had gone, hoping they'd visited somebody, anybody, that would give me a clue as to who she was. But I'd struck out. Again. They'd left through the emergency room doors and then had been lost in traffic. I didn't lay a finger on her. "Don't think I didn't hear your warning, Alex," he growled into the phone. Probably not my smartest move, but fuck. I hadn't exactly been thinking clearly, at least not with the head on my shoulders. "Please." Begging me to fuck her, and I hadn't even touched her. Jesus. It was still blowing my mind. I'd been ready, so damn ready to take her right in the middle of the hospital, turn her around, shove her against the wall and take her from behind. I wanted to ravage her in a way I'd never ravished another woman. "I'm not discussing this with you right now, Xander. You want to talk about the case? Fine, but the rest of it, I'll hang up." Because, honestly, I had no idea what to say. After a long silence, Xander backed down, but I could tell he was pissed. "Is she behaving herself?" "Yes, sir. I've been a very good girl." "So far," I replied, choking back a laugh. She'd used my own game against me. Wicked girl. Never in my entire life had I been this hard, this desperate. I couldn't stop wondering if I'd demanded, right there in the hospital corridor, that she come. If she would have. From just the command in my voice. Because I nearly had. Her last, breathy, "Yes, sir," had my balls drawing up, the tingling in my spine warning of an impending orgasm. Jesus. "Don't trust her." "I won't," I said. But it was myself I didn't trust. I was well and truly fucked, because that had been the most erotic, torturous sexual experience I'd ever experienced. Hell, my brain still wasn't working. Couldn't find words to describe what she'd done to me. Every single part of that encounter would stay with me until the day I died. She'd destroyed me, knocked me on my ass, blown my mind, and had nearly blown the contents of my dick. "I won't," I repeated. "I've got somebody on her that'll alert me if she tries to lose him. How's your own research going?" "Dead end. Everybody checked out." Meaning the detectives in my squad. I hadn't expected differently, but it was still a relief. "And no luck with the picture of the girl?" "None." "We used the same computer programs, but Xander had access to a few more than I did. You might want to check out Lux. It's a little boutique hotel on 5th Avenue. "Any particular reason?" It was in the background in more than one of the pictures of the girl. And I just found out Peter Ross, Sophia's date from the night of the shooting, works there. Belle spotted them together at the hospital today, but they both disappeared when she tried to follow. I have people watching Lux, looking for either of them. If we find the girl, we'll grab her. But if we find Peter, I think I'll tail him for a bit. See if he leads us back to her. How well do you know him?" "I don't. Sophia, does the friends with benefits thing. Yeah, I know." And just like that, the tension was between us again. "I'll look into Lux. We'll discuss the rest when I'm back in town." I hung up without acknowledging him and tossed my phone on the bed before going into the bathroom and turning on the shower, waiting while it got warm, because I wasn't taking a cold one. Not when I had to face her again in another couple hours, and there was no way I was showing up to a wake like a horny teenager. Jesus. Part of me wished I could banish the memories, because half an hour later I was still hard. My relief only momentary before it came back full force. I pulled my favorite suit out of the closet and dressed, while I worked out what the hell I was going to do. As I was getting my cufflinks off my dresser, I spotted the tickets. Tickets to a gala. An hour later, as I was leaving the city for the long drive upstate, I had a plan.
Chapter 19. Belle. How's Sophia? Glancing up from my desk, I smiled at Olivia as she scooted into the chair across from me. After Sin had walked away without another word, I'd slipped into the bathroom at the hospital and splashed cold water on my face until I felt somewhat normal, which had taken longer than I wanted to admit. On my way to the station, with my off-duty officer following me, I stopped by the wireless store and bought a new phone, transporting my old number. I wasn't sure how long forensics would have my old one, being that they only needed fingerprints, but I didn't want to use my work phone for personal use, not the least of which everything could be traced. I texted Xander and Sophia letting them know I had my phone back, ignoring Xander's reply text. In fact, I hadn't even read it, because that phone call with him, he'd just heard that same breathlessness out of me 3 nights before. She's doing okay, getting out in a few hours. I finally answered Olivia. Her father's finding her a nurse. Glad to hear it. I was going to stop by after work this afternoon. She wanted to go to the wake tonight. I looked down at my computer screen. Stupid thing was ancient, took forever to boot up. I'm sure somebody at least did a background check on Peter by now, but I hadn't exactly wanted to ask Sin. I wasn't sure where he was, but I was relieved he wasn't here. Hopefully, it would take hours to watch the footage at the hospital, but I couldn't count on that. Nervously, I glanced at the clock, knowing I was probably running out of time. I thought you were off for a couple of days. I am. Just wanted to clear a couple things before I forgot. And research. Even though I was supposed to be off the case. Besides, I had nothing better to do. Nothing to keep my mind busy, which is what I desperately needed right now. If the damned computer would ever finish booting. Any leads? Olivia sighed, tossing her glasses on a pile of paperwork. Nothing solid. We're still following the bidding war lead. We got the name of the lawyer handling the other bidder, but the corporation is owned by another corporation, and that corporation is owned by another. I'm still trying to find an actual person. I hadn't realized that was a real lead. You think Tony's being targeted to stop the bidding war? I couldn't hide my skepticism. I don't know, Olivia said tiredly. Both his places were hit just 2 days apart. Essentially putting him out of business, I said, temporarily at least. Any of his other nightclubs hit? Olivia shook her head. No, not yet anyway. Just Avalon and Liv. So glad Sophia wasn't in the car. But she almost had been. Had she not decided at the last minute to hop into the store across the street, she would have been killed. Had Sin not stopped me, I would have been in that car too. So who was the target? I was still betting money that Jack was the target, just like we thought in the beginning, which meant I had to find that girl. Any idea what caused the explosion? A bomb. A crude homemade bomb that anybody could have found out how to make on the internet. So, a shooter with deadly accuracy, but a crude bomb maker? One seemingly professional, the other amateur. Making a mental note to ask Sophia about the bidding war, I logged onto my computer now that it was finally running. Anything regarding Mendez? Still no ties to anybody since he left prison from what Sin said this morning. If not for you, we probably wouldn't even have had him. IT is still combing through the surveillance footage and it clearly shows Mendez firing at the ceiling. Or at least, someone shooting at the ceiling, but he's on the shorter side and he hid in the middle of a group. So, all you can really see is his arm. And no witnesses. Olivia shook her head. Shooting at the ceiling was smart, and planned that way, I'm sure. Everybody ducked for cover or ran toward the exits. If anybody saw anything, they're not saying. And given that it was nearly 2 o'clock in the morning, most people were probably intoxicated by that point. A quick search on Peter Ross didn't get a hit in the criminal database, but that didn't mean he wasn't in the system. He'd grown up in foster care until he was 16 before disappearing for a couple years, only to turn up again when he'd gone to college 2 years later. And now, Peter Ross worked at Lux, the same hotel on Fifth Avenue that I'd seen in the pictures. Interesting. Excitement urging me on, I scrolled through the interview transcripts from the night of the shooting, my heart pounding harder when I read Mike's, Olivia's fiancé. According to him, soon after the girls had left for the bathroom, and just before the shooting began, Peter had gone up to the bar to order more drinks, just like I had. Mike stated he and Peter hadn't reconnected until they were outside, both with the same idea of getting to the back door. I avoided Sin like the plague at the wake. It was easy enough since I was surrounded by Sophia and Tony's bodyguards, and Sophia's nurse. Tony may have gone a little overboard, but I was thankful, especially since when I stayed surrounded by them, I couldn't see Sin, which meant he couldn't see me either. Like last night's memorial service, the wake was heartbreaking. Worse somehow seeing Jack's family. I couldn't help but watch his mother as the awful memories of my own parents' wake returned. Somehow, I'd gotten through it, smiled, and said, "Nice to meet you." even though it was the most horrible circumstances to meet someone. And months later, when I looked back, I wondered how the hell I'd ever managed. Pictures of Jack filled the somber room. Unlike last night's pictures, which were mostly from his life at the nightclub, tonight's pictures went from birth to the present, including what I assumed were advanced posters for the movie he'd just wrapped up. So sad watching him grow up, knowing his life ended just when he was reaching his dreams. I was still trying to reconcile this man with an obsessive stalker, and the man who'd saved my life. If I hadn't seen the proof with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. "Did you know Peter was going to be here?" I asked Sophia, looking at the soft cast on her arm. Peter hadn't mentioned seeing me in the hospital earlier when he'd greeted me. Probably didn't know I'd seen him. Tonight, I'd driven my own car in the hopes that he'd be here, and had gone to a lot of trouble escaping my own bodyguard, telling him I was going with Sophia and Tony and their slew of bodyguards, which he'd bought, but I was sure Sin had been alerted. One of the reasons I'd avoided him. Sophia shrugged, glancing over at him, giving me a small smile. "I mentioned it to him earlier in the day. He said he'd try to come, but I didn't think he would. I think I like this one more than I normally do, but I'll be leaving soon, in just a couple months." I dreaded that day. Sophia was my only girlfriend, the only one I trusted. I liked Olivia, liked working with her, but it wasn't the same. It had been years since I'd formed any attachments. 6 years, in fact. Too many lies getting in the way, along with my trust issues. "You didn't tell him yet, I take it?" Sophia shook her head. "We both knew the deal going in, so I felt odd about asking for a little more. But I did ask him if he wanted to come to Miami Wednesday." "Great. I'd forgotten she was going out of town for a couple of days this week." "Is he going?" "No. He said he couldn't get off work on such short notice." She shrugged as if it didn't bother her. "Next time, maybe." That was something new. Sophia never went out of town with a guy. Maybe skiing in the mountains during the winter, but never to another one of her father's clubs. As the night winded down, I followed Sophia out and quickly said goodbye, hoping Peter was still inside and not going out the front. "Why don't you come with us? I'm sure one of the bodyguards will drive your car home," Sophia said. "I need to talk with my lieutenant, go over a few things. I'm not sure how long it'll take." I smiled and gave her a quick hug. I still hadn't told her I was off the case, and though I felt slightly guilty for the lie, in the end, it was only to help her. "Then I'll catch up with you later. I'll text you when I'm on my way." I stayed for a moment, waiting until the taillights disappeared around the funeral home, then made my way around to the front. I blended in well enough, plenty of people were outside, the darkness providing cover as I made my way to my car, parked strategically so I could keep my eye on the door and Peter's car, a flashy white Corvette that would be easy to follow. I didn't have to wait long before he came out. He didn't look around, wasn't acting suspicious. And just as I began pulling out, I slammed on my brake, my heart pounding in fear. Sin appeared right in front of my hood, blocking my car from pulling out. Chapter 20. Belle. He was pissed. Stalking around to the driver's side, he whipped open my door before I could lock it. "You have until the count of 3. Sighing, I turned off the engine and got out, slapping the keys in his hand when he held it out. "If you walk more than 2 feet away from me, I will arrest you in front of the rest of your colleagues. Do you understand me, Detective Saint?" I nodded, too annoyed, and truthfully too nervous to say anything. As ordered, I followed him as he gave my keys to another detective I'd seen around the station. Sin didn't speak until we were in the back of his car. A Lincoln town car, but not a limousine. Still, it had privacy glass separating us from the driver, but there was no backward seat, so I was forced to sit next to him. only one small space between us. It was going to be a long 2-hour drive back to the city. The silence was deafening. Sin didn't say a word for a full 15 minutes. I don't think I'd ever seen him this pissed. Too pissed to even speak. Turn around. You will not turn your back on me again. Ever. Slowly, I turned to face him, too scared of the consequences if I didn't. This wasn't personal right now. Wasn't a battle of wills. He wasn't Sin. He was Lieutenant Alex Sinclair. Mind telling me where you were going? I was going home. He cut me a look. Home. Neither of us believed the lie. So you weren't going to be following Peter Ross? I raised my brow like I was unaffected, like my heart wasn't pounding at the dangerous glint in his eyes, seeming to glow in the darkness of the car. Of course not, Lieutenant. You took me off the case. I've already warned you about lying. I'm not lying. The fuck you aren't, he roared, his words whipping through the enclosed space, his anger palpable. I pinned myself against the door. It was hard to believe this was the same man I had slept with last night. The same man who'd pleaded for me to give him more time just so he could hold me. The same man who'd reduced me to a quivering mess in the hospital. Tell me what the hell you were doing tonight, or so help me. He cut off the threat before delivering it, instead blowing out a breath, and I wondered if he was mentally counting to 10 when he ran his fingers through his hair. He was so big, taking up all the space in the car, sucking out all the oxygen. When he finally spoke again, his tone was softer, yet no less forceful. Tell me, do you not trust me to do my job? Of course I do. Then tell me why the hell you blew off your bodyguard. Tell me why you were going to follow Peter Ross after I explicitly told you not to. I wasn't. Stop fucking lying to me, he roared again. I jumped, my already pounding heart kicking up, making it almost impossible to catch my breath. Okay, I breathed, putting my hands back in my lap after realizing I was holding them up in surrender. I'm sorry. And I was. Just let me explain. Get it all out before you interrupt, okay? I waited for his nod before continuing. Jack saved my life. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be here right now. I took a breath, trying to find the words that explain my actions without giving too much of my past away. There's no way for me to repay him for that. Repay his family. He gave up his life for mine. It may have just been instinct, but he could have just as easily used me as a shield. I felt the tears burn my eyes, but was determined not to let them fall. The only thing I can do for him, for his family, is find the people responsible. I can't sit on my butt at the precinct, knowing his killer is out there on the streets, and I'm so afraid of failing him. Like I'd failed my parents, but I couldn't tell him that much. Thank you, he said after a long time, for finally being honest. I get it. Just know that I have him covered. I have a tail on him, on the hotel, on his apartment. I do know how to do my job. I don't want him thinking he's even on our radar. You could have jeopardized that tonight, jeopardized the investigation. Additionally, I took you off the case for a reason. For your safety. What if he spotted you? What if he killed you? Then that's on me. It's not your job to protect me. The hell it isn't, he said without heat. As a lieutenant, the safety of all the members of my squad is ultimately my responsibility. And I promised Xander I'd look out for you. How do you think that phone call would have went if I'd had to call him and tell him you were hurt? Or worse? He was trying to make me feel guilty, I thought. And yes, He may have promised Xander, but do not defy me again. He leaned closer, his mouth a whisper away from mine, and I had to fight the urge to move forward, press my lips fully against his, even though I told myself I hated him at the moment. Trust me, sweetheart. If I catch you investigating this case after I explicitly told you not to. He didn't finish his threat again, which had my imagination running a little wild, imagining dark things I shouldn't be imagining. You won't like the consequences, he finished, more under his breath than to me. I remained silent, taken back by the torment that was written all over his face, torment that he didn't bother to hide. I couldn't go down this road with him again. The desire in his eyes was too much. I knew if he asked, made one move toward him, he'd take me right in the car. Consequences be damned. Unlike at the hospital earlier, it wasn't intoxicating power I felt with that realization. It was weakness, I guess, for lack of a better word. Because I truly was weak when it came to him. We were both strung so tight, ready to explode, but neither of us would go down in a blaze of glory. More like complete destruction. We spent the rest of the long drive in silence, the electricity sparking in the car making breathing impossible. We both knew it, and apparently neither of us were willing to take the chance to cross the line that had the potential to screw up both of our lives. Never had I been so glad to cross the bridge back into Manhattan. Can you have your driver drop me at Sophia's? I'm supposed to spend the night with her. No. You'll be spending the night in your own bedroom, and I'll be on the couch so I can keep an eye on you. When I opened my mouth, he raised his hand, silencing me. Don't argue, he warned. I don't trust myself right now. Sin opened the door as soon as the car pulled up to the curb, covering me as we made our way into my apartment. Awkward, couldn't even begin to describe how I felt. This isn't a good idea. It was the wrong thing to say, or perhaps it was the wrong tone. 5 little words, heavy with hunger. I tried to escape to my bedroom, but wasn't fast enough. He stopped me, trapping me between his body and my bedroom door. Bill. I shivered. I couldn't help it. The way he growled my name, his tone low and sexy and sinful, heating my skin as if he'd touched me. Again, I didn't dare turn. Didn't want him to see the desire that raced through me, even though we both knew it was there. I realized in that moment, while I waited for the rest of his words, that he switched to my name rather than my rank when it became personal, when it had nothing to do with the job. As if there could be a separation between our personal and professional lives. There's still the matter of you lying to me this morning when I asked if you felt this thing between us. Every word brushed the hair by my ear, his deep voice arousing me until I could barely breathe. All I wanted to do was raise my arms over my head and grab the back of his, forcing his mouth to mine. It's obvious you do. So I'm going to warn you personally as well. Do not ever lie to me again. And that goes for both sides of our relationship. I leaned my forehead against the door, slowly shaking it, denying without words that we even had a personal side. Whatever this is between us, I whirled around to face him. There's nothing between us. There can't be anything between us. I wanted to scream the words at him, make him understand how important this job was to me. He rubbed his finger down my cheek before placing it under my chin so I couldn't look away. I want you. I want to figure out what this is between us. But I don't want this to be wrong either. Give me some time. Let me work out a way we can do this right. No, there's a benefit gala in a couple weeks. Will you go with me? Excuse me? His question threw me for a loop, catching me by surprise. You heard me. How does this relate to the case? It doesn't. It's a benefit for fallen officers. Olivia will be there with Mike. I remembered something about the benefit now. Xander had spoken about it, but I had declined, unable to bear seeing him bring another woman because he couldn't bring me. Seems both men I wanted were off limits. We can't go on a date, I hissed. Besides, I have plans. I'm going to D.C. that weekend. Is that right? He drawled, the corner of his lips curling up. It is. Funny. I spoke with Xander earlier. He's attending the same event I just mentioned, up here. Huh? I said, my expression confused. You'd think he would have told me the gala was in New York. I just assumed. Knock it off, he growled, leaning closer to me. And didn't I just finish warning you about lying? I don't have a gown. You have 2 weeks. You live in Manhattan. I'm sure if you do a little investigating, you'll find there's no shortage of boutiques in this city. He pulled something from his pocket and handed it to me. I stared at the gift card for an upscale spa a few blocks from my apartment. Just show up and ask for Lisa. I took care of everything else. And give me the bill for the dress. I'll have it taken care of. I couldn't look at him. Just stared at the card. The department took care of it, I was sure. Not Sin personally. Or maybe the spa donated their time and expertise? We still can't go out on a date. I know, he sighed. But if I dance with Olivia, dance with others from the department, I can dance with you a few times without arousing suspicion. We can sit together at dinner. It was impossible not to hear the longing in his voice. I knew what he was doing, trying to see if there was anything between us that could be built on. To everybody else at the event, it wouldn't look like a date, but for Sin, that's exactly what it would be. The best he could do under the circumstances. Anything else? I asked. I waited, but when he didn't say anything, I turned again, ready to make my escape. There is one more thing. 2, actually. As I said, Xander will be there. He paused, but I knew he wasn't done. I held my breath, waiting for the rest of it. But make no mistake, Bill. For the night, the entire night. He bent his head, his mouth brushing my hair. You are mine, he finished, his low, sexy growl finding its way through my body until I thought I'd combust, or beg him to open my door, throw me on my bed, and have his way with me. I was glad I was facing away from him, didn't want to see his expression. I put my hand on the doorknob but didn't open it as I waited for the second bomb to drop. And as for your gown, he didn't finish. I knew he was waiting for me to turn around. After an internal debate, when the silence stretched on too long, I finally turned, wishing I could ignore the way my body reacted to the way he'd emphasized mine. It would have sent shivers through me if I'd let it. It wasn't until I was looking at him that he issued his demand. We're red. Chapter 21. Belle. Stop! I yelled at my reflection in the mirror, irritated with myself. I couldn't stop replaying last night with Sin. My body still shuddered every time I thought about him saying, "You're mine." Who are you yelling at? I looked over as Sophia appeared in my bathroom doorway. I held out the straightening iron I was using. Do the back? One-handed? She asked, holding up her wrist with a cast. I forgot. I did the back, struggling to get all my hair, until Sophia awkwardly took over. Hot date? A date? Maybe. Just not so hot. And alone. I'd successfully avoided Sin for nearly 18 hours now. He'd been gone by the time I woke up, and I didn't seek him out at the funeral. When Sophia was done, I turned, angling the mirror so I could see the back of my hair. It shimmered down my back, nearly to my waist now that the curls were tamed. Then I put on a summer dress, something flirty, in case I needed to use other assets for information. Earlier today, I'd studied the clientele coming out of Lux. Everybody had been dressed nice, no t-shirts and shorts in sight. Who's the lucky guy? I'd had the lie planned. Some made-up story about a guy from work. He even had an imaginary name. Dave. But, as I looked at Sophia, I knew I couldn't lie to her anymore. Lying to Sin was one thing, but lying to Sophia, that was an entirely different thing. I don't have a date. I have a lead, I confided, but I can't talk about it. Sophia nodded. I could tell she was dying to know, but bit her tongue. Dressed like that? I grinned, making light of the situation even though unease shimmered through me. Just keep your fingers crossed. Half an hour later, after dodging my bodyguard, I was seated at an outside table at Bistro 27 across from Lux, the same bistro where Sophia and I frequently ate. I ordered a sandwich and soda and asked for the check in case I had to make a quick getaway. Sin would kill me. I knew. But no matter how hard I tried to follow his orders, I just couldn't. What if he missed something? What if the case never got solved? My phone rang just as the waiter delivered my meal. Sighing, I pulled it out from my bag, expecting it to be Sin, but it wasn't. Hi, Xander, I said. We'd talked on the phone a few times, but as much as I tried to deny it, the tension was still between us. I was still hurt, I admitted, and I wonder if that was why I was still so susceptible to Sin. Because when he looked at me, it was a heady thing, seeing that desire in his eyes. Nobody had ever looked at me like that before, like he wanted to ravage every part of my body until he was finally sated, and then do it all over again. Hi, baby. I just wanted to let you know I'm on my way up. My heart thumped, like I'd been caught doing something I wasn't supposed to be. That and a ratchet of nerves at facing him again after last weekend's stuff. You're off the rest of the week? I couldn't remember the last time Xander had taken a vacation. Certainly not in the 2 years since I'd been home. No, I have to be back tomorrow at noon. My early appointment got canceled, so I figured I'd take advantage of it. But it's a 4-hour trip. By car, I'm taking the helicopter. I'll be there in 90 minutes. I hated when he flew. My stomach always in knots. Half the time, I don't think he told me so I wouldn't worry. You need a ride from your helipad? No, I already alerted my driver. I'll be too late for dinner, but maybe we can watch a movie tonight. Yeah, sure. Where are you now? At Bistro 27 waiting for Sophia. She's late. My lie had already been prepared in case Sin caught me. I hadn't expected to be giving it to Xander. She's always late. Xander laughed. Yeah, I smiled, even though he couldn't see it. You'd think I'd know that by now, but it wasn't like I had anything better to do. So I take it you're staying safe. Obeying orders was what he really meant. Yes. Obviously, he hadn't talked to Sin, because then he'd know differently. I felt my tension ease a bit, the awkwardness fading away finally as we talked about Jack's funeral. We'd been on the phone a while by the time I hung up. I finished my sandwich, ordered coffee and dessert, wondering how long I should wait before giving up. I searched the streets, remembering Sin saying he had Lux under surveillance, but I didn't spot anybody watching. As daylight faded, I finally decided to call it a day. Just as I was about to give up, Peter walked up the street. His face was lit as he looked down at his phone, his fingers flying over the keys as he texted. I rushed from the bistro and across the street, only to stop just before I hit the sidewalk, shock rolling through me, stopping me in my tracks. Ducking behind a delivery van, I tried to make sense of what I'd just seen. Timothy Reynolds, Avalon's former bartender, who was supposed to be taking care of his sick mother, or grandmother. I remembered he'd told Tony. I wondered if anybody had followed up, verified his location on the night of the shooting. As soon as he walked into Lux, I stepped out from behind the delivery van, a yelp ripping from my throat a split second later as a growling engine roared through the night. Blinded by the headlight, I squashed myself against the van just as a motorcycle screeched to halt right in front of me. My heart stopped, lodging in my throat as terror gripped me. Pinned to the van, I was too afraid to move, to reach for the gun in my bag. Everything was black. His clothes, bike, helmet with full face visor. Get on. I shook my head furiously, my hand slipping into my bag, unsure whether flashing my badge would work to my advantage or disadvantage in this situation. No, he growled, his tone dripping with menace as he shoved a helmet at me. And I finally recognized that voice, and my fear skyrocketed. My car. He moved fast, grabbing my waist and throwing me on the back of his bike before shoving the helmet on my head. Buckle it and hold on. As soon as I'd strapped the helmet, he revved the engine and I grabbed hold of him, both arms wrapping around his waist under his leather jacket. My hold a death grip, my fingers fisting in his t-shirt as my fear continued to skyrocket. I'd never been on a motorcycle before, but as my terror started to lessen, anger settled deep. He'd purposely scared the crap out of me. Fucking asshole, I mumbled. Sin's body tensed as he took a left, my fear rising again as I buried my head in his back, only breathing once I didn't feel like we were going to tip over anymore. 3 strikes, sweetheart. Sin's voice growled in my ear. It took me longer than it should have to realize his helmets were equipped with Bluetooth, which meant he'd heard what I called him. 3 strikes and you're out. Fired? Or just demoted? I wasn't sure, and at that point, I was so scared, so angry. I didn't have enough in me to take on more. Didn't have enough in me to care. I just wanted to find Jack's killer, Sophia's attacker, and maybe I'd learned enough to find my parents' killer without a badge. And then his use of sweetheart hit, putting it on a personal level rather than professional. I didn't respond. Instead, I wondered how he knew where I was, wondering if he was tracking me or Sophia. No, she would have texted me if she'd been forced to give up information. And then I knew. That phone call with Sander. I'd kill him. When the street started looking familiar again, I lifted my head, knowing I'd have to make a run for it. But I never had the chance. As soon as Sin stopped, he gripped my arm so I couldn't escape, pulling me off the bike without letting go. His grip remained strong as he all but dragged me toward my door, impatiently waiting while I dug my keys out of my bag. As soon as the front door was open, Sin grabbed my keys and lifted me, throwing me over his shoulder as he pounded up the stairs. I pummeled his back with my fist, swore obscenities into the Bluetooth, knowing he could hear every one of them. The moment we were in my apartment, Sin put me on my feet and unbuckled my helmet before undoing his own. He tossed them both on the entry table, but they rolled off, crashing onto the hardwood floors. He didn't seem to notice, his eyes pinned to mine, demanding my attention. I was honestly too scared to look away. He was pissed. Pissed in a way I've never seen before, not even last night. I had the feeling he was hanging on to his control by a very fine thread, and I wasn't about to do anything to break it. Sin was intimidating on a regular day. Tonight he seemed like a predator. A predator ready to pounce, and I was his prey. I didn't move a muscle as he tugged off his leather jacket, deliberately slow. One arm, then the other, every movement pronounced. He tossed it aside, not bothering to see if it landed on the couch he'd seemed to aim for. I imagined if he'd been wearing long sleeves, he would have undone each button of his cuff, carefully rolling his sleeves, just like he'd removed his jacket. And I couldn't help but notice how his black t-shirt hugged every muscle of his powerful chest, clinging to him like a second skin. Never had I been so aware of how formidable he was. His waist tapered to a V, and I wondered how many abs I'd be able to count if he took his shirt off. He settled his hands on his holster, muscles straining against the sleeves. The hint of a tattoo I didn't know he had peeking out of his shirt on his right bicep. I finally let my gaze drop from his, watching every slow movement, heat searing through me as his strong hands worked the belt, wondering if this was the moment when we would finally combust. Sin. So appropriately named, I thought again. But now, instead of being a turn off like I'd originally told myself it was, well, now it made me crave him even more. Just like when I'd thought I could handle the asshole side of him much easier than the sweet side. But the asshole side? Like, right now? He spiked my blood too high, too hot, until my entire body seemed to be on fire. How sick was that? 1, he growled as he placed his gun on the table, carefully this time. You don't listen. Ever. You defy me at every turn. He took a step closer, but my feet were still frozen in place. 2, you lie to me. Constantly. Another step. His dark blue eyes pierced me, still holding me prisoner, even after you've been warned repeatedly. Part of me wondered if I should run, but the other part of me couldn't move, completely transfixed by the fierceness of his gaze alone. 3, you disobeyed a direct order. He yelled so loud I jumped, finally broken out of my stupor. I scrambled back but didn't make it before he lifted me as if I weighed nothing, my head spinning dizzily until I finally came to an abrupt stop. On his lap. Over his knees. Oh, God. He hadn't meant 3 strikes, literally, had he? I warned you, Belle. Let me go, I swear. The first spank took my breath away, probably more from shock than anything else. Whatever I expected when the tension finally exploded between us, it wasn't this. I fought like a wildcat, angry tears filling my eyes as I kicked and clawed, screamed and threatened, until Sin imprisoned my legs between his, punctuating his movement with another smack. This one stinging more than the first, adding to the tears rolling down my cheeks as I continued my useless fight. As I swore him to hell and back, the final spank landed a little lower, not overlapping either of the other 2. You swear you'll what? I sucked in a breath and held my body stiff, waiting for him to release me now that he was finished. But he wasn't finished. He moved one hand so it rested between my shoulder blades, holding me in place. Then I felt his other, slowly moving lower, tracing the contours of my body, over my ass to the hem of my dress. He pushed it up to my waist, and I heard his sharp intake of breath before I felt the heat of his hand soothe the minor burn on one cheek, then the other. Listen, follow the rules. Obey me. I don't know what possessed me. Didn't think through my response before it tumbled through my lips. I was desperate for this to end. Didn't like the sensations his touch elicited when his hand soothed my bare ass. Didn't like the way my heart was beating too fast. Not all of it anger. none of it fear. Never. Wrong answer, sweetheart. And this time, when his hand came down, the sting was so much more intense without the layer of protection. I couldn't hold back my cries, couldn't stop squirming over his knees as I fought to deflect each spank as they rained down, one after the other, the sound echoing throughout my apartment, which only added to the sensations I was desperately trying not to acknowledge. You could have been killed tonight. His tone, low and dangerous, made me shiver, finally forcing me to acknowledge the desire that raged through me. But I'd die before I admitted it. You have no right. He cut me off, his hand landing on my burning cheeks 3 more times in quick succession. When you put your life at risk, I have every right. I went limp over his knees, my vision blurry, my breathing heavy. This wasn't a battle I was going to win tonight. Not the battle with him. Not the battle against my own body. Sin shifted, pushing me down further until I had to hold myself off the floor with my hands. His legs separated, no longer holding mine so tight, though I was still his prisoner. But I breathed a sigh of relief that it was finally over. Like last time, the thought had come a little too soon. This time, when his hand smoothed over my stinging cheeks, soothing the burn, my body ignited hotter, as if he was pushing the burn from my cheeks throughout my entire body, inflaming my soul before it settled deep within me before concentrating on my clit. Tell me to stop, he demanded. I heard the desire in his voice, felt his desire at my hip. I opened my mouth, fully intending to say the word, but couldn't force it past my lips. Another order I would defy, I thought. It was too late, my body too on fire, my need for release unbearably strong, desperate. Instead, I wanted to beg him not to stop, but I wouldn't do that either. Wouldn't force those words past my lips, ever. Now you ask? Not that he'd asked. Fuck you. I was prepared this time, wanted it although I shouldn't, and Jesus, it still stung. I fought him even though I'd given him permission, not against him, against myself, against the orgasm that was so close, too close, wanting it and hating it at the same time, unable to fully let the self-recrimination go. But I wanted to give in so desperately, get out of my own head and just feel. He changed the game again, his touch almost sensuous, the pain a quick burst before instantly morphing into a pleasure so intense, igniting my body higher and higher. I was soaking wet, could feel the slickness coat my thighs, knowing it was soaking his jeans. He parted my legs, his hand landing closer to my core, and I sucked in another breath, biting my bottom lip so I wouldn't be tempted to beg, so he wouldn't hear my pleasure, even as tears still fell down my face. Stop fighting it and fucking come for me, he demanded. And it was as if I'd been waiting for his permission. It shouldn't have come as a shock when my body obeyed, when the tremors began and I could no longer hold them back, and when his hand landed directly on my clit, my entire body exploded again. This time, I couldn't contain my scream of pleasure, something I'd wanted to deny him, as the most intense orgasm of my life exploded so powerful, I swore I wouldn't survive it. He kept the heel of his palm on my clit, rubbing, pressing, drawing out my orgasm until I was reduced to sobs, so sure I would die from the ecstasy until my body eventually went limp long minutes later. Sin lifted me, drawing me onto his lap until I straddled him. He cradled the back of my head, his breathing just as heavy as my own as he buried his fingers in my hair. Still limp, I rested my chin on his shoulder, silent tears sliding down my cheeks. His other hand slid up and down my back, his cheek pressed to mine, his voice a soft whisper in my ear. "You're okay, sweetheart. I've got you." But I wasn't okay. He'd destroyed me. Completely. For now, I shoved away the recriminations, wasn't yet ready to deal with the self-loathing I knew would come. Not when my body was still shuddering with after effects. Not when I still craved more. I'm not sure how long we stayed like that, wrapped in each other's arms as he whispered soothing words in my ear. Words I didn't want to hear, so I blocked them out, still in a daze over what had just happened between us. Eventually, his hands began sliding up and down my body, from my bare thighs to my breast, and back down again. I could feel his erection throbbing at my core, pulsing against my clit that was still dripping with wetness and getting wetter as each second passed. I wanted him to release me, but couldn't fathom moving. Feared that he'd force me to look at him, keeping me in place. I didn't want him to see what was in my eyes before I even knew what was there myself. Finally, when I began feeling trapped, when the claustrophobia of being in his arms became too much, and I began thinking about undoing the button and zipper on his jeans, I pushed on his chest, inching away from him. His hands tightened on my waist. For a moment, I didn't believe he'd let me go. I wasn't so sure I wanted him to. But he did. I kicked off my shoes before I stood, uncertain whether I'd be able to stand without my legs giving out. But they held. I pulled my dress down, wincing as the material slid over my ass, wondering how long it would be sore. I had nothing to say to him. There was nothing I could say to him. Every threat I'd screamed was null and void, considering I didn't ask him to stop. I couldn't even ask him what kind of sick games he was into, considering I apparently got off on it myself. And then the humiliation crept in. Bill. The sexy rumble in his tone tore through me. The demand made me obey. Slowly, I let my gaze travel up, meeting his, refusing to acknowledge what it did to me. When I finally found my voice, even I was shocked at the coldness in my tone. One word. It was all I could manage. I purposely didn't soften my own demand with a please. It would have made me sound as desperate as I felt. Leave.
Chapter 22. Sin. I'll leave once Xander gets here. Once I know you're safe.
Safe?
She scoffed.
I'm not safe with you.
I stepped forward, stopping when she cringed away from me, but needing to fix this, talk to her, ease the confusion that I knew was going through her right now because I had a feeling it wasn't me she feared. It was herself. I'd never done this before, not like that. Sure, if the woman asked, I was up for the whole spanking thing, but it wasn't something I ever brought to the table. And I refused to apologize, because her reaction, it had been, Jesus. I didn't know. There were no words. A shock, to say the least, but so much more than that. She'd exploded from being spanked. And it was such a fucking turn-on. Her wetness still coated my fingers, still drenched my pants, the smell of her arousal nearly undoing me. Still, I was so fucking hard I could barely breathe. I'd never been so hard in my life, never craved another woman the way I craved her. Even looking at her now was almost more than I could bear. The black dress she wore hugged her subtle curves, showing enough cleavage just to tease. It looked sexy and classy. And though I missed her waves, her black hair slid over her shoulders like a waterfall of silk, every curl tamed. Apologize? No fucking way. Instead of begging her forgiveness, I wanted to fall to my knees and beg for permission to do that all over again. The feel of her glorious ass in my hand. I nearly lost control the same time she had. Nearly exploded in my pants for the first time since high school, feeling her come. The sight of my handprint on her skin claiming her as mine. Mine. Which was what had started this whole chain of events. Once she'd stepped out of that bistro tonight, she ceased being my detective and had just been mine. My girl. My woman. And I would have done anything in my power to protect her. I hadn't cared about losing my job, I'd only cared about losing her. Because that place she'd been about to walk into, I huffed out a breath, sliding my fingers through my hair. I couldn't even go there yet. The fear too intense, which brought my emotions full circle, and I didn't want to do something else I'd regret. Not that I regretted what I'd just done. I was regretting the aftermath. Go to bed, Belle. Please, I wanted to beg. Because she wanted more, craved more. I could see it in her eyes, and knowing that meant I couldn't quite trust myself. She clenched her jaw. There was no mistaking the flash of anger. Get out. I smirked, knowing she'd hate it. Hate me. Dismissing me. Again. I took another step closer. Have you not learned your lesson yet? Do not defy me. She glared at me, equal parts anger and lust, but didn't move. I told you, I'm not leaving until Xander arrives, so unless you want me to tear that dress off your body, bend you over the closest surface and fuck you until you're screaming again, I suggest you go to bed. Now. She gaped at me, her eyes widening in shock. I couldn't tell if she was even more aroused or angry. Probably a little bit of both. And as we stared at each other across the 2 feet separating us, I didn't realize I was holding my breath while I waited for her next move. The silence seemed to stretch, my heartbeat kicking up so fast and so hard. And although I had expected as much, to my utter disappointment and regret, she turned without another word, grabbed her bag off the entry table, and left the apartment. The soft click of her front door closing echoed through the room as if she'd slammed it. Less than a minute later, I heard Xander's door slam closed 1 floor below. That's what I thought, I mumbled to myself as I walked into her kitchen, searching the cabinets, hoping to find something, anything, to calm my nerves, thanking God when I found a bottle of scotch in the 3rd cabinet I checked. Pouring myself a glass, I took it to the windows, unseeing as I stared out the windows toward the park, my fingers still trembling with the desire I couldn't slake. I was still standing there when Xander's driver pulled up, though I couldn't have said how long it had been. Our eyes met through the darkness, through the 3 stories separating us, and I knew he could tell that our lives had changed tonight. Because there was no way in hell I was giving her up. I didn't turn when he walked in. I finished my scotch, the 2nd glass, as I watched his driver pull away. Where is she? Downstairs. In your apartment. I gathered tonight didn't go well. There was no satisfaction in his voice like I'd half expected. Maybe because we were coming to terms with the fact that we both wanted her. Yet the jealousy still pierced through me. There was no doubt Belle wanted me physically, but it was the man standing behind me she loved. We all knew it. I'm still gathering intel on Lux, but it's safe to assume the operation is up and running again. Xander said eventually when I didn't answer his question. His news had fear running through me again. I closed my eyes and forced myself to take a deep breath, telling myself Belle was safely tucked into bed somewhere downstairs. Did she see anything? We never made it that far. Finally, I turned, headed toward the bottle again, needing the drink more now than I had before. What happened, Alex? I refused to read anything in his tone. That's a question probably best left unanswered. I shot him a look. I was closer to Xander than my own brothers. He knew me better, or at least some parts of me. But apparently there were parts of myself even I didn't know. As proven tonight. He hissed in a breath, but it was a few minutes before he spoke. No, touching her. That was the rule. Yeah, and we both know that fucking ship already sailed, Xander. For both of us. He was silent again as we stared at each other across the darkened room. I'll repeat my question. What happened? As you requested when you called, I got her the fuck away from there using any means necessary and let her know she was in a shitload of trouble, I repeated, paraphrasing Xander's words from earlier, from just before I'd thrown Belle on the back of my brother's bike. And what exactly did that entail? I could hear the threat in his tone, his suspicion, his holy attitude. I laughed, though it held no humor. Venom dripped from every word when I spoke again. Don't you dare stand there and act like you're so fucking noble. She put herself in serious danger tonight. Being killed would have been a blessing compared to the hell she would have lived through. You better not have laid a fucking finger on her, Alex. I'll kill you. Don't you dare tell me what I should have or should not have done. Jesus, tell me you didn't spank her because that is not what I fucking meant. The fuck you didn't. You know as well as I do that if I hadn't done it, you would have. And now it works in your favor, doesn't it? I tipped my glass toward him a mock salute. You get to go downstairs and keep up the pretense of being her hero. She'll never need to know how ruthless you really are. He stared at me, and I could see the anger, could see his hands curling into fists. And if she goes to the brass, she won't. And how the fuck can you know that? He hissed, grabbing his own glass, pouring 3 fingers worth of scotch. Just trust me on this. Trust you on this. Damn it, Alex. She could ruin everything. I can't have this hanging over my head. Don't push it. The hell I won't! Finally, I whirled around. You want a play-by-play? I gave her an out. I told her to tell me to stop, and I was fully fucking prepared to stop. I let that sink in, hoping it was enough, but the fucker just had to push, refused to let it go. She didn't take it? No, she didn't take it, I yelled. She fucking exploded. I saw the shock on his face. It probably mirrored my own an hour ago. He hissed in a breath and I turned around, putting my glass in the sink, wishing I could have had the satisfaction of throwing it, hear it explode against the tile. I'm fucking out of here. It was going to be a long night, knowing he'd be consoling her. But before I shut the door, I turned to face Xander again. Don't make me out to be the bad guy.
Chapter 23. Xander. It was a while before I could go downstairs. Although it had remained unsaid, we'd both known it would come to this. We'd been skirting around the issue since Friday, neither of us willing to acknowledge it, both of us knowing things were too fucking close to exploding. And apparently, they just had. Belle didn't turn from the windows, didn't run into my arms the way she usually did, giving me those few moments of heaven when I got to hold her. But I wouldn't let her get away with it, wouldn't give her the chance to retreat, couldn't let her close herself off. Even if she didn't realize it yet, the rules had just changed. I'd hoped last weekend wasn't a precursor, but it was too fucking late to turn back the clock now. Alex's actions tonight had set into motion a role I wasn't ready to play. a role that would burn us in the end. But it was out of my hands now. With her back still turned to me, she wiped her eyes. Tears. I hated that she was hurting, but like Alex said, I wouldn't make him out to be the bad guy, not when he'd acted on my orders. Still, I couldn't stop the jealousy and possessiveness from rolling through me. She'd been mine all these years, and I didn't want to give her up, didn't want to lose her to him. Even a week ago, I would have thought that impossible. But after tonight, I wasn't so sure. Reminding myself I was her hero, I tempered my words, giving her the part of me she needed, the part of me she knew and trusted. "What's wrong, baby girl?" I asked softly, coming up behind her, wrapping my arms around her waist. I pulled her back into my chest, wondering if she'd answer me honestly or evade with a lie. I needed to know where her head was, even though I could probably guess. Who would have thought my sweet little Belle would like being spanked, especially with her resistance against authority? "Answer me. Are you okay?" I knew she wasn't, but she would be. And the truth was, I was glad not to be the one to do it. Alex had taken a chance I don't think I would have taken with her. Would have been too worried it'd backfire, and I so enjoyed being her hero, even if most of it was a lie. But it would have happened eventually. She was so strong, would walk all over any man that didn't keep her in line. So I'd push her a little tonight, as gently as I could, because, like Alex had insinuated, I never wanted her to know how ruthless I truly was. "Answer me, Belle." I put the command in my voice, just a little, testing the waters. "I'm fine. Tired. Can we talk in the morning?" she finally said as she moved away from the windows, heading toward my door. She kept her gaze averted so I couldn't see her face. No, we couldn't talk about this in the morning. I couldn't give her time to obsess over what happened, take the risk of shutting me out, shutting Alex out. Unfortunately, I still needed his help keeping her safe, especially now. I moved to block her escape, just a few slow steps to the left. Though I hated to admit it, my hands were trembling, not with fear, but with longing. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I knew this was gonna fuck everything up, had the potential to blow up in our faces, but it was too late now. "I'd rather talk now," I said, putting my hand on the door so she couldn't open it, trapping her between it and my body. "What are you doing?" I needed to see her face, needed to watch her reactions. "Turn around, baby." She shook her head, and I saw her hand rise to wipe her face again, and I wondered if I'd bring more tears tonight. She was going to see a different side of me than she'd ever seen before, and though part of me was scared, there was another part of me that was so fucking excited. I scooped her up into my arms and strode toward the couch, settling her on my lap so she straddled me. She tried to struggle, tried to get away, but I refused to let her go. "Settle down." She did, her eyes wide when she looked at me, startled by my commanding tone. Our mouths only inches apart. Her eyes were red from crying, tearing at my heart. I brushed a strand of her hair away from her face, making sure she could see everything she needed in my expression. See how much I loved her, reassuring her without words that she didn't need to be frightened of me. But there were still things she needed to understand. Tonight, she'd crossed a line she never should have crossed, one that could have gotten her killed, or rather, like Alex said, a fate worse than death, and I needed to cement that lesson in her head. "Do you remember what I said when I left?" She didn't answer. Instead, she looked down, taking a sudden interest in my chest. "Answer me." "That you'd miss me." I laughed, letting it lighten the mood that was becoming much too heavy. "Yeah, and I did miss you. I always do when we're apart." I kissed her forehead, felt the tension ease from her body. I warned you to behave yourself, baby. Perhaps you should have listened. As soon as my words sunk in, her anger was instant. She shoved away from me and I let her go, for now. "I'm not a child, Xander," she hissed. "You don't get to tell me what to do." Standing, I loomed over her, my hands on my hips, purposely intimidating her. I'd hoped this would go easy, not turn into an argument. Apart from last weekend, we hardly ever argued, only over her obsession with her parents' case, and honestly, it left me feeling off, unable to concentrate on anything other than her. And I'd agree with you, most of the time. But with that bullet coming so close to your head, with the attack on Sophia that I had to hear about from Alex, by the way, and the threat from Mendez, I couldn't take a chance. I asked you to be careful, asked you not to defy him. He's my lieutenant. He had no right. I gave him the right. And you know damn well it had nothing to do with your professional lives. I'm sure he made that perfectly clear. Belle flushed, then exploded when the first part of my statement caught up with her. You gave him the right? I gave Alex the order to get you out of there. I believe I told him to use any means necessary and told him to let you know you were in a shitload of trouble. She sucked in a breath, her eyes wide as everything I'd just said sunk in. Before she could ask, I answered what questions I could. But maybe that's my fault. Perhaps I didn't make myself clear enough. Perhaps you thought it was a suggestion. Reaching out, I tightened my grip around her hand, seeing the anger threatening to boil over. Sick bastard that I was, it turned me on, because I could just imagine all that anger exploding into passion. So I'll make myself clear now. If I tell you to do something, consider it an order. Screw you, Xander! Her free hand came up so fast I nearly didn't catch it in time. I grabbed her wrist with one hand, her waist with the other, bending her over the entry table, sending the bowl that held my keys and loose change flying to the floor. I flattened my chest against her back, holding her in place so I could whisper in her ear. "Oh, we'll get to that, baby girl. Have no doubt." I felt the shock roll through her body, wished I could see the expression on her face, see if she was as aroused as I was. My cock pulsed against the seam of her ass, her wriggling only making it worse. She gripped the edge of the table, her knuckles going white. Covering her hands with mine, I locked them in place. But first, there's a few things you need to understand. Alex warned you more than once. I asked you not to defy him, so this time I'm not asking you anymore. I'm telling you, you will listen. You will let us protect you until this threat is over. Do I make myself clear? When she didn't answer, I ran one hand down the side of her body, all the way to the hem of her dress, then slowly slid my hand back up, a silent reminder of the consequences of disobeying. She whimpered, but I couldn't tell if it was arousal or pain that had her body tensing, at least until I backed away and her hips followed mine, her moan of frustration echoing in my ears long after the sound had left her lips. Unless I say otherwise, keep your hands gripped on the table. Do you understand me? She nodded, her hair tickling my face. I rose slowly, bringing my hands down the curves of her body, longing like I'd never known coursing through me. Lift your dress to your waist. I wasn't trying to make her feel more exposed, but I also needed her to know that I agreed with what Alex had done, just in case she had any lingering doubt. She hesitated, remained silent. If you don't, I will. Your choice. That's not a choice. I laughed at the indignation in her tone, trying to lighten the mood again, but it shifted quickly when she reached down and gripped the hem of her dress. Unsure whether she'd force it down further or pull it up, I held my breath, my dick already twitching with anticipation for either scenario that would play out. And then she began pulling it up, ever so slowly. Until that moment, I didn't realize how hopeful I'd been that she'd do it herself, giving me permission to touch her. No panties. I don't know how I got the words out. My mouth was suddenly dry, and I was so fucking turned on, I was ready to explode. The perfect round globes of her ass were in view, and knowing I'd get to rub the lotion I'd put in my pocket before leaving her apartment all over her reddened cheeks nearly had me coming on the spot. "Answer me, Belle."
"They bothered me,"
she mumbled. Jealousy flared again, wishing it was my handprint on her perfect skin. She sucked in a breath when I squeezed 2 large mounds of lotion on her, one on each cheek, knowing it would take a while to rub it all in. Eventually, her body went limp, her head resting against the table. I took my sweet time, absolutely loving the feel of her ass in my hands. Dipping lower, I slid my finger down her slit, her wetness soaking my hand. "You're so incredibly beautiful, baby. Your ass looks amazing right now. I'd give anything for those to be my handprints I'm seeing." Belle stiffened, her body going rigid beneath my hands as she struggled to rise. I lifted her so her body was pressed against mine and turned her around so I could see her expression, thrilled with the desire in those fathomless green depths. Taking 3 steps, I backed her against the wall, lifting her. "Wrap your legs around my waist." Immediately, she obeyed. Bracing her hips with mine, I pulled her arms over her head, pinning them to the wall with one hand, cupping her waist with the other. I moved my hips, grinding my dick against her clit. "You want my hand on your ass, turning it red until you explode?" I didn't need to hear the words. Her body answered for her, soaking my pants. I kept up the movement of my hips, driving her higher, so desperate to be inside her, feeling her tight pussy convulse around me when she came, knowing tonight wasn't the night. "No," she finally said, and my heart took a dive. "Not tonight," I clarified, "even though you most definitely deserve it. Again." Oh, fuck. She was soaking me, the heat of her going straight through my pants. I rocked faster, harder, grinding into her, so ready to explode. This erection I've been walking around with since Friday, torturing me now, needing release.
"No. Maybe. I don't know."
Her admission was so soft I nearly didn't hear it. She was tormented. I should have guessed, but I didn't know her sexual history. It was one area of her life I steered clear from, knowing it would drive me out of my head with jealousy if she was with another man, including Alex, which had me pumping faster, desperate to feel her release, knowing I was the one giving it to her.
"Please, Xander,"
she begged, and I was done, pushed past the brink of control in an instant. Covering her mouth with mine, I thrust my tongue inside her, the same way I was so desperate to do with the rest of my body. Belle eagerly attacked my mouth, matching thrust for thrust, apparently as desperate as I. It only took a minute until I felt the trembling of her body, knew she was so close to the edge. I'd be following her over, couldn't hold back anymore, didn't even want to try, not caring that I'd be coming in my pants for the first time since junior high. She tore her mouth away, hitting the back of her head on the wall, the scream that tore from her throat everything I dreamed of hearing.
"Xander!"
My roar filled the apartment, so loud I wondered if they heard it on the streets 2 stories below, my pants filling even as I wished I was coming inside her. I rested my forehead against hers, our heavy breaths mingling together. I choked out a laugh, pressing my lips against hers, so thrilled to have her in my arms, even if the timing absolutely sucked. Whether you know it yet or not, you're mine, Belle. Always. As soon as the words left my mouth, I knew it was the wrong thing to say. Her body, sated with pleasure a moment ago, stiffened as she shoved me away.
Is that what this was about? You were staking your claim?
She screeched, her words so high-pitched my ears nearly bled. Was I? The thought of her with another man killed me, but the fear of losing her, that went all the way to my soul, nearly paralyzing me. I'd never imagined it before, never pictured my future without her being part of it. And apparently I took too long to answer.
You are such a bastard, Xander.
She didn't give me time to answer before she flew out the door. I ran after her, grabbing her arm just before she made it down the steps to the street, spinning her toward me. You're not leaving. It was impossible to keep the fear from my voice. Jesus, 2 seconds ago I'd been dreaming of her sleeping in my arms for the rest of the night, in my bed where I'd wanted her for so fucking long. But, as if she'd planned it, a long, black limousine pulled up to the curb, one I recognized as Tony Esposito's, and I knew that's all it would remain. A dream.
Let me go, Xander.
No. Not until you explain what the fuck just happened, how you jumped to that ridiculous conclusion.
Me?
She scoffed.
You don't think I know what the hell the two of you are doing, tossing me back and forth between each other like I'm a plaything?
Before I could respond, one of Sophia's hired goons took a step forward. You need help, Miss Saint?
Let me go, Xander, she repeated. Now, or so help me God, I'll raise holy hell.
I released her arm, wondering how the hell things had gotten so fucked up between us in just a short amount of time, even though I knew the goddamn answer. Don't do this, Belle, I warned, but it fell on deaf ears.
Go to hell, Xander, and take your friend with you.
Chapter 24. Belle. I'm so sorry, Sophia. I didn't think you'd come, just your driver. Sophia glanced at Xander, who was still standing on the steps. I couldn't look. It was too heartbreaking. I figured if you were calling for a car in the middle of the night, something must have happened. She glanced out the window again. Or someone. Once again, I was reminded how grateful I was that I had her. Who else would have sent a car in the middle of the night without an explanation? Can you send a car? Sent. No question, no third degree. Though the car could have been 15 minutes earlier, saving me a heaping pile of grief. I'd had 2 mind-blowing orgasms. One from a man I told myself I despised, yet craved with an intensity that shocked me. The other from a man I'd loved my entire adult life, but was just playing games with my head. Move, counter-move, and repeat. Sin, Xander. Sin, Xander. And I'd let it happen. Twice. So much for my genius-level IQ, because it took me 2 full rotations for me to see it. I still couldn't wrap my mind around what had happened. Couldn't wrap my mind around why I had let it happen. After the driver pulled away, Sophia finally said, "You up for a trip to Miami?" I'd forgotten she was going. But, yes. A few days in Miami sounded perfect. Even though it was hours later, I don't think I breathed until we were somewhere over South Carolina. "Did you clear it with him?" Sophia looked up from her makeshift desk in the middle of the new club. We both wore construction hats, the sounds of power equipment surrounding us forcing me to yell so she could hear me. "Yes, my father agreed with not telling anybody where we are. Not even Xander?" Not even Xander, she confirmed. I'm not pushing, but I'm here if you need me. I hadn't come clean with what happened yet. Only said Xander and I had gotten into an argument. We'd landed in Miami about 8 hours ago, and I'd slept for most of them. Sophia's nightclub was coming along nicely, at least from her point of view. While she could envision the space and explained every last detail while we were taking the tour, I couldn't see it. To me, it still looked like a rundown building that needed to be torched. But, according to Sophia, I didn't have a creative bone in my body, so she just laughed at the skepticism I couldn't quite hide. It wasn't until later, while we were eating dinner at a Mexican restaurant overlooking the ocean, that I could finally shove all thoughts of Xander and Sin from my head. I'd left my phone in New York, had left everything in New York, except for my purse. Sophia had packed clothes for me, being that we were about the same size. But, finally, after my second margarita, I let my mind go blank, something that rarely happened, as I stared at the infinite blue ocean. Eventually, my thoughts went to the case again, back to last night, when I'd seen Timothy, who'd supposedly been in Florida. I gasped abruptly, turning toward Sophia again. Can you call your father? Ask him if Timothy Reynolds gave a forwarding address. Sure. Now? Yes. Right now. I could barely contain my excitement, because no matter how far he lived, I knew I'd be visiting his mother or grandmother, whichever one it turned out to be, before heading back to New York. Turned out, Timothy's forwarding address was in Fort Lauderdale, less than an hour and a half away according to Google. After making my plans for the next day, Sophia and I went back to the hotel room and changed. She wanted to check out competing nightclubs, and I just wanted to get drunk enough to forget the past few days. Which I did. And regretted, waking the next morning with quite possibly the worst hangover ever. But after 3 pain relievers, after I'd dragged my sorry ass to the shower, I was feeling somewhat human. Kinda. Want to hit the beach before your interview? Sophia asked when I walked into the kitchen area of our suite. It was a gorgeous suite, everything white, nothing to draw away from the infinite blue ocean, stretching as far as the eye could see. Definitely, I said. I hadn't realized how much I missed seeing sandy beaches until this moment. Not even yesterday when we'd landed. I grabbed a cup of coffee, feeling even better after my second one. Did you remember to call in sick this morning? I looked back at Sophia. I called before we left New York. Took the rest of the week off. I don't have to report until Monday morning at 7. And wouldn't it be wonderful to stay in Miami all that time? I wouldn't have to deal with either man. By then, Xander would be back in Washington, and Sin, well, at least I was benched. We'll do whatever you want, Sophia said, reading my expression. And I know I've said it, but I'm here whenever you want to discuss it. But I do want to say one thing. What's that? Don't think I haven't noticed that you wince every single time you sit down. Just before your face flushes was something I can only imagine is arousal. And I can't help but wonder which man was responsible for that. My first guess would be Sin, given his name and all, not to mention that incredibly sexy and dangerous aura that surrounds him. Yet, it was your hero, heartbreakingly beautiful Xander Phoenix, you were with before you got in the limo, looking freshly fucked. And it's such an incredible turn-on to think lurking behind his elegant and charming facade lies a ruthless and mouth-watering billionaire bad boy. She left before I could respond, walking toward her room, her laughter trailing behind her. Thank you, Detective Esposito, I yelled after her. Your observation skills are truly amazing. Unfortunately. 4 hours later, feeling restored from the salt and the sun, the driver and bodyguard Tony insisted on hiring for the trip, pulled up in front of a magnificent condo building on Galt Avenue in Fort Lauderdale. directly across the street from the beach. My shoes echoed against the white marble as I made my way to the elevators, pressing the button for the 7th floor. As I knocked on the door, one of the 2 bodyguards that had followed us from New York scooted off to the side, away from the peephole. All the scenarios of how I was going to play this were blown out the window when the door opened. Jack Lane's stalking victim. "Thank God you're safe," I said slowly, putting as much relief in my voice as possible. "We've been so worried something happened to you." When the girl looked at me with confusion, I pulled out my badge. "I'm Detective Saint with the NYPD. Jack Lane was stalking you, wasn't he?" And before my eyes, the girl seemed to crumble, tears filling her eyes as she nodded. Gaunt and pasty white, she bore little resemblance to the pictures now that I was seeing her up close. She'd lost too much weight, lost the healthy glow in her skin. Behind her, an older woman walked into the room, rushing to her side when the girl buried her face in her hands. "Julie? Honey, what's wrong?" The woman comforting Julie was far younger than I expected, and I couldn't tell if she was Timothy's mother or grandmother. Her hair was short, blonde. If it was dyed, she went to a salon to have it done. Her skin was lightly tan, but healthy and unlined. She looked up at me with concern, her gaze falling instantly on my badge. "Oh, God. Don't tell me Timothy." "No," I was quick to interject. "No, Timothy's okay." At least as far as I knew. I introduced myself again. "Could I have a few moments of your time?" The girl, Julie, looked up, her makeup smeared, looking so painfully young. "Of course," she said shakily. Then her eyes widened with fear, and I knew Sophia's bodyguard had moved behind me. I thought about asking him to wait outside, but dismissed the idea. I'd been an officer long enough to know that looks could be deceiving. I wasn't willing to put myself at risk by walking into an unknown location alone, especially with a death threat hanging over my head. "This is my partner, Detective Thomas," he interrupted, holding out a badge. Probably a security badge, but when did people really check? Luckily, neither woman did and continued backing up to make room for us to enter. Once inside, the older woman led us to a table in the kitchen, my bodyguard hanging out by the door, giving us as much privacy as he could. The apartment was beautiful, if a little dated. Nothing that spoke of loads of money, but nothing that spoke of poverty either. The most stunning feature were the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking out toward the ocean directly in front of us. Within minutes, the older woman brought out a plate of cookies and a pitcher of iced tea, glancing at me while she patted Julie on the shoulder. "I'm sorry. I forgot to introduce myself." She held out her hand and I shook it. "I'm Marge Reynolds, Timothy and Julie's grandmother. It's nice to meet you." As I told Julie, we've been looking for her, and I can't tell you how pleased I am to find her safe. I glanced at Julie, giving her an understanding smile. "Take as much time as you need, Julie. Nobody's rushing you, okay?" She looked at her grandmother again, who nodded encouragingly. "Tell her everything, honey." Then the grandmother looked at me. "Please be patient. This is more difficult than you can ever imagine." Looking from one to the other, I asked, "Do you mind if I record it? Then you won't need to go to a police station. At least, not right away." Marge looked at Julie, who nodded. Using Sophia's phone, I had everything ready within a few minutes, as if I was in an interview room at the precinct. I stated my name, date, and time, along with the parties present, hesitating when I got to Julie because I wasn't positive of her last name. "Reynolds. Julie Reynolds." After that was complete, I put the phone on the table between us. Julie stared at it for a moment before she looked up at me. "Where do you want me to begin?" Giving her another patient smile, I said, "At the beginning." She blew out a breath and took a sip of her iced tea. With her other hand, she held on to her grandmother. "I first met Jack 2 years ago, when he started working at the nightclub with Timothy. It was like a whirlwind romance. He was charming and sweet, always wanting to spend time with me, no matter what we were doing. I used to go to the theater whenever he was in a play, watch him from backstage. Then, just after he got the movie contract, he dumped me, just like that, she said, snapping her fingers. Oh, he let me down easy, said one day I'd understand, as if I was a child instead of 19. All I understood was that I was being left. Again. I didn't hear from him until 6 months ago when the picture started coming, but we didn't know it was Jack. Not at first. Not for months, and all that time, every day there were more pictures. Pictures of before we were together. Then, pictures during the time we were together. Pictures of me in the 6 months since he'd left. 2 months ago, there was one picture of a girl that wasn't me. On it was a note to my brother. An eye for an eye. In this case, a sister for a sister, it said. That's when we finally found out it was Jack. The note said if Timothy didn't confess to killing his sister, he'd kill me. Marge was crying just as heavily as Julie now. She stood up to get a box of tissues from the counter and sat back down, handing one to Julie before taking one herself. I waited patiently, trying to digest the information, trying to reconcile the Jack I knew, the Jack who had saved me, with the man she was describing. I took the note to Timothy. He denied killing anybody, said he didn't even know Jack had a sister. But when I showed him her picture, his face paled. I knew he recognized her. Timothy said he didn't do it, but he wouldn't tell me anything else, just said he'd handle it and told me to go back to Florida. But he didn't handle it, she cried, fresh tears running down her face. Day after day, the pictures kept coming. Now with a countdown. 60 days, 50, 45. I fled, left everything behind, and I've been a prisoner in these walls ever since. Luckily, classes were over for the semester, so I didn't have to drop out of college. But I wasn't sure I'd be able to go back. Why didn't you go to the police? I wanted to. Timothy said no, told me it wouldn't do any good. Said that when Jack found out, there was nothing to stop him from killing me ahead of the deadline. And when was this? When you came back down? 6 weeks ago. I haven't heard from Timothy since. This past weekend, I flew to New York to try and find him after I found out that Jack was killed. But I talked to everybody at the hotel, and nobody knew where he was. Hotel? Lux. I worked there, lived there too. They had an agreement with my college for students in the hotel management program. Rooms they hadn't updated yet, that they would rent out for the semester to students. So I interned and worked there while getting my degree. Who's Timothy close to? Just Peter. Peter Ross. He wouldn't tell me anything either, said he didn't know where Timothy was. I followed him when I was up there, hoping that would lead me to my brother. Did it? No. Just to the hospital. But unlike Jack, I wasn't very good at stalking because he spotted me. Then he drove me back to the airport and didn't leave until I was back on the airplane. I still haven't heard from Timothy. I don't know if he's okay. I don't know if he has anything to do with this. And how do you know Peter? He found us on the street when we were homeless. He was too for a while, but once he started college, he'd give me food, a place to stay sometimes. Me and Timothy both. Marge squeezed Julie's hand. Go clean up, honey. Once she left, Marge turned back to me. You have to understand, Detective Saint. Timothy took care of Julie after their mother died. It's a tragic story. One Timothy and Julie don't like to talk about. My daughter and I were estranged. After my husband died, she went off the rails, I'd guess you'd say. Started hanging out with a bad group of friends. She was out of control, got into drugs, met a guy who was no good. I tried everything, but nothing worked. She took off with him, went to New York. Eventually, she got sick. Called me out of the blue one day, told me she didn't have much time left. The kids were still young enough to need a guardian. Julie was only 13 at the time. Timothy was 16. I left right away, but by the time I got there, she was already gone. Had died the morning I arrived. And there was no sign of the kids. They disappeared? Yes. The police searched everywhere, spoke to everyone. They were just gone. Nearly 2 years later, Julie was arrested for shoplifting. And I thank God for that every day, because that's how I finally found them. Neither really talk about what they went through during those years. I've gotten snippets, was able to piece together that they lived on the streets, stole food and other things to survive. I put them both in therapy, brought them here to Florida, hoping the sunshine and ocean would soothe them. Julie was 15 by then. I couldn't imagine what she went through, living on the streets all those years. But she bounced back as well as could be expected. Unfortunately, this thing with Jack brought everything back, and Timothy disappearing hasn't helped. He's the one who took care of her those years they lived on the streets. I tried to talk her out of going back to New York when she started applying to colleges, but she said New York was her home for better or worse. What about their father? She shook her head. I don't know who their father was. He wasn't in the picture from what my daughter told me. The kids' birth certificates didn't have a father listed either. I'm not even sure if my daughter knew who the father was. I knew him, Julie said, coming out of the bathroom looking so fragile and young, with her face freshly scrubbed. He was a bastard, she said, then looked at her grandmother. Last I knew, he was in prison. What was his name? We knew him as John Mandy. Turns out, his real name is Jeremy Mendez. Picking up my phone, I brought up a picture. This man? Julie gasped and grabbed my phone, her eyes wide with shock. That's my father. Please tell me he's still in prison. He's been out for 2 years. And Julie let out a wounded scream that would haunt me for the rest of my life. I couldn't imagine what this beautiful young woman had gone through in her short lifetime. Victimized again and again, even after she thought she'd been saved. Marge gathered Julie up in her arms, rocking her back and forth like a baby. She glanced at me over her shoulder, the heartbreak in her eyes unbearable.
Chapter 25. Sin. Did you get all that? Picking up the phone, I took it off speaker, giving a nod to Olivia and Riley, who'd been in the office with me when Belle's call had come through. Torn between fury that she'd still been investigating the case, despite my order to the contrary, and respect that she'd just broken the case wide open.
I did. Give me a minute and don't you dare hang up.
To Olivia and Riley, I said, search Mendez's alias. See if you can find another address for him. Picking up the office phone, I alerted the officers watching Peter Ross to bring him in. After the 2 detectives left, I picked up my cell again. Explain how you found out about Timothy Reynolds. On the other end of the line, Belle remained silent. You're off speaker.
The night you found me staking out Lux, Timothy was right behind Peter.
And things had gotten out of control from there, I thought. And I'd fucked up an investigation letting personal shit override professional. It was a bitter pill to swallow. Where are you now?
In Sophia's car with a bodyguard and driver heading back to Miami.
Back to Miami, I gritted out. Pissed didn't even begin to describe how I felt right now. For 2 fucking days, she'd ignored my texts and phone calls, ignored Xander's, refused to even send a fucking text to either of us, letting us know she was safe. Xander had tracked her phone to Sophia's, and Tony Esposito had verified they were fine, leading us to believe they were there.
Yes, from Fort Lauderdale, which is where I found our missing girl, Julie Reynolds. Another thing I should mention. Peter grew up in foster care until he went off the grid at about 16, so there was some overlap there between Peter missing and Timothy and Julie living on the streets. About a year, I think.
I gritted my teeth, determined to maintain control, or some semblance of control. Searching flights from Miami to JFK, I checked the time. There's a flight from MIA at 3:45 p.m., arriving at JFK at 6:50 this evening. Your ass better be on it. Do you understand me? I will be waiting for you. And God help you if you're not there. I hung up before she could respond, then sent Xander a text at the same time my phone rang. Sinclair, I barked, then pinched the bridge of my nose, squeezing my eyes shut. Jesus Christ, I couldn't remember the last time I was this fucking enraged. I couldn't figure out who I was more pissed at. Myself for fucking up a case, or her for never fucking obeying. What the hell was I supposed to do with her? Tie her to that massive fucking canopy bed of hers, and never let her go. And that quickly, my dick was hard. Another fucking aggravation I didn't need. Where do you want me to bring him, Lieutenant? I'd missed the conversation. My apologies, another lead just came through. We have Peter Ross. Mr. Mendez, I greeted, walking into the hospital room. How's your recuperation coming along? Fuck you. I smiled, taking in the handcuffs chaining him to the bed. He was sitting up, the television in the corner tuned to an old western. Grabbing the remote, I turned it off. I ain't got nothing to say. No? I turned toward Riley and Cooper, who I'd brought with me. Call Fort Lauderdale Police, Detective Riley. Tell them to arrest Julie Reynolds for conspiracy to commit murder. I had Mendez's attention now. His gaze whipped between me, Riley, and Cooper as Riley pulled his phone from his pocket. You think I care about the girl? I shrugged, as if I didn't care. Mendez wouldn't have conspired to kill Jack Lane if he didn't, so I wasn't buying the bullshit. You're looking at conspiracy to commit murder and felony murder. Your ass is going to prison either way, so it's up to you whether you want to bring Julie down with you. Personally, I don't really care. I nodded at Riley. He brought up a picture and showed it to Mendez. To prove I wasn't bluffing, Fort Lauderdale police were in fact on standby, waiting for my word to arrest her. One photograph showed them outside her condo building, the other outside her door, her unit number clearly in sight. Mendez's face paled, and he sighed in defeat, faster than I would have believed. What do you want? Timothy's whereabouts. Timothy was a flight risk, and I was racing against the clock. He lived on the streets for years, knew how to disappear, and I wanted to nail his ass to the wall. You expect me to give up one kid for the other? I shrugged again. Up to you. I don't know where he is. Been stuck in this shithole for days. Your best guess. Mendez was silent for so long I didn't think he'd answer. Got a place in Hell's Kitchen. Another hideout in Harlem. Cooper made note of both addresses when Mendez rattled them off, then immediately left the room, calling them in, getting patrol cars to both locations. Tell me how it went down. From the beginning to the night of the shooting. That wasn't part of the deal. Did I mention the word deal? I don't believe I did. She don't even know I'm out of prison. She's innocent, you motherfucker. Is she? Not sure I believe that. And again, I don't really care. After another 5 minutes of silence, I finally nodded to Riley. Make the call. Fine, I'll talk. But you leave Julie alone. I stared at him long and hard, considering my words before I spoke them. as long as Julie is innocent. She is. Then you have my word.
I want an attorney.
Of course he does. I glanced down at Peter Ross, dressed in a suit. For work, I assumed. He met my stare head on. I'd been poring over his life since Belle had seen him at the hospital. His record was clean, not so much as a parking ticket. Apparently one of the few successes in the foster care system. Until now. I hated dealing. It was truly one of the aspects of the job that infuriated me. But it was a necessary evil sometimes. We'd exhausted all avenues in finding Timothy Reynolds, and letting a killer get away would be on my head for the rest of my miserable life. Because if I just let Belle talk for one damned minute that night before I plopped her ass on my motorcycle, we would have had him in custody right now. Instead, we didn't have shit. Neither of the addresses Mendez gave us panned out, and I was beginning to wonder if Timothy had already run. We still had eyes on each place, and I'd be alerted if he showed up. But until then, I had to deal with the piece of shit in front of me. That's fine. Do you need the phone? Yes. I looked at the uniformed officer planted in the corner of the room and nodded. Bring a phone. When he left, I turned my attention back to Timothy. You do understand that once you call your lawyer, the deal is off the table. His eyes widened fractionally. What deal? I don't need a deal. I haven't done anything wrong. I'm a manager at a hotel. Manager was stretching the truth a bit. He was the front desk clerk. He checked people in and out all day long. I didn't have the patience for this today. Didn't have the patience for games. Opening the folder in my hand, I took out a picture of Timothy and slid it across the table. He looked down but didn't say anything. I slid the picture of Julie toward him next, the photo with Lux in the background. Julie and Timothy Reynolds. We found Julie today, in Fort Lauderdale. She had quite a story to tell, and so did her father, Jeremy Mendez. That got his attention. His Adam's apple moved up and down a few times, proving he wasn't as cool as he pretended to be. Not that I'd fallen for the act to begin with. You're looking at life in prison without the possibility of parole. I didn't kill anyone. I smiled. Here's the thing. You've heard the term conspiracy to commit murder? He didn't answer. No. The simple definition. 2 or more persons plotting to kill another. In this case, those 2 or more persons are you, Timothy Reynolds, and Jeremy Mendez. And you want to know what the beauty of a conspiracy charge is? Again, he didn't answer. Prosecutors don't have to prove you were the actual shooter. Do you want to know why? He remained stubbornly silent, but I saw the sweat beading on his forehead. Because it doesn't matter who pulled the trigger. You're all considered guilty. We don't have to define, nor do we have to prove your individual roles. We only have to prove you conspired to commit the crime, which we can. Would you like to hear Mendez's confession taken just a couple of hours ago? Peter was visibly shaking now. He looked down at the photographs again before slowly shaking his head. What do you want? Timothy Reynolds' location. The mastermind behind the conspiracy. The one who actually did pull the trigger. I didn't miss the spark in Peter's eyes. I knew what he was thinking, and I was already prepared for it. And what do I get? 2nd-degree murder. Keep in mind there's a time limit to this deal. You might want to decide quickly. If we find Timothy first, the deal's off the table. So the longer you stall, the more unlikely it'll be that we actually need you. And what's the sentence for 2nd-degree murder? 15 years in prison? I'll take my chances. He paused. And I'd like to call my lawyer now? Of course. I pushed myself away from the wall and opened the interview room door, letting the officer with the phone back in. Mr. Ross has decided he'd like an attorney. I turned back to Peter. As you know, we have Mendez's confession. Peter didn't even blink, so I knew he didn't quite understand. I smiled again. But here's something you may not know. We don't need all the parties involved in the conspiracy to bring charges against you. In plain English, that means you, Mr. Ross, can and will be indicted whether or not we find Timothy Reynolds. I barely reached the door before he began yelling, "Wait!" My smile directed at the one-way glass said it all. I got the motherfucker.
Chapter 26. Belle. Our plane was delayed due to heavy thunderstorms, but, as ordered, my butt was on the flight Sin dictated over the phone. Every thought I'd been avoiding in the time since I'd left New York rushed through me the second I spotted him. He stood at the end of the ramp in a place he shouldn't have been allowed, obviously using his badge to gain access. He looked powerful and so incredibly sexy in his perfectly tailored suit. His piercing gaze locked on mine. Fuck me. Sophia breathed as we walked down the ramp, low enough for only me to hear. Yeah, I was going to be well and truly fucked, and not in a good way. It wasn't lost on me that Sin hadn't added detective or Belle when we'd been on the phone, so I was more than a little worried. Searching his expression for clues, anything that would tell me what was going through his head, I found nothing. His face a blank mask. Cold, empty blue eyes replaced the burning heat I had come to expect. Until this moment, I hadn't realized how much I craved seeing it now that it was missing. As if we were mere acquaintances instead of... Instead of what, Belle? Nothing, I told myself firmly. We were nothing to each other. Do either of you have a luggage you need to collect? His deep voice vibrated through me as if it were his hands, but it was missing any hint of warmth. He wasn't even pretending to be cordial, didn't bother greeting either of us. He'd directed his question to Sophia, his gaze skimming over me instead of lingering. No, just our carry-ons, Sophia supplied, but I felt her wariness, felt her tension when she grabbed my wrist and squeezed. We're all set. Sin nodded and turned. Like in the hospital, the crowd seemed to disappear as we followed him through the airport. My head spinning. Scary, Sophia whispered. No shit, I thought, but could only manage a nod as my heart began racing. I'd known he'd be pissed, but this was something else altogether, and I wasn't quite sure how to act. Still makes my panties wet, though. I laughed. I couldn't help it, but the relief of my tension was short-lived, coming back in spades. Ahead of me, Sin's body tensed as we walked out the glass doors, the humidity of the sticky August night nearly stilling what little breath I had. I slipped into the waiting limo when Sin opened the door, but I didn't dare glance at him. Unlike Sophia, my panties weren't wet, even though I swore I could still feel his hands on my ass. But my fear was morphing into dread. It wasn't sexual tension crackling in the limo tonight. It was straight-up tension. It filled the car, every breath heavy and thick, like trying to breathe in the city in the summer. Beside me, Sophia wasn't breathing either, her body as stiff as mine. Nobody spoke a word. As soon as we pulled to the curb in front of Sophia's, I jumped out of the car, holding the door open only long enough for her to get out before shutting it closed again. No matter how much I wanted to follow her into her apartment, I wasn't going to run. I was going to stay and face the consequences. What the hell was that about? Sophia hissed. One spark and the whole entire car would have blown. She paused. Okay, bad analogy considering, but Jesus, Belle? Yeah, now might not be the time to have this conversation, but I needed to get it off my chest. I screwed up. Big time. Sin took me off the case the day after the shootings. I finally blurted, and I didn't stop investigating. He's pissed, obviously. But I knew it was more than that, went deeper than merely pissed. So I'll probably lose my badge now. Oh my God, why didn't you tell me? She stopped, her eyes going wide. You didn't do this because— No. I cut her off before she could finish. Not because of you. This is on me. And there were a lot of reasons, but mostly because Jack saved my life that night and I felt I owed it to him, to his family. He can't fire you for that. I gave her a sad smile. He can, and he should. I shouldn't have said anything now, but I owed you for that. I huffed, waving toward the car. I'll call you later, okay? I don't even know what to say. Just wish me luck. Not that it would help. Good luck. But Sophia sounded as defeated as me. I settled in the same seat by the door when I got back in. The divide so much wider than the 3-foot space between us, the silence stifling. Sin shoved my bag at me, the one I'd left at Sophia's, which held my weapon and phone. I didn't bother asking how he'd gotten it, but I did hope he'd left Sophia's father in one piece. Was he going to fire me? And then I wondered if I cared anymore. Sin and I wouldn't be wrong then, would we? We'd be free to explore whatever this was between us. And that glass of cold water that had missed me in the hospital? It finally hit, drenching my entire body, my breath rushing out of my lungs as if I'd fallen into the Arctic Ocean. My life, every minute of my life for more than 6 years, had been toward one goal, my very reason for living. And I was going to give it up so I could fuck the man sitting next to me? A man my body craved. Yet, I still wasn't even sure I liked. A quick fling because God knew it would never be anything more. No way in hell. You are to be commended for breaking this case wide open. I will make note of it in your employee file and give you back your time. Without your dedication and persistence, this case would not have been solved so quickly, if at all. I held my breath, waiting for the but. Despite his words, he didn't sound proud or pleased. After your interview with Julie Reynolds, we were able to get a confession from both Mendez and Peter Ross. Mendez gave us everything we needed to prove conspiracy to commit murder charges. We used Mendez's confession to break Peter Ross, who is also in custody. He'll be pleading to murder in the 2nd degree in exchange for giving up Timothy's location. Unfortunately, Timothy is still in the wind. However, Mendez also gave us a couple hideouts, and we're staking out all 3 locations. Since you broke the case, Timothy is your suspect, and I will notify you immediately once we have him in custody. In the meantime, you might want to prepare for his interrogation. Recordings of Mendez's and Peter's confessions are at the precinct, so you'll want to listen to both. If you need help or advice with regards to the interview, the rest of the squad will be more than happy to assist you. Keep in mind that Timothy was the shooter. We still don't know his role in Rose Laka's murder, if any, so that'll be something you'll want to bring up. Additionally, Mendez gave up the information in exchange for Julie's freedom. I gave him my word with the qualifier that Julie is innocent. Both he and Peter maintained her innocence, but you might want to add that question into your interrogation as well. As if he'd timed it perfectly, we pulled up to the curb in front of my brownstone, and I was so ready to escape. When I grabbed the door handle, he said, "You were not dismissed yet, Detective Saint." My heartbeat sped up, so fast I thought I might pass out. Since I knew it was coming, I turned and looked him in the eye before he could issue the order. His expression was colder than I had ever seen, as was his tone when he finally spoke. While I appreciate the work you've done on this investigation, I do not appreciate your methods. You have disregarded every single order I gave you. You are out of control. You're fuck you attitude toward authority is not only infuriating, it's disrespectful. Had you been under anybody else's command, you would have been suspended by now. Had you been any one of my other detectives, I would have put you on notice a fucking week ago. You took advantage of our personal relationship, such as it is, and walked all over me. As for my role in this week's unfortunate events, I take full responsibility, however it ends. Now, Monday morning, you'll be partnered with Derek, and from now on, Detective, when I give you an order, I expect you to follow it. Do you understand me? Yes, Lieutenant. He opened the door and got out, holding it open for me. My legs were shaking like jelly as I stood, properly chastised. Without another word, he turned, looked up at my brownstone, and with a nod toward the upstairs apartment, he glanced back at me, looking so intimidating as he towered over me. I opened my mouth, but he cut me off before I could say anything. You are dismissed. I recoiled as if he'd slapped me, my blood freezing from the ice in his eyes. 30 seconds later, he was gone. And as I stood there watching the taillights until the car turned the corner, I wondered why I felt the loss so acutely. Xander's lights were on, but he was no longer in the window. Seems I screwed that up too. Guilt slammed into me hard and fast. I owed them both an apology. I'd behaved like I was thinking brat, but it was closer to a bitch, I supposed. Sighing, I unlocked my front door, knowing I needed to fix everything. But I wasn't sure how. Pausing outside Xander's door, my fist raised to knock. I dropped my hand at the last moment, instead leaning my forehead against it, trying to find the right words. But they wouldn't come. I still wasn't sure how I felt. I didn't think Xander was really playing games with me. With my head? I needed answers, but I supposed I should find the questions first. So I shoved away from the door and made my way up to my own apartment. I was unlocking my own door when I heard his open. Oh, Belle, he sang, stretching my name out into 3 syllables, his sing-song voice sending tendrils of fear up my spine. Only, it wasn't Xander. Timothy Reynolds slammed his body into mine before I could shove the door closed, my head smashing against the hardwood floor below, his body shoving against my chest from above, my scream cutting off as I lost my breath, losing precious seconds while my brain struggled to catch up, and my bag flew out of reach. Streetlights provided the only illumination, casting shadows over his handsome face, his features twisted in an evil grin, as his hand gripped my throat and squeezed, choking me while I struggled. Clawing at his hands, I tried to buck him off me, my short breaths wheezing in and out of me. With his other hand, he pulled a knife, turning it slowly in front of my face. Double serrated. Look familiar? He laughed, easing up a little on my throat. I'm not gonna choke you to death, and you're not gonna pass out on me. I want you to feel every slice that goes into your body. Heart racing, I tried to shove back my panic, refusing to be a victim even as terror gripped me in its fist, squeezing and squeezing, choking the life from me, knowing the unspeakable things he could do with that knife, causing me to pray for a bullet, a quick, easy death compared to the torture he could inflict with the knife that glittered from the streetlights as he twisted it, every serration in the blade catching the light in a sickly beautiful sparkle. Where should I start? My hands were still clawing at his arm, my nails digging into his wrist, but he didn't even notice. Not even as I drew blood, too hyped up on adrenaline and God knew what else. He was stronger than he looked, but didn't have the strength and power Xander did. Maybe your dress. It wasn't a shock. I assumed he'd start there. Forcing myself to remain still, he lifted the hem of my dress with a knife, slowly slicing through the lightweight fabric while my body trembled beneath his. Breathing in the deepest breath I could, I let it out slowly, fear still curling through me but no longer paralyzing. His attention was focused on the motion of the knife, satisfaction lighting his eyes as my body was bared inch by inch. His hand trembled slightly when my breasts were revealed, covered only in white lace that I knew was completely see-through, matching the panties I wore. The hand around my throat, going slack. Lust filled his eyes, my body his sole focus now. Taking another deep breath when the material fell away from the knife, bearing me completely. He watched as my breasts rose. I slammed the heel of my hand under his nose, letting out the loudest, most blood-curdling scream I could manage as blood flew in every direction. Raising my leg when he jerked back, I caught him around his throat, slamming his head down to the floor, pulling the table against the back of my couch over at the same time. His roar of pain and rage echoing throughout my apartment as the lamp smashed against the floor, the light bulb inside it exploding. Scrambling away as fast as I could, I grabbed my bag as I ran toward the door, slamming it behind me before running down the first flight. Hearing his footsteps, I got into position. When he rounded the corner, I aimed my service weapon directly at his chest, then slowly moved it lower. "You should have escaped when you had the chance," he sneered. Without hesitation, I pulled the trigger, hitting my target. He screamed, the knife clattering to the floor, his right hand rendered useless by my bullet. "You should have escaped when you had the chance," I said, repeating his words once his screams died down and I was sure he heard me. He leaned against the wall, cradling his hand to his chest. "Kick the knife down the stairs." "Fuck you, bitch." Now there's something I haven't heard before. I smiled, realigning my pistol. "I stabbed your father in the balls. What makes you think I'd hesitate to shoot yours?" He kicked the knife. I tossed him a pair of handcuffs. "Handcuff yourself to the railing." He hesitated. "Considering how you were going to cut me with that knife, I really have no problem killing you." He handcuffed himself. Only then did I take my phone from my bag, giving the voice command to call Lieutenant Sinclair.
Chapter 27. Xander. Alex and I got to Bell's at the same time, both of us racing toward the brownstone steps before shoving the door open. "Timothy Reynolds, Jack Lane and Liam Boyd's killer," Alex said once we were inside, his voice low. I followed the sound of Belle's voice, nearly having a heart attack when I saw her. The gun she held was aimed at her assailant's chest. Her arm was steady, wasn't trembling in the slightest, unlike mine at the moment. She was facing me, her glorious black hair falling over her shoulder, covering one breast, but the other was bare to her bra, as was the rest of her body. Panties that hardly deserved the name barely covered her, an innocent white that was anything but innocent. I'd seen her in a bikini a few times, but Jesus Christ, nothing compared to what I was seeing now. All my fear turned to lust, powerful and urgent, my dick pushing against my slacks insistently. Her body was a perfect hourglass, gently curved, every ounce toned. Her breasts were magnificent, not overly large, but definitely more than a handful. Her belly button showcased a small diamond, sparkling in the light when she moved. So incredibly fucking sexy. Beside me, Alex struggled to breathe, and I was quite certain his thoughts matched my own. I heard his stifled groan, one he couldn't contain. She was a wet dream, a living poster. A pair of stilettos and she'd be taped to every teenage boy's wall. "You okay, baby girl?" I asked softly after I swallowed the lump in my throat and after I shoved my gun out of sight. Her eyes flicked to mine, then to Alex's, before settling back on her assailant. "I am now," she said softly, only loud enough for Alex and me to hear. Alex inched forward, moving slow, maybe so he wouldn't startle her. "What happened to your clothes, Detective?" "He cut them off me." I shot forward, ready to kill the bastard, but Alex blocked me, twisting my shirt in his fist while shooting me a look. And that quickly, fear shot through me again. And then I noticed the blood. On her face, in her hair, on her arms and hands. "Get a paper bag, Xander. For her gun." When I hesitated, he said, "I've got her. Just do it so we can get her out of the fucking hallway before the uniforms come." I found one, stuffed in a cabinet underneath the sink, handing it to Alex when I came back out of my apartment, just in time to catch Alex's question. "Did he hurt you?" Waiting for her answer, I balled my hands into fists, controlling my anger. "No, he might need medical attention, though. Broken nose, bullet through his right hand." She paused, then added, "He wouldn't drop the knife." At her feet, I spotted the knife, a wickedly serrated knife. Her voice was strong, but I could hear the adrenaline leaving her body, knew she was probably feeling weak and tired, especially now that she was safe. Soon, she'd probably start shaking. Alex stepped in front of her, slowly lowering her arm while raising his own, aiming his gun at Timothy. Outside, we heard the sirens, faint at first, quickly becoming louder. "I've got him covered," Alex said softly, treating her as if she was made of glass, ready to shatter. "Take care of your weapon. Make sure the safety is on before placing it in the bag." She did as Alex instructed, a slight shake in her hands now. "Good girl," Alex breathed softly, so softly I knew I wasn't meant to hear. "Now go with Xander. Get some clothes on before the uniforms come in." Belle finally took her eyes off Timothy and glanced at me, and I saw the bruise around her neck for the first time. "The fucker choked you?" "Fuck," Alex mumbled before ordering, "Take her, Xander, now!" I heard the warning somewhere in the back of my mind, but I was seeing red, geared up to explode and tear the piece of shit to shreds. "Don't make me shoot you," he threatened, slowly moving behind Belle, gently shoving her in my direction. I finally got my shit together, broken out of my haze of fury when Belle wrapped her arms around me. Immediately, I lifted her into my arms, calming slightly when she wrapped her legs around my waist. She was alive and whole. That was all that mattered right now. In 3 strides, I was in my apartment. Leaning against the closed door, I gave myself a minute just to hold her, burying my face in her neck. "I'm all right, Xander. Really, I am. Just a little shaken up. I've never shot a human being before. It's a hell of a lot different than shooting a poster." I laughed softly, taking the cue from her tone that she wanted to keep it light. "Speaking of posters, let's get some clothes on you, okay?" She glanced up at me when I raised my head, then surprised me when she leaned forward and pressed her lips to mine. "So glad you're here." "Yeah, me too." And I so wanted to deepen the kiss, hold her close to me and never let her go. 2 times in less than a week, her life had been in jeopardy. She wiggled away and headed toward my bedroom. I stopped dead, balling my hands into fists to keep from hauling her back. Holy hell, her panties were thongs, the bare globes of her ass on full display. Her hair was so long, reaching the middle of her back, hiding her bra strap so she looked completely naked. And from the sounds outside the door, the cavalry had arrived, would be pounding on the door any second. Backtracking, I locked it. Didn't want anyone inside until she was dressed. Following her to the bedroom, I didn't dare glance at my bed, fearing I wouldn't be able to restrain myself. Instead, I went to the dresser, but she followed, standing way too close, leaning against it while I searched the drawers. That damned diamond dangling in her belly button, stealing my attention every fucking time she moved or breathed. Belle, baby, I don't mean to be crude, but if you don't get the fuck out of my field of vision right now, I'm gonna throw you on the bed and bury myself inside you so fucking deep you'll still be feeling me a week from now. She gulped, loudly. Her entire body went still, but that damned diamond kept shimmering. Belle, I growled in warning. She moved, finally. I found a huge, bulky sweatshirt in the bottom drawer and tossed it behind me without looking. I tossed her a pair of boxers from my top drawer, but couldn't find anything to cover her legs. "This is good," Belle said from somewhere behind me. "It's longer than my dress was." Was. That quickly, I was pissed again, wishing I could wrap my hand around the bastard's throat and crush his larynx. Taking a calming breath, I turned. Yeah, the sweatshirt may have been longer than her dress, but no fucking way. Christ, the woman would look sexy in a trash bag. No. Drawers exhausted, I went to my closet, remembering my gym bag, my winter one. Even better. Rummaging through it, I found a pair of sweats and tossed them to her, then went back to my dresser for socks. "You're kidding, right? It is August in New York City, when most sane people flock to Long Island?" "Put them on. Now." She rolled her eyes, but obeyed, and finally I could breathe again. "You look like a waif." "I'm only going to have to take everything off for the photographs." I walked out of the bedroom, and she followed. "Only if there's a female photographer," I said, opening the door. The hallway was swarmed with uniforms and detectives. Belle moved in front of me. I saw the satisfaction in her eyes as Timothy was arrested for assaulting an officer and attempted murder in the first degree, and those would only be tonight's charges. Alex smirked when he saw Belle. After, she turned and went inside with a detective that would take her statement. Detectives from a different precinct, ones she wouldn't know. I needed to be in there with her, but when I stepped inside, she looked up at me and shook her head. She didn't want me hearing her recount. And though it went against everything inside me, I nodded and backed up, but made sure the door was left open, leaning against the wall so I could hear. Alex stood on the other side. Clenching his hands into fists, Alex dropped his head, pinching the bridge of his nose. It was his tell when he was under stress, extreme stress. I knew he was probably counting to 10, knew he'd rather be punching the shit out of the scumbag who threatened her. "You got her?" he finally said when Belle finished. "I'm gonna go upstairs, see her apartment. Forensics will be here for hours. We need to find her another place to stay for the night. A secure place." We. I refused to think about that word right now, refused to decipher what it did to me because there were too many emotions going through me right now I couldn't make heads or tails of them. So I just nodded. But he didn't move, just swore under his breath. "We'll keep her safe." But my words didn't have any effect. Instead of putting him at ease, they seemed to destroy him. Without another word, he stalked upstairs. "Grab her some overnight clothes, would you?" He didn't respond. I stepped inside my apartment, only to find her gone. "Where is she?" Amazingly enough, my voice didn't sound as panicked as I felt. A plainclothes detective looked up and nodded toward my bedroom. "Photographs." I hope to hell it was a female taking those pictures. And it wasn't jealousy. I didn't want her feeling violated again tonight. She'd already been violated enough. Her home breached, her clothes cut off. She was nearly killed. Again. It seemed like hours before she came out of the bedroom and was finally allowed to leave. The press was contained to the front, so I had my driver go around the block toward the back entrance. Still, Alex covered her from the side while I covered her from the back. "I'll be safe at Sophia's." "No, Alex and I said in unison. I grabbed her hand, entwining our fingers together. Don't argue with us. I've already arranged for a place. She nodded and leaned her head against the back of the seat. Beside us, Alex was silent as he stared out the window. Without another word, we all got out when the driver pulled up to the curb. The apartment in Chelsea was spotless, move-in condition, with a gorgeous view of the Hudson River and Jersey City. And I don't know how it happened, but it just did. The jealousy between me and Alex disappeared, our focus on Belle. For once, she was compliant. I would have attributed it to the attack, but somehow knew there was more to it. Alex took her from me while I started the shower, determined to erase every speck of blood, every reminder of Timothy Reynolds' hands on her. Alex was kneeling before her as Belle sat on the bed, removing her socks and sweatpants. "Stand up." She did, lifting her arms so Alex could remove her sweatshirt. From my vantage point, I saw his gaze land on the bruises around her neck. To his credit, he didn't let his reactions show. He didn't remove her bra and panties. Instead, he stepped to the side. I moved in, lifting her off her feet and carrying her into the bathroom. Again, she was surprisingly compliant. I wasn't going to be the first to speak because a compliant Belle was rare. I just hated what had caused it, but she'd talk when she was ready. Testing the water, I undressed, leaving my boxers on. "What are you doing?" "Now?" she asks. "Washing every last reminder of that scumbag off your body." "I'm fully capable of doing that myself, Sander." Alex stepped into the open doorway, leaning against the jamb for a moment before stepping inside the bathroom. He'd been silent up until this point, and I wondered what he'd say. He took Belle by the shoulders and turned her to face him before reaching out to take her chin in his hand, raising her face to his. "You will listen to Xander tonight. You will listen to me." He tightened his hold when she would have pulled away, not painfully, but firmly. "Let us take care of you, okay? That's all we're asking." And Jesus, she blew my mind when she slowly nodded. "Good girl." And with those words, she melted into me, her entire body relaxing, surrendering. Holy fuck. I opened the shower door, keeping one hand gripped on her waist, afraid she'd run, but she didn't. She let me lift her into my arms again and carry her into the shower before I settled her on her feet, facing me. And if the damn bra and panties were see-through before, wet, they pretty much disappeared. "Lean back so I can wash your hair." She did. "Temperature okay?" "Perfect," she sighed. "Thank you." I grabbed the shampoo and washed her hair, luxuriating in the feel of the heavy mass in my hands. I'd never done this with a woman before. Showered, yes, but this was a completely new and different experience. Washing her hair, taking care of her. Belle's sighs of appreciation were torturous. I was still a man, after all, and my erection was painful. Rinsing out the suds, I did the same thing with the conditioner, letting it sit while I washed her body. "Just take them off," Belle sighed when I paused near her breasts. "I don't ever want to see them again." My fingers trembled when I reached for the front clasp of her bra, were still trembling when I slid my fingers under the thin straps of her panties. She held onto my shoulders when I bent, drawing them down her legs, unable to stop myself from kissing the diamond in her belly button. She bit her bottom lip, stifling her moan of arousal, but I ruthlessly held on to my control, even as I broke out in a cold sweat, my heart hammering like I'd just finished a 10K, while my soapy hands roamed over every magnificent part of her naked body. Her breasts in my hands, heavy and full, but I didn't linger, not tonight. But I promised myself the next time we did this, and there would definitely be a next time. I'd take my sweet time, touch every single part of her with my mouth, hands, and tongue. Standing, I nudged her under the spray again. I heard you earlier when you were talking with the detectives. Belle opened her eyes, her gaze locked on mine as I tried to change the direction of my thoughts, the real reason we were here tonight. I'm so proud of you for escaping.
He wasn't as strong as you,
she said, taking in my bare chest, the rest of my body, the erection that still wouldn't go away.
All those self-defense lessons with you paid off, all our sparring.
She reached out, her hands on my chest nearly undoing me. I couldn't make myself ask her to remove them, even though it was sweet, heavenly torture.
You're beautiful, Xander,
she whispered. Gritting my teeth, I removed her from the spray, squeezing the excess water out of her hair. I couldn't touch her tonight, wouldn't take advantage of her weakened mental state, even if she begged, because we hadn't exactly left things on good terms between us.
Go to hell, Xander, and take your friend with you.
Her parting words 2 nights ago. There were things we needed to fix, but with her hands roaming my chest, my control was pretty damn close to snapping. Alex was waiting for her when I opened the glass door, a large, white, fluffy towel in his hands, another over his shoulder. Belle didn't stiffen exactly, but paused. Let him dry you off and get you into bed. And that easily, she stepped out of the shower and into the towel Alex held open for her. He lifted her in his arms, cradling her like a baby as he walked out of the bathroom, closing the door behind him, giving me the privacy I desperately needed.
Chapter 28. Sin. Guilt ate at me as I settled Belle on her feet. Taking the towel from over my shoulder, I dried her hair. Walking away from her earlier had been one of the hardest things I think I'd ever done, and that was saying something. Her crestfallen expression when I'd slammed the door between us, both figuratively and literally, proving to myself that I'd never be able to walk away from her of my own accord. I was still pissed, or more accurately, livid. But that wasn't a matter I could deal with tonight, so I tried to let it go. I'm sorry. She looked up at me, her green eyes calm despite everything she'd been through.
Not your fault.
But it was. How she could be so accepting right now was beyond me. How she didn't hate me, I couldn't fathom. But she was willing to let me take care of her right now, so I was going to do exactly that. Not that it made up for nearly letting her get killed. Holding my breath, I started the torturous job of drying her body. Her perfectly beautiful body. From the feel of my hands on her, I'd known she'd be gorgeous. But holy fuck, she was so much more. I wished the towel wasn't between us. Wished it was my bare hands running along every inch.
I don't need a man to protect me. I've proven that to you a couple times this past week. I can take care of myself.
I heard what she was saying. But you like this too. Being taken care of. I wasn't asking. Didn't phrase it as a question because I didn't want to hear her deny it, even though I knew it would be a lie. You don't always have to be strong. Letting somebody else take care of you once in a while doesn't make you weak. I traced my fingers over the diamond in her belly button. That had been a surprise when I'd come up the stairs. And such a fucking turn-on. She scoffed.
That's not true. As a woman in a male-dominated field, if I show the slightest bit of fear, the slightest weakness, I'd be ridiculed. But you're never scared, never weak.
I stood, giving in for a moment as I tossed the towel on the bed and settled my hands in the gentle curve of her waist. You are so very wrong, sweetheart. Last Friday when you called me from the nightclub? I don't think I'd ever been so scared in my life. I was terrified. Tonight was the same, even though I knew you were all right. And as for weakness, you, Isabella Saint, are my weakness. My greatest weakness. Her expression filled with shock, her lips parting. I placed my finger over them, hushing her before she spoke, an unspoken command, only removing it once she nodded. Grabbing the t-shirt from the bag I'd packed for her, I couldn't help but smile when I read it again. The first smile I can remember in the past 2 days since she'd disappeared, leaving a hole in my chest the size of a crater. She'd had a million beer and liquor t-shirts to choose from, a perk of being best friends with a bar owner, I suspected. The black one I pulled over her head was fitting. A Stoli vodka tee, with the phrase, "Too tempting to resist," scrawled on the back. So apropos. Like a child, she let me dress her. I grabbed her brush from the bag. Hop on the bed. Turn around so I can brush your hair. She climbed up without argument, putting her back to me when I sat behind her. Starting at the ends, I worked my way up until there weren't any tangles left, luxuriating in the feel, her strands in my hands when I smoothed it down, loving that she was allowing us to take care of her. I'd never been this intimate with a woman before. I'd never taken care of one before. I loved it, at least with her. And from the sighs escaping her lips, she did too. Brushing my lips against that sweet point where her shoulder met her neck, I edged off the bed, putting her brush back in her bag. "Get in bed," I said more gruffly than I intended, my need for her too great. I didn't wait to see if she obeyed, instead turned and made my way out to the kitchen, thanking the alcohol gods when I found a bottle of scotch. Xander was coming out of the bathroom when I went back into the bedroom, dressed only in boxers and a t-shirt. Without a word, I handed him a shot glass, took my own to the other side and set it on the nightstand before stripping down to my shirt and boxers, before settling in next to Belle. It was only then I realized I'd forgotten to give her panties, that she was bare underneath her t-shirt. Too late now, but hell, it would haunt me the rest of the night. Belle tensed when Xander climbed in on the other side of her. "Settle down, baby girl. Go to sleep. We'll make sure you're safe." She sat up, not looking at either of us.
This wasn't part of the deal."
Perhaps I should have outlined the deal. My mistake. But this was definitely part of it.
"But—"
Xander sighed when Belle scooched down. He grabbed hold of her hand before she could escape. "Isabella, I told you to settle down and go to sleep." She opened her mouth, ready to argue, but Xander cut her off again before she could speak, grabbing her waist and settling her on his lap so she straddled him, waiting until she was looking at him before he spoke again. "You up for an argument, then? Because you still need to answer for disappearing, baby girl. Without letting either of us know where you were, don't think we haven't forgotten. So unless you want to have that discussion, I suggest you swallow whatever words you are about to speak and do what I told you." I waited. Instead of fighting him, Belle's entire body relaxed. I almost expected her to say, "Yes, sir," and the thought made me hard as a fucking rock. But she didn't. Instead, she nodded and slid off him, settling between us again, her face buried in the pillow so I couldn't see her expression. "And if you even so much as think of getting up from this bed before the sun," Xander warned, "you will be handcuffed to both of us." When she turned her head and our gazes met, I saw the unmistakable arousal in hers.
"Okay."
And I knew her breathy response was consent to more than just sleeping between us. Jesus Christ. My dick was still throbbing long after she fell asleep. I wondered if she felt it, pressed, as it was, firmly against her ass. Her shirt had ridden up and my hand was settled on the bare curve of her waist. taking every ounce of control not to move my hand up and fill it with one of her magnificent breasts. Her head rested on Xander's chest, his arm wrapped around her shoulders as his fingers played in her hair. We hadn't spoken. His eyes were closed, but I knew he wasn't sleeping. Even as I told myself to let it go, I couldn't. "What are we doing, Xander?" "I don't know," Xander said, sounding as exhausted as I felt. "But I can't think past tonight. Nearly losing her. Again. So many times in the past few days." He opened his eyes and turned his head toward me. "It was my fault she took off," he confessed. "I said the wrong thing." He shook his head, letting me know he wasn't going there. I'd never asked what happened after I left that night. I just knew she was gone, wouldn't take my calls, wouldn't even respond to my texts. I assumed it was because of what I'd done. She took it the wrong way. Thought. I don't know everything she thought, but she accused us of fucking with her head, passing her between us like a plaything. It didn't end well. Just before she left, she told me to go to hell and take you with me. I haven't talked to her since. And that's exactly what we were doing, wasn't it? Passing her back and forth. Not intentionally, at least not on my part. I supposed it was a night of confessions. She spotted Timothy Reynolds that same night, but I never gave her a chance to tell me before everything exploded. And even knowing what it had nearly cost me, the guilt that continued to eat away at me, that fucking spanking still turned me on. And tonight I was still so fucking pissed. At myself for letting a murderer slip through my fingers. At her. Especially when I learned she'd been in Miami instead of at Sophia's for the past 2 days. When I dropped her off tonight, I saw the man upstairs assumed it was you. He was in my apartment, Xander breathed. Yes, and I left her there, never believing for a second that she wasn't safe. It wasn't your fault, Alex. It was. I should have gotten out of the car, walked her up the stairs and handed her to you. Face to face. I nearly got her fucking killed. If not from tonight's fuck-up, from the one I made 2 nights ago. Xander remained silent for a long time. What are you trying to say, Alex? I don't know. And I didn't. Other than the fact that I couldn't go on like this. Couldn't dishonor my badge any more than I already had.
Chapter 29. Belle. Olivia Mason greeted me with a big smile when I walked into the precinct. Well, the entire squad did, standing and clapping. It made me stop in my tracks. Police officials solved cases every day. It was our job. I didn't deserve the accolades. I hadn't done anything they wouldn't have done. But in their eyes, I had proven my worth, and they were letting me know I belonged there. Thank you, I finally said, ignoring the lump in my throat. And I supposed I was pleased, at least about the fact that I belonged at Midtown South, one of the hardest precincts to get into. Olivia came over and gave me a hug, her eyes landing on the bruises around my throat. That bastard did that to you? And then everybody came over, ogling my neck. I shot Olivia a look that could kill, but put up with the concern, telling them all I was fine, that it looked a lot worse than it felt, which was the truth. Olivia's gaze lifted, landing somewhere over my shoulder, but I would have known Sin was there just by his scent alone. Ignoring the butterflies in my stomach, I turned around. Good morning, Lieutenant. Detective Saint, I trust you're well enough for the interview. His gaze landed on my throat briefly before lifting back up to my face. His expression was back to the same cold detachment it had been in the car last night on the way home from the airport. I wasn't sure how I felt about that. I wasn't sure how I felt about anything right now. He'd been gone by the time I woke up this morning. The sheets where he'd spent the night, cold. And I'd avoided Xander as best I could, sending an early text to Sophia asking her to bring me clothes immediately, so I wasn't left alone with Xander for long. And to waste time, I'd taken another shower, alone, with the door locked. By the time I'd gotten out, Sophia was there, and Xander, well, he was pissed, even though he wouldn't let it show, because he'd known exactly what I had done. Eventually, he'd left, whispering in my ear so only I would hear. We'll discuss this later. Innocuous enough, yet I heard the warning. Since then, I'd done an amazing job of avoiding all thought. Yes, I'd like to listen to the confessions from the other two first, if that's all right. He nodded. He'll be here about 3. I'll be ready. Then he went into his office, closing the door behind him. What's with him? Olivia asked. I shrugged, turning toward her again. I have no idea. I wasn't sure what Sin had told them about my trip to Florida, or if he told them he picked me up from the airport or had been there after the attack. Maybe he got up on the wrong side of the bed. I nearly choked on my words, but it must have only been my guilty conscience heating my cheeks, because nobody else seemed to think anything of it. By the time 3 o'clock rolled around, I was ready. My nerves were still jumping, but excitement was also running through my veins. I grabbed the notes Olivia and I had made before we went down to interrogation, just in case I needed a reminder, even though I didn't think I would. I'd also spent an uncomfortable hour with Sin, reviewing Rose Lodka's case, which is what we were really after. The one part of this investigation we weren't sure about. I'd told Sin he should probably be the one to interview Timothy. He said he'd step in if need be, but otherwise the interview was mine. During that time, he left the door open, had been completely professional, no hint of the man who'd taken care of me the night before, who'd dried me off, dressed me, and then brushed my hair. We paused outside the one-way mirror where a small group of people had gathered, Sin among them. I was hoping it would only be Sin and Olivia. Interrogating suspects still made me nervous, even without an audience. Timothy was handcuffed. He stared through the glass, the blankness of his expression creeping me out a little. Another officer stood in the corner, ready to intervene if anything happened. Where's his attorney? She's on her way, Sin said. Remember, you're not interrogating him about last night. I know. It was an obvious conflict of interest. Besides, that wasn't Midtown's case since I lived on the Upper West Side. Timothy's attorney came around the corner. She was young, looked fresh out of law school. Natalie Aaron, she said, holding out her right hand, the left one holding a briefcase. Detective Isabella Saint, I said, shaking her hand. I'll be interviewing your client. Do you need a few minutes? No, we've already met. Then she looked beyond me, introducing herself to everybody else before making her way into the room. Taking a deep breath, I followed. Timothy's head shot toward me, his stare lethal, cold, the hatred burning from him palpable. Belle, he smiled. Nice. Necklace. It's Detective Saint, I corrected, my tone cold, ignoring the comment about my bruises. We had him, I reminded myself. All we really needed was Jack's sister. Slowly, I walked over and sat down, started the recording device, name, date, and time, along with the people in the room. We're prepared to offer a plea, his lawyer said. We're not. Timothy Reynolds' life was over. He'd spend every day for the rest of his life behind bars. My testimony alone from last night's attack would ensure that. Then, we'll see you in court, Natalie said, picking up her legal pad. Oh, I think you'll want to hear me out, I warned. And when she looked at me, she must have seen something, because she sat back down. Tell me about Jack Lane, I said to Timothy. We worked together at Avalon. I haven't heard from him since he left. He was really going to play dumb? After he'd attacked me with a knife last night, revenge for what I'd done to his father. Then I wondered if he knew we had his father's confession, had Peter Ross's confession, and had found his sister. So I decided to go along for the ride. You didn't maintain your friendship after he left the nightclub? No. I pulled out the photographs from Jack's house and pushed them across the table. Timothy breathed in. Where did you get these? Who's the girl? Just some girl I dated. His sister? A girl you dated. Were you stalking her? Because these photos go back 2.5 years. His face reddened. No, I wasn't stalking her. What's her name? I don't. Remember, I date a lot. I nodded and pulled out another photograph. And this girl? Did you date her? It was a picture of Jack's sister, her graduation photograph. But I saw the tremor in his hand, saw the sweat bead on his forehead. I slid another picture over. It was a picture of her at the crime scene after she'd been found by her roommate. Fuck! Timothy yelled, scooting back in his chair as he dropped the photograph. He looked green, much the same I'd felt after seeing it for the first time. I've never seen her before. No? Her name was Rose Latka, Jack Lane's sister. She was murdered 3 years ago in a robbery gone wrong. Tied up, gagged, and left for dead. And then I drew out the photographs Julie had given me before I'd left. One by one, I slid them across the table. First, the one that said an eye for an eye. Then, the next. The note reading a sister for a sister. Timothy wasn't breaking, though I could see he was getting more nervous. Or not, because even though I was watching him carefully, I didn't see even a flicker of recognition. What the hell are these? I didn't answer. A tactic I'd learned. I just stared at him, my expression neutral. And then finally I leaned forward and smiled. I found Julie. He stood up so fast his chair scraped against the linoleum. My heart raced, but I didn't even flinch. I was proud of myself for that. The officer in the corner moved fast, holding Timothy by the shoulders as his attorney stood. He was stalking her for years, he roared. What the hell was I supposed to do? His calm finally melted away, replaced with anger. I'd like a moment with my client. Timothy was breathing hard. All pretenses of innocence were gone. He glared at me as the officer pushed on his shoulders, forcing him back into the chair. Then he looked at his lawyer and shook his head. He was stalking her, he repeated, softer this time as he glanced down at the picture with the note. Threatened to kill her. I couldn't let him get away with that. Did you kill him? Don't answer that, his lawyer said, but Timothy ignored her. I took a page from his own book. Started stalking him. He was stupid enough to post on Facebook that he was going to be in town. So I came up with a way to finally get to him. It was self-defense. He was going to kill Julie. Not self-defense, at least not in the eyes of the law. His life wasn't in immediate danger, but that wasn't the point anyway. Why not just kill him alone? Why do it in the nightclub? Because he was always surrounded. I tried for a month to get to him, but he was careful. When I found out he was going to be at Avalon, we came up with a plan. We? My father, Jeremy Mendez. He's a real piece of shit. But I sought him out when the picture started coming. I'd heard through the grapevine that he was out of prison. Figured he could help. The least he could do to make up for the shitty father he'd been. Peter Ross. We'd met him on the streets. But he pulled himself together, helped us as much as he could. He was always protective of Julie. So much for honor among thieves. He was obviously going to bring everybody down with him. Everyone except Julie. We had it all planned out. Kill Jack, attack Liv, make it look like the attack was against Tony. What about Julie? Did she know? Timothy shook his head, still looking down at the pictures. No. She just wanted a normal life. She'd been through so much already. And Jack, the bastard, used her as a pawn. He had, I finally admitted. But Jack Lane had been convinced Timothy had something to do with his sister's death. Like Sin had suggested, I was prepared to use Julie's freedom as a bargaining chip for a full confession in Rose's murder. I just wasn't sure how that sat with me. It was one of those gray areas I wasn't sure I was comfortable with, because I still had to sleep at night. But we had nothing. Rose's killer had already been caught. He was dead, and the case had been closed for years. A confession from Timothy would save us an untold amount of time reopening and reinvestigating Rose's murder. Feeling somewhat ill, I said, I don't buy it. I think Julie knew what you were planning. I think that's why you shipped her off to Fort Lauderdale. So even if she wasn't part of the conspiracy to kill Jack Lane, a.k.a. Jack Lotka, she can still be tried as an accomplice. And Jack's sister, Rose? He was obviously convinced you killed her. So that whole investigation will need to be reopened. I need a moment with my client, Natalie Aaron demanded, forcefully this time. She stood up, glaring at me. Now, detective. Timothy didn't say anything as he looked down at the assortment of photographs that now littered the table. I knew he heard my unspoken threat. Ignoring his attorney, I waited him out, then finally started gathering the pictures while planning what I was going to say next. Just before I stood, he spoke. I didn't kill her. I didn't kill Rose. I heard about the break-ins, decided to use it to my advantage. So I pretended to meet her, took her out on a few dates, so I could case the joint. She wasn't supposed to be there that weekend, was supposed to be out of town with her roommate. I was in her apartment when she came in. All I did was tie her up, gag her. That bastard, the one who committed all those robberies, he's the one who killed her, not me. I had what I needed. You killed her. Rose Lotka had juvenile diabetes. She didn't get her medication in time, couldn't get to it, because you tied her up.
Chapter 30. Sin. I was proud of her. She'd done a good job with the interview, had gotten the information we needed about Rose Lotka. Olivia Mason rushed forward to greet Belle when she came out of the interview room.
You did it! Celebration at O'Malley's?
Olivia suggested, the usual precinct hangout. Belle smiled and nodded in agreement, but I could tell she wasn't really into it.
Sure, just give me a couple hours. I have paperwork to finish and I need to go home and change.
Except she wouldn't be going home. Her place had been released, but Xander wanted to get it put back together first, and we needed to figure out how the security system had been breached, if Xander hadn't figured that out already. You did a good job in there. Got us what we needed, I said once Olivia had disappeared down the hall. We were the only two left watching Timothy with his lawyer. The audio was turned off, yet they were still whispering. Nicole Aaron looked pissed. Understandably. Her client had ignored every order she'd given him. Much like the girl standing next to me. Yet had she followed my orders, we wouldn't be standing here, would we?
Thanks.
You don't sound particularly excited. Belle glanced at me before looking back at Timothy through the glass. She shrugged.
It's just depressing, I suppose. Jack only wanted justice for his sister. Ended up dying for it. Too many shades of gray.
Through the reflection in the glass, her gaze met mine.
On all fronts.
Before I could respond, my captain came in. "Lieutenant," he said, "could I have a moment?" And for the first time in my life as a member of the NYPD, I felt dread shoot through me, my guilty conscience imagining all sorts of scenarios I didn't want to face. So many fuck-ups this past week. Maybe not career-ending fuck-ups, but demotion was a distinct possibility. My perfect record shot to hell. Of course. O'Malley's was packed. Fighting my way through the crowd, most of the patrons off-duty cops, I finally spotted Belle with the rest of the gang at a table in the far corner. Instead of going straight to her, I watched from afar, again wishing I knew what it was about this girl that had me so twisted up inside. After the meeting with my captain, I'd gone to see Jack's brother. He'd stayed behind, hoping to have some answers for his parents before he returned home. But after discussing the case with him, I wondered how much of the investigation Robert would share with the rest of his family. He'd been devastated. Felt guilty because he'd never known Jack had been investigating his sister's death all these years. And then he'd been horrified at how Jack had handled his unofficial investigation. Like Belle had said earlier, too many shades of gray kept me from feeling the satisfaction that usually came from closing an investigation, instead leaving me feeling disheartened. Getting to Belle took forever. People stopped me with nearly every step, and I realized how much I'd missed this. Trading stories took away many of the pressures of the job, a lot of the stress. But when everybody began asking where I'd been for the past 6 months, it served as a reminder. Truthfully, I'd been in a place called avoidance, or maybe self-preservation was more precise. Spending time with Belle on a personal level would undo me. Watching from the sidelines as other men moved in, asked her on dates when I didn't have the right, would destroy me. I couldn't trust myself not to claim her as mine. Couldn't trust myself not to do something stupid in a moment of weakness. Because if she found someone else, describing it as jealousy would be inaccurate. It went so much deeper than that. A loss so profound it was nearly indescribable. Even now, watching her laugh and smile brought a pang to my chest. Longing so intense, I felt it all the way to my soul. Burying the thoughts as I approached her, I saw her smile falter when she spotted me. Her hair was still up in the same ponytail, and she hadn't changed her clothes, probably because Xander had put a guard at her place who wouldn't let her in. Her suit jacket was off, bearing her shoulders, and was all I could do not to reach for it and cover her back up. By the time I was at her side, she was reaching for a shot glass from the tray in the center of the table. Smoothly, I removed it from her hand and tossed it back, cringing as it went down. What the hell was that? I managed to choke out. A girly drink, Cooper laughed, holding out a different shot. You want this one instead? I didn't, but I took it anyway, grabbing Belle's hand as she reached for a replacement, shaking it just as I would any other detective in my squad. I'm assuming I missed the first round of congratulations, so I'd like to say it again. As everybody grabbed another shot to prepare for the toast, I shot her a warning, subtly shaking my head. Instead of grabbing one of the shots, Belle picked up her glass, clear liquid that I hoped was water. Congratulations, Detective Saint. You did an outstanding job solving the Lane and Boyd murders. Congratulations, everybody repeated. Then all of them began talking at once, the conversations going back to whatever they were discussing before I arrived. For the rest of the night, they included me, as if I hadn't disappeared 6 months ago, and if anybody wondered why I'd been absent, they never asked. Olivia's fiancé Mike joined us after a while, and soon everybody went their separate ways. Leaving before Belle did, I felt like a stalker as I sat on my brother's bike half a block away. I didn't have to wait long for her to come out, following her Uber as it drove through the streets to the apartment Xander had taken her last night. Once she was safely inside, I parked in the underground garage, making it up before she did. When Belle got off the elevator, she stopped short before backing up a step, back into the car. Don't even think about it. In deference to the cameras in the hallway, I still had my helmet on, but she heard me loud and clear. When the door started closing, she held up her hand, stopping it, but didn't step either way, in or out. You really don't want me coming after you tonight, I warned. Finally, she let out a huff and moved past me. As soon as we were inside, I took off my helmet and placed it on the table beside the couch. I didn't notice the surroundings. Didn't notice the beautiful view outside the windows. All I noticed was her, craving her so badly I could already taste her. We needed to talk, desperately, but it was impossible to think past wanting her. Still, I tried. Did you drink after I left? She looked at me warily, her arms across her chest. I could tell she was on edge, a little guarded, a lot distrustful, especially considering what happened the last time we were alone.
No,
she finally admitted.
and who the hell do you think you are, telling me what I can and cannot do?
She asked without heat.
You're not allowed to rule my life after hours.
I ignored that for now. And before I got there?
A few of those shots and a glass of wine.
Over how long?
A few hours.
So you're not drunk? She huffed again, moving closer to the windows as far away as possible.
What would be the right answer?
Depends on what you want. She glanced over her shoulder, changing direction as she made her way toward the minibar and grabbed a bottle of water. She was like a caged animal prowling for a way out, and I almost took pity on her.
What are my options?
Drunk? We talk. Maybe I'll get some truthful answers for once.
And behind door number 2?
She took a long swig of her water, not meeting my gaze, looking everywhere and anywhere but at me. Sober, we skip the talk and get to the good stuff.
So, if I'm neither sober nor drunk, just a little tipsy, you leave?
She sounded so hopeful. I couldn't help but laugh. The sound wicked to my own ears. Closing the distance between us, she backed up until she hit the wall behind her. I'm not leaving, sweetheart. Pick one or the other, or the decision will be mine to make.
Go to hell, Sin.
Sin. Jesus. That was sexy as hell coming from her lips. Made me definitely want to live up to the name. It was the first time I heard her call me anything other than Lieutenant, except for a few choice words. And, sir, which still got my dick hard every single time. Let's try talking, I said softly, trying to change the mood, because she seemed ready for a fight and I'd rather avoid that tonight. Help me figure this out.
This?
Us.
Us.
She laughed, shaking her head.
There is no us. You made that perfectly clear last night. And honestly, I'm so tired of you screwing with my head.
You think my head isn't just as messed up? I tried. Really fucking tried to walk away last night. But I can't.
Then I'll make it easier for you. I don't like...
I lunged, grabbing her, my mouth covering hers before she could finish that sentence. Words I didn't want to hear. I'd heard them once before, the night of the memorial service, and that was one time too many. Fuck. My desperation was obvious the second my lips landed on hers, immediately out of control. I wondered how a girl with such a smart-ass mouth could taste so damn sweet. Her gasp of surprise gave me access, and I took full advantage, plunging my tongue into her with everything I'd held back for the past week. Nothing mattered but tasting her again, proving to her that this chemistry between us was real and so fucking rare. Belle shoved her hands on my chest. I was ready for her to push me away to tell me to stop. To my incredible shock, she didn't, instead fisting her hands into my shirt, pulling me closer, slowly matching my desperate thrusts with her own. I plunged my hands into her hair, slipping it from the ponytail she'd thrown it into, letting all those glorious midnight curls fall as I continued my passionate attack, the scent of vanilla surrounding me, her moan of pleasure urging me on, intoxicating me as my erection fought the constraints of my pants, tugging her closer so I could change the angle of our kiss, deepening it, taking more of her, fighting the need for oxygen. I needed a wall, a counter, anything so I could keep her in place while I explored her body. Holding tight, I backed up, finally felt something hit my back. At the same moment, Belle plunged her hands into my hair, gripping the strands just as tightly as I gripped hers, her keening whimper filling my head with victory. Slowly, I let my hands fall, sliding them down her body, cursing the clothes between us. Wrong move. Belle gasped, tugging my hair in the opposite direction as she moved her head back, her lips red and swollen from my kisses, her breathing ragged, unable to get enough air.
Let me go.
I let her go. Immediately. Gripping the counter partly for support, partly so I wouldn't be tempted to reach for her. I wanted to roar with frustration. She backed up a few steps, but stopped well within lunging distance.
I don't want you.
Bullshit. Stop fucking lying to me, I warned, losing my temper, so damn tired of her lies.
Or what?
She sneered.
You'll do it again?
She didn't need to define it. Sucking in air, I released my grip from the counter and moved forward. One slow step. I couldn't believe she brought it up, but I was so fucking glad she did. And you'd love it, wouldn't you?
No, you're a...
You fucking exploded, Belle. Soaked my pants with how turned on you were.
You're depraved.
I'm not. But fuck yeah, that turned me on. I repeated my own thoughts, the ones I'd had the night it happened. And I get down on my knees any fucking day of the week and beg you to let me do that again. Her eyes widened, desire flashing before she could hide it. And finally, after 3 fucking torturous days, I had my answer.
I don't want you.
No. Your body says otherwise. How the hell can you stand there and deny it? You want me just as much as I want you. Her eyes slipped from mine, a slow, sensuous gaze sliding down, resting on my chest, before dipping lower to the desire my body was incapable of hiding. Slowly, she shook her head before meeting my gaze again.
I don't want you,
she repeated. Like hell you don't, I growled, slowly stalking closer to her, my lips twisting in a smile when she backed up. Admittedly, I was enjoying the game, feeling like a hunter and she was my prey. The warning bells in my head that said we desperately needed to talk no longer rang as my need for her exploded as I prepared to go in for the kill. If I ripped your panties off your body and plunged my fingers deep inside you, how wet would I find you? She stopped breathing, her eyes widening. With shock, with desire, I didn't miss the way she pressed her legs together before thinking better of it. Soaking wet. She shook her head, taking another step back, her eyes never leaving my face. Dripping wet. Behind her, I saw Xander open the door, but was careful not to take my eyes off Belle. I should have stopped, but I didn't. I'm not sure if it was because Belle supposedly belonged to this man and I wanted to prove her wrong, or prove to Xander that Belle wasn't his. Answer me, Belle, I demanded, letting the command fill my tone. Are you wet? She backed up, straight into Xander's chest, and in a moment of pure wonderment, I barely managed to stifle my gasp as he closed his hand around her arms and lifted them until they were locked around his neck. Answer him, baby girl. Chapter 31. Sin. I was so fucking turned on, so desperate to hear her answer, wondering if she'd lie again, or admit how wet she was, that I never even considered how wholly inappropriate this was. Didn't think about the consequences. Held prisoner in Xander's arms, Belle shivered, her beautiful green eyes never leaving mine. Her dress clung to her gorgeous hourglass figure, her slim curves gentle. With her arms raised, wrapped around Xander's neck, her perfect breasts pushed out, straining against the silk, heaving with every breath she took.
No,
she finally whispered. I froze. It killed me, but I stopped mid-stalk. Xander chuckled softly and bent his head closer to Belle's ear, whispering loud enough for me to hear. No, you're not wet. Or no, you won't answer him. Belle shook her head slightly, but that still didn't clarify anything. I felt Xander's gaze on me, silently asking if he should take it further, but I couldn't take my focus from Belle. Not even for a split second. Too fucking anxious to hear her answer. Finally, I gave Xander a slight nod. Okay, baby. Here are the rules tonight. Xander adjusted his position, holding her wrists in one hand, sweeping Belle's hair over her shoulder with the other, causing another shiver. You can say stop, and we will. Immediately. Or you can answer his question. But you are not, under any circumstances, allowed to lie. Belle's eyes were still locked on mine, her arousal evident in every breath she sucked in the rapidly beating pulse at her neck. I waited with bated breath for her answer, for her to say stop. To his credit, Xander gave her plenty of time, waiting for a word that never came. You will answer, sweetheart. Are you wet for me? I asked for the final time, my tone low and rough. Without removing my gaze from hers, I stalked closer, my cock so hard I thought I might explode before I touched her. The desire in her eyes was impossible to miss, her entire body nearly quivering with need.
No,
she breathed, and I nearly laughed out loud from the blatant lie. Xander slowly tugged the zipper down her back. You're telling the truth? His voice was as rough as my own, evidence that he was just as caught up in the moment.
Yes.
His soft chuckle made Belle shiver again. He continued to unzip her dress, then slowly released her arms until the dress slipped to the floor, puddling at her feet. Here's the problem, baby. I don't believe you. Perhaps you should check, Alex, Xander said, as he raised Belle's arms around his neck again. Never had I seen anything as beautiful as the girl standing before me. Her flawless, lightly tanned skin seemed to glow from the lights filtering through the windows. Her red lace bra and panties were so sinfully sexy, as was the small diamond that hung in her belly button, catching the light, sparkling. My cock jerked painfully at the sheer perfection of her, my hands shaking with anticipation. Taking the last step, I closed the distance between us, watching her expression carefully for any signs of distress, for any sign that would have me stopping. But all I saw was awareness and a burning desire for more. My hand shook slightly when I reached out, cupping her face for a moment before I let it slide across the bruise on her throat and down to her lace-covered breasts. Under my hand, her nipples pebbled to hard buds. Pinching one, lightly, I nearly moaned in pleasure as her tongue darted out to moisten her lips before she bit the lower one. I'd let her get away with that this time. But after tonight, I wanted to hear every whimper, every plea, every scream that came out of her mouth. Though I wanted to follow the path of my hand with my eyes, I refused to take them off hers. Didn't want to miss any warning signs that would have me stopping, constantly aware as my hand caressed the gentle swell of her hip. Tapping the outside of her thigh gently, I said, "Spread your legs."
No.
I gave her a wicked smile. Using my free hand, I cupped her cheek again, pushing my thumb under her chin as I lowered my mouth to hers. I kissed her, softly, lingering on those plump lips, still swollen from my previous kiss. New rule, sweetheart, I said when I pulled away a couple inches. You can say stop, and we will. Immediately, I said, repeating Xander's words, verbatim so there would be no doubt. But unless you say stop, you are not allowed to refuse me. She remained silent. Her legs remained tightly closed, even when I moved my hand across her stomach. Now, I demanded, silently cursing when heat infused her face, her eyes darkening with pleasure when I punctuated my demand with a sharp tap to her pussy. She might have a problem with authority outside the bedroom, but inside, she loved it, responded to it, craved it. And me? Proving I was the bad boy the press dubbed me, I took primal satisfaction in that thought. Couldn't wait to explore this with her, this side of me I'd never known. Slowly, ever so slowly, she parted her legs. Not nearly as much as I wanted, but enough for my hand to slip inside her panties. I didn't need to put a finger inside her to feel how wet she was. Soaking. Dripping. Everything I'd said, but she refused to admit. You lied, Belle. You're fucking soaked, I growled, letting her know there'd be repercussions, and there would be. But first, I had to taste her. Keep your arms around my neck, Xander ordered before moving his hands around her waist, slowly sliding them up, pushing the cups of her bra away from her breasts, holding them from my mouth. Need clawed its way through me, insistent and demanding. Clamping my lips on one nipple, I licked and sucked while Xander played with the other. Her whimpers filled my ears, her need for more nearly bringing her to tears as my fingers stroked the slick folds of her pussy. Working my way down, I kissed every part of her, but didn't linger the way I wanted. She was ready to explode, and I wanted it to be in my mouth, not on my fingers. Xander moved his hand again, holding her prisoner so she couldn't buck away from me, and if I hadn't been turned on enough, that nearly pushed me over the edge. Spreading her legs, I glanced up at her as I removed my fingers, replaced it with my tongue, running it along her folds all the way up to her clit. Her whimper filled the room. Dropping one hand from around Xander's neck, she grabbed my hair, holding me in place. One fucking taste of her and I was done. Lost so completely I knew I'd never be the same. Ravenous, I didn't stop. Again, I wondered how someone so fucking argumentative could taste so sweet. And maybe that was exactly it. She surrendered so completely, surrendered just as hard as she fought. And what a sweet fucking surrender it was. Please, she begged. She'd been close before I even got down on my knees, and I wanted the reward, her pleas urging me on as I drove my tongue inside her. And I nearly stopped, my curse silent as shock rolled through me. Pulling out, I sucked her clit into my mouth, nipping gently, the sounds of her pleasure echoing in my head, her body quivering, letting me know she was close. Come for him, baby girl, Xander growled, his command pushing her over the edge, and she fucking exploded, her screams echoing through my head as I lost myself in the taste of her.
Chapter 32. Xander. Alex rose, taking Belle's mouth in a kiss so fucking hot it was all I could do to keep from coming. He ravaged her, even as my hands held her hips, plundering over and over until her knees went weak. And then he turned her around. Her eyes were clouded with desire, desperate for release, as if she hadn't just exploded a second ago. I didn't give her time to breathe before I captured her face in my hands and kissed her. Tender, worshipful, kissing her the way I'd always imagined, the way I had a week ago tonight, treating her like the sweet girl I'd rescued from the fire, the one who had clung to me for months when she was way too young for me to touch. But the kiss changed when she melted into me, and desperation took hold. Instantly, I was ravaging her mouth as Alex had, taking her in a way I'd never believed I would, fucking her with my mouth the way I was desperate to do with my dick as she met each thrust of my tongue with her own desperate need. Holy fuck, it blew my mind, her whimpers echoing through my head, Alex's hands holding her for the onslaught I couldn't contain, could no longer hold back. I trailed my hand down her body, retracing every curve I had last night. Only this time it was with the sole purpose of giving her pleasure. She was soaking fucking wet, and Jesus, I just wanted inside her, wanted to feel all that wet heat surrounding me, releasing the torture I'd been forced to endure for way too fucking long. But when I pushed one finger inside, I knew it wouldn't be tonight. But she didn't give me time to think, begging me for release, Alex's hands on her waist the only thing keeping her upright. Her breasts rose and fell in time with her rapid breathing, the sound of my name on her lips as she begged, forcing me to continue. She exploded so fast, with barely a touch of my finger on her clit, my name echoing through my head as her body shook with the force of her release. I kissed her again before falling to my knees, nipping, licking, sucking my way down her body, giving her a little time to recover, but not enough to be satisfied, because I needed to taste her, needed to hear her shatter again. When I kissed her clit, she jerked back, too sensitive. "I can't," she moaned as Alex tightened his arm around her waist, forcing her to still. "You can," I soothed. "You are so beautiful, Belle. Your passion overwhelming. Your surrender a beautiful gift. Such a complete turn-on. You will fall apart from me again." She trembled in my arms, her breathing rapidly increasing, my words igniting her again as Alex stroked her body. "I can't," she breathed, but her flush gave her away. "I warned you about lying, Belle, more than once," Alex growled, the slap on her ass echoing throughout the suite, forcing her pussy into my mouth, her wetness coating my tongue, her surprised gasp filling my ears. "Fuck," I breathed, pulling back just a little, replacing my tongue with my fingers. "You like feeling the palm of his hand on your bare ass," I said softly, purposely not phrasing it as a question. She started to disagree, shaking her head, but I cut off her denial. And I got it, understood that she wanted the game. Any other night I'd be willing to play, but suddenly, not tonight, not this first time. Tonight, I needed her honesty above everything else. We were moving into uncharted territory, the situation serious, no longer a game, and I didn't want to cause any damage that might be unrepairable. Needed to hear the words that she was okay with this, that she wouldn't wake in the morning filled with regret. Do not lie to me.
Chapter 33. Belle. I breathed deep, drunk with arousal, and finally gave them the truth they wanted. My own slickness coated my thighs, so embarrassingly wet, getting wetter as the words poured out of my mouth without conscious thought, unable to be held back any longer. I told Sin how I felt, how much I loved reliving the experience every time I sat, how the lingering burn turned me on almost as much as the act itself, how I loved being over his knee, my ass in the air, and the explosive orgasm that went with it. Even hearing them both swear under their breaths didn't stop me, as I told Xander how it felt with him soothing the burn, igniting my body higher than I'd ever thought possible. His hands on me, so different from Sin's, but no less intoxicating, as he'd held me down on the table, refusing to let me up. Jesus Christ, they both said in unison. I crave it, I breathed, over and over again. And now, I needed to come. Desperately. I was so turned on. I was delirious with it, wrapped in a haze of ecstasy I'd never be able to wrap my mind around. Wanted everything they would give me tonight, as I lived a fantasy I never imagined, not in my wildest dreams. All the hell I'd gone through over the past week, I'd lived it again 1,000,000 times over if I knew it would lead to this. Xander leaned back, Sin's hand replacing his as my body soaked his fingers. His low curse in my ear had my body shuddering as they kept me on edge, the sweetest torture. Xander's gaze locked on mine as he pressed a sensual kiss to my core, before sliding his tongue through the entire length of my pussy, sucking my clit into his mouth as I watched, so sinfully erotic. Then even more so as Sin coated his fingers, dragging my wetness further back, running his finger up the crease of my ass. "Relax," Sin ordered when I tensed. "I promise, I won't penetrate." He may have added "tonight" to that statement, but I was too far gone to care. Was beyond speaking, beyond even pretending to put up a fight. "You like that?" Sin growled in my ear. A was right. I was feverishly hot, never imagining I could feel so much pleasure. Still, I shook my head, my gaze still locked with Xander's as his tongue disappeared inside me, his wicked smile mirroring Sin's throaty chuckle as I waited for the burn. Anticipation is half the fun. Make no mistake, it'll come, sweetheart. You just won't know when. And oh God, he was right. Waiting for it, praying for it, nearly had me begging for the next painful smack that would morph into pleasure beyond anything I believed possible. Sin moved the hand at my waist and I braced myself. But instead of my ass, his hand cupped my breast, squeezing, molding, pinching. Xander squeezed the cheeks of my bottom before yanking me forward, the shock of his teeth as he nipped my clit, dragging a scream from me. And holy shit, my head went dizzy, spinning with pleasure, and I couldn't hold back my cries. Moving my hand down, I gripped Xander's hair in my fist, begging him not to stop, not to ever stop. Then Sin finally delivered. 2 sharp spanks, and that was all it took. Another orgasm tearing through me. Xander's mouth, Sin's finger sliding down, soaking himself before bringing it back up again, this time deeper, pressing harder at the most forbidden part of me, heightening my orgasm as the two of them worked in conjunction with each other, until I didn't think my heart would hold out, the pressure becoming so intense I couldn't bear it, until I finally broke, another orgasm crashing over me. I collapsed in one of their arms but wasn't sure whose, and I thought then it didn't really matter. Overwhelmed, sated, and suddenly exhausted, I let them take care of me as they had last night. Maybe it was just that I didn't want to face the consequences of my actions, just wanted to revel in the awakening of my body, the pleasure that was still sending aftershocks through my system without listing every reason why this was so wrong. So I shoved every recrimination out of my head before it could form a thought, instead focusing on the scorching, hot, decadent pleasure they had just given me. I was asleep before I even hit the bed.
Chapter 34. Sin. Honesty, integrity, and loyalty. Traits my parents had instilled in me before I even learned to speak. I've lived my life with those behaviors at the forefront of my mind, both professionally and personally. Took pride in my reputation, my real reputation, not the bad boy image the press liked to play up. At least until Isabella Saint walked into my life. Staring out the windows of the suite, my thoughts were a mess. I dishonored my badge, tarnished my reputation, and had nearly brought Belle down with me. Earlier tonight, when I'd walked into O'Malley's pub, I thought I'd had everything figured out. Keep the girl, along with my badge, remain loyal to both without sacrificing my integrity. Yet I knew as I stared out at the twinkling cityscape, it wasn't going to be so easy, because everything had just gotten a hell of a lot more complicated. A virgin. Jesus. And I'd nearly taken her with my best friend. Would have, had I not discovered that important fact, and the other thought that wouldn't leave my mind. I knew exactly who she was saving herself for. And it wasn't me. From the hallway, I heard the shower turn off. I couldn't stop the tension that settled in my shoulders from increasing. Neither Xander nor I had spoken after I'd brought Belle to bed, gently laying her in the middle of the mattress so there'd be room for both of us on either side. But neither of us had followed. Xander came up beside me, handing me a glass of scotch, looking just as tortured as I felt. Have you ever done that before? No, Xander sighed. Never even imagined it. I hadn't either. Where are we supposed to go from here? No fucking clue. I remained silent, trying to process thoughts that didn't want to be processed. When I'd walked into O'Malley's pub, this wasn't how I pictured the night ending. Perhaps I should have stuck with talking like I'd originally planned. We can't share her. We just did, Xander sighed, sounding no more happy about the situation than I was. Do you regret it? Did I? It was a damn good question. In the heat of the moment. Hell, she'd blown my mind again when I hadn't thought it possible. I'd been so incredibly turned on, still was. But could I share her again? My mind slithered away from the thought before it was fully formed. Since you haven't answered, I'm assuming you do. Perhaps you should have thought about that before you put your hands on her. And maybe you shouldn't have turned it into a fucking competition. Taking a deep breath, I held up my hand before our conversation escalated into an argument, glancing toward the bedroom to make sure we hadn't woken Belle. I'm sorry. I'm just... I don't know what I am. Do you regret it? Same as you? I don't know what the hell I feel right now. He took a deep breath. And in the long run, it doesn't really matter, does it? You're forgetting you're her lieutenant. Yeah, about that, I thought. After taking a sip of my drink, I said, my captain called me into his office today, just after Belle finished interviewing Timothy Reynolds. Xander glanced at me, maybe surprised about the change in subject, but nodded for me to continue before looking out at the skyline again. A lifetime of friendship was probably the only thing keeping us civilized right now, and I wondered how long that would last. For the first time in my entire career, I was afraid to walk into his office. So scared I was nearly shaking. I thought he'd found out about Belle, knew how many times I'd fucked up the case, that I'd nearly let a killer go free. I thought I'd beaten myself up enough, yet facing my captain, having him throw the book at me, having to explain to my father, the commissioner of the NYPD, for Christ's sake, that I'd fucked up my entire career because I couldn't keep my dick in my pants. And then just before I walked into his office, another thought struck me, and suddenly it wasn't myself I was scared for. It was Belle. It was my job to protect her, keep her safe. And I failed her so miserably on so many fronts, but ruining her reputation, the career she's worked so hard for. I ran a hand through my hair. Christ. The repercussions of my actions seemed endless. In that moment, I knew I'd face whatever charges they would throw at me. Take the fall because there was no way in hell I'd let her take it. I was fully prepared to hand over my ass on a platter. Whether it be a transfer, a demotion, I'd take any punishment they doled out. Anything to make sure none of it touched her. I was ready to protect her with my life, no matter what shit I had to eat. And it was that moment I realized how much I really loved her. I was ready to protect her with my life, no matter what shit I had to eat. And it was that moment I realized how much I really loved her. I wasn't young anymore. At 36, I was old enough, wise enough to know the difference between love and lust. Old enough, experienced enough to know what I wanted. And I wanted her. But Belle wasn't old enough or experienced enough to know those things. She was just beginning her professional career, had obviously never had a real relationship with anyone, had never even felt a deep enough connection with someone to lose her virginity. Only I hadn't known that earlier. So what happened? Xander finally asked, glancing at me again, his expression serious, a little fearful. Captain Jameson over at Midtown North is retiring soon. My captain wanted to give me a heads up, told me he'd give me a glowing recommendation if I was interested. Although I hated the thought of being a captain, wasn't ready to leave the streets yet, get pulled into the administrative aspect of police work more than I already was. But if it meant having Belle, I'd choose it in a heartbeat. I wish I could have laughed at myself. We hadn't even gone on a date. Most days she barely even tolerated me. So was I going to disrupt my entire life for a chance, no matter how slim? Hell yes. Xander glared at me and I knew the explosion was coming, though he surprised me yet again. His voice was low, but I heard the warning. You cannot leave her. That wasn't my intention. If I transferred, I'd be free to pursue a relationship, one that wouldn't have to be kept hidden or secret. I didn't want us to be wrong, sneak behind the precinct's back. Belle deserved better than that, and so did I. It took a few seconds for my meaning to sink in, but instead of the fist I was prepared for, Xander scoffed. And you think what? I'll give you my blessing, let you take her from me, so you can ride off to your happily ever after? Bullshit. Forgetting the fact that there's no way in hell I'd ever let that happen, you're forgetting who she loves. And it isn't you. Xander was right. I knew that. You're forgetting that she wants me, desires me. Whether you're willing to admit it or not, you know it's true. The fear was there, in his expression, though he tried to hide it. If we fight over her, turn this into a war, we're both going to lose her. We can't share her, Xander, I repeated. And what if it's too late? From our actions these past 2 nights, we may have just sealed our own fate. He blew out a breath, fisting both hands in his hair. She fucking loved it. It was obvious Xander was just as tortured by that fact as I was. She's too innocent. I wasn't sure if I was trying to convince myself or Xander, because everything he'd said was true. Innocent, he scoffed. You call what she just said and did innocent? Did you not hear everything that came out her mouth? Did you miss the fact that she came 4 times? No, I hadn't missed it. Couldn't stop thinking about it. But I was trying to think with a clear head, the one on my shoulders. What the hell is supposed to happen tomorrow? And the next day? And the day after that? I don't fucking know, Jesus Christ. Stalking back toward the kitchen, he poured another drink, drank it in one gulp. I don't have any answers. Still can't wrap my mind around it, but that... He stabbed a finger toward the bedroom, toward Belle. Shit. I've never been so fucking turned on in my life. Unfortunately, I felt the same. For the second time, I just had the most incredible sexual experience of my life without getting laid, and I tried to figure out what had turned me on so fucking much. Her pleasure, maybe? Or that she'd completely fallen apart in our arms, had surrendered to us so completely? We can't be seriously considering this. Until when? Until we hate each other? Until she makes a choice between the two of us? And I realized as soon as those last words left my mouth, that's exactly what would happen. Neither of us would admit it, but we were both afraid of losing her. Neither of us willing to walk away. And where the fuck do you think that'll leave us? Eventually, I'd lose one or the other, if not both. My lifelong friend, the man I considered a brother, the woman I craved more than my next breath. Then walk away. I can't, I yelled before tempering my voice again. Did you not hear a word I fucking said tonight, Xander? I cannot walk away from her. Not even for you. She's mine, he roared, the agony in his voice painful to hear. Fuck Alex. He threw his glass and it shattered on impact, splintering into 1,000 tiny shards as it hit the granite countertop. He stalked toward the bedroom, turning just before he reached the door. In all this discussion of you being able to pursue her on your own, you seem to have forgotten that you cannot, under any circumstances, leave Midtown South. Because Alex, if you do anything to fuck up our investigation, I will kill you. And with that parting shot, he disappeared inside the bedroom. Long hours later, I followed, watching from the threshold as Belle slept in Xander's arms. I didn't have any answers. Didn't know what tomorrow would bring. Wasn't sure if this was the last time I'd get to sleep with her. When I slid under the sheets, she rolled over, reaching for me, looking so young, so at peace. And we were going to put her through hell.
Chapter 35. Belle. 4 orgasms. Before my eyes were even open, that was my first thought of the day. Or was it 5? Because that last one, I think it might have been 2. Stretching, I luxuriated in the feel of the sheets sliding over my naked body, until I realized both sides were cold. Sitting up, I pulled the sheet with me, comforted when I heard the shower in the hallway running, chasing away the fear that they'd left. Silently slipping off the bed, I grabbed my bag and went into the ensuite bathroom, locking the door behind me, skipping the shower but brushing my teeth. Since I wasn't ready to let the recriminations in, I didn't. My body felt too sated? More than that, I thought, but couldn't quite find the right words to describe everything I felt. So maybe I'd just settle with happy. I'd lived a fantasy I never knew I wanted. And then I realized it wasn't really the act, not something I'd want with anybody but them. A few minutes later, wearing a summer dress I loved but wasn't suitable for work, my smile died on my lips. Sin sat on the edge of the bed, fully dressed. The tension on his face was obvious, my good mood fading as if it never was. I didn't want this conversation yet, especially not before coffee. He stood, walking toward me, placing both hands on my waist once he was close enough, pulling me closer before he dropped a kiss on my mouth. "Good morning, sweetheart." His voice was low and sexy, the usual sarcasm behind the sentiment missing, but I could feel his lingering tension. "Oh, I didn't find a dress in your room the other night," he said softly, his hand still on my hips. "The gala is a week from tonight." Whatever I'd expected him to say, that wasn't it. "I'm not going." "You are," he corrected, but there was no demand behind his words. Instead, he sounded Almost sad, I thought, but then he smiled. I'm one step ahead of you this time. I'll have your gown delivered this afternoon, so you have time for alterations if you need them. I was shaking my head no when he removed his hands from my waist and placed both on my cheeks, stopping me. One night, Belle. Just give me one night. Oh, God. I already did. His entire body stiffened. Do you regret it? Last night. Did I regret it? No. I would never regret last night. Was it wrong? Yes, on so many levels. But it had been incredible, the most incredible night of my life. However, it was a hell of a lot easier to admit things when I was drunk on desire. Drunk, Isabella? More like intoxicated. But in the light of day, when I was stone cold sober, awkward couldn't even begin to describe it. Still, I gave him the honesty I knew he wanted. No, I don't regret last night, I said, feeling my entire body blush with the admission. But it can't happen again. And your reasoning? My reasoning? I gaped at him, his question shocking me. Because it's wrong. Morally or... No! Well, yes, but that wasn't the point I was trying to make. Because the day after tomorrow is Monday, and you won't be Sin anymore, you'll be my lieutenant, and I can't separate the two. And with that statement, I just admitted so much more than I intended. The satisfaction lighting his eyes told me he knew it, too. Vulnerable didn't even begin to describe what I was feeling. Pulling out of his arms, I turned toward the door, stopping when I saw Xander standing on the threshold, my heart pounding furiously in my chest. I hadn't heard the shower turn off, hadn't realized he was standing there. His eyes were glued to mine, but I couldn't read his expression. Avoiding them both, I escaped to the windows, resting my forehead on the cool glass. Any lingering happiness I'd woken up with was gone. This was one of the reasons I didn't want to have this conversation this morning. For a few hours, before reality could settle back in, I just wanted to enjoy the remainder of the decadent pleasure of the night before. I knew it wouldn't happen again. But I didn't know. I guess I just didn't want my bubble to burst so soon. What if it wasn't wrong? Xander asked softly. What if Alex wasn't your lieutenant? I didn't respond. It was pointless. Finally, when I was unable to take the silence any longer, I glanced over at him. You're starting law school in just a couple of weeks. Instead of going half-time, you could go full-time. Concentrate on your studies. And quit the force. He didn't need to say the words. I knew what he was suggesting. It was the same reoccurring argument between us. And that fast, I got the distinct impression he was manipulating me. Dread settled in the pit of my stomach. My heart pounded faster as a shiver went through me. But this time, it wasn't arousal. It was fear. My head began spinning as all the air was sucked out of the room. But I couldn't take my eyes from Xander's as this past week flashed through my mind like snapshots. Had he planned the whole thing? From the first kiss Sin and I shared? He'd told me over and over to trust him, had thrown me with him, had given Sin the order to get me from Lux. And last night, it wasn't about him wanting me, was it? Could he really be that ruthless? My voice was cold when I finally spoke. There is not a living soul on earth that's worth giving up my goals. I saw the anger flash in his eyes, more intense than I'd ever seen. And I thought, yes, Xander Phoenix, the man I'd always thought my hero, really was that ruthless. Chapter 36. Belle. I need to talk to you about Peter, I said to Sophia. I still hadn't recovered from this morning, my thoughts all over the place as I questioned so many things. Calmly, I'd told them both to get the hell out. Well, maybe not so calmly, but I'd refused to say anything else. If Sin was confused about my abrupt change in behavior, he hadn't said, though I'd seen the questions in his eyes. As for Xander, he knew exactly what was going through my head. But that conversation couldn't take place in front of Sin, could it? Not that I was ready to confront Xander anyway. He's yesterday's news anyway, Sophia sighed, but I heard the hurt in her voice. The first man she'd really been taken with in all the years I'd known her. Please don't tell me he's been sleeping with somebody else. I wondered if that would be easier for her to accept. Taking pity on her, I told her flat out, akin to ripping off a bandage. He was part of the conspiracy in Jack's death. He used your relationship to keep tabs on him. It scared me. The way Sophia said nothing, just stared at me as if trying to comprehend the meaning of my words. I held my breath, waiting for her denial, her scream, her anything. Because this frozen person standing in front of me was not Sophia, who fought just as hard as she played, who was never without words. Finally, she blinked and opened her mouth before closing it again. I assume there's more to the story? I didn't need to tell her not to repeat anything I was going to tell her. It would be in the papers later today, so I told her the rest, watching her expression as it filled with horror, because not only had Peter Ross used her and duped her, Jack Lane had done the same. I feel so stupid. You're not stupid, Sophia. Don't ever say or even think you are. Figures. The first guy I really fall for was a jerk. You didn't fall for him. You fell for his act. He became the person you wanted him to be. He never showed you the person he really was. And I wondered how much of that statement was true of Xander. You're right, of course, she said, but I knew she didn't really believe it. Not yet, anyway. She made a point of glancing at the grandfather clock as it chimed the hour. I booked a spa appointment for us yesterday, figuring you could use it after everything that's gone down. It's in an hour. You still want to go? Yeah. Let's hope they have plenty of champagne. They did. I gulped down the first glass but sipped the second. Lying on the table after my massage, I should have been relaxed, but the tension hadn't eased, no matter how hard the masseuse had tried to get rid of the knots. So, how's the Alexander situation? I shot her a look. What? Sophia laughed. I like it. And we can talk about it in public and nobody would guess it's really two men and, oh my God, Sophia, stop. I groaned, turning my head, resting my face on my arms as I laid on my stomach. Sophia was in the same position, her eyes cloudy with relaxation, no hint of heartbreak in her expression, and I couldn't help but wonder what she saw in mine. Did you sleep with him? Which one? I immediately thought. Then I felt my face heat. Do I need to clarify? I was saved from answering that question as a staff member strode into the room. You two ready for hair? Sophia shot me a look as I rolled off the bed. Yes, I'm ready. 10 minutes later, we both sat in chairs in front of the mirrors as I explained to the woman that I just wanted a trim. I could feel Sophia's gaze on me as she waited for an answer. As much as I hated keeping things from her, I wasn't ready to go there yet. Because I think if I began, I'd break down in a pool of tears. When our gazes met in the mirror, I whispered, like with you and Peter, it was all a lie. Her eyes widened as she turned toward me. Are you sure? Yeah, I whispered as the hairdresser came back. I'm sure. Hours later, I was still in a daze when Sophia's driver dropped me back at the apartment. Miss Saint? Isabella Saint? I glanced up at the doorman, surprised that he knew who I was. "Yes, I'm Isabella Saint. I have a delivery for you," he said. My dress, I thought. But it wasn't my dress. I took the oversized envelope he held out after grabbing it from behind the security desk and shoved it in my bag before I thanked him. It wasn't until I was inside the empty apartment that I pulled it back out. The envelope had my name and the apartment's address. There was no return address. There were only 3 people who knew I was staying here. And somehow, I knew before I even opened it, my life was about to change. Trepidation forming in my gut, I tore the perforated tab, gasping in shock and horror when the pictures tumbled out, spilling onto the floor. Nausea churned violently. Rushing to the bathroom, I barely made it in time before the champagne I'd had at the spa made a reappearance. Sweat beaded on my face, coated my entire body. Oh, God. I was sleeping with the enemy. It was a long time later that I made my way back into the living area, the pictures strewn at my feet. Kneeling, I picked up the first of the photographs, the one I'd thought was me, taken last night while I was wrapped in between Sin and Xander. The expression on my face, one of sheer ecstasy. But it wasn't me. It was my mother. With my father. And my lover's father. One of them, at least. It seems Sophia wasn't the only one who'd been duped this week. With trembling fingers, I flipped through the rest of them, staring in shock as I watched my mother's affair play out in images. My fingers trembling, my heart pounding, as I fought back the second wave of nausea. And I wondered how long this had been planned, last night taking on an entirely new meaning. I wasn't sure how much time had passed before I gathered up the photographs and stuffed them back into the envelope, stuffing them into my bag. Still in a fog as darkness settled around me, I walked into the suite's bedroom, freezing in shock once again. Trust us. We're red. Their words, both Xander's and Sin's, echoed through my head as I stared at the gown, hanging from a portable steamer in the center of the room. I moved forward, forcing myself to take step after step as terror clawed through me. The gown was exquisite. The halter neckline meant for showing a classy amount of cleavage. The fitted bodice would showcase my hourglass figure, my slim waist. But the back made the gown so sinfully sexy. Completely open. It would leave me exposed all the way down to my butt. I couldn't stop myself from reaching out with trembling fingers. The blood-red silk so soft. I was momentarily transported back, more than 6 long years ago, to the night my parents were murdered. My dress so similar to the one in front of me now. I felt trapped in a nightmare I couldn't shake. Felt as trapped as I'd been the night of the fire, even though no flames were licking at my feet. Slowly, I backed away, every step laced with fear. And then, I ran. Ran out of the apartment and grabbed a cab, nearly unaware of the thunderstorm that poured from the heavens, so hard it stung my skin. Using the alley door to my brownstone, I ran up the 3 flights, hiding the pictures where nobody would ever find them. My nerves jumping, anxious to get out before anybody knew I was here. But I was already too late. Running down the stairs, I paused only long enough to kick off my sandals. Faster, I pushed myself, ignoring the cramps in my stomach, shoving the sweat that slid into my eyes, mixing with my tears. Trust us. The words echoed in my head again, mocking me, taunting me. I ran and ran, finally shoving open the door to the alley. I had no plan. No idea where I was going as I cursed myself for how naive I'd been. Now, I was out of options with nobody to trust. Darkness blanketed the alley, barely any light filtering through from the street. Still, I ran toward the end of the alley as fast as my legs would carry me, ignoring the tiny rocks and debris that embedded themselves into the soles of my bare feet. Ran without knowing where I was headed as long as it was far, far away from here. I didn't see him until it was too late. Grabbing me before I could change direction, his hold was brutal. A man I no longer trusted. A man who now filled me with fear instead of the desire his touch had elicited only hours before. Screaming until the oxygen left my lungs, I dragged in another lungful but was cut off before I could deliver. Thunder clapped, echoing through the alley, covering the sound of the gunshot. The gunshot I never heard but filled me with horror as it hit his body. Blood filled my open mouth, choking me as he fell forward, taking me with him as he dropped, my head slamming into the pavement. Stars danced in front of my eyes. No! The agonizing scream tore from my throat, echoing through the alley as I shoved him off me, flipping him over. Blood mixed with rain gushing from his body. Tearing off my shirt, I pressed it to his chest, trying to stop the flow, my vision blurry as tears rolled down my cheeks as I was pelted with the violent storm. I shouldn't have heard the noise, shouldn't have heard his footsteps over my screams. And maybe I didn't. Maybe it was the weight of his stare, some primal instinct telling me I was being watched, alerting me that I was in danger. I whipped my head up, and like something out of a horror movie, he slowly came into view. Steam from the scorching hot pavement rose like a fog through sheets of rain from the torrential downpour. My throat closed, my mind screaming a silent denial. Like the man beneath me, his suit fit him to perfection, tailored to his muscular body, a body I'd been wrapped around less than 24 hours before. His hands that had brought me such pleasure, were now wrapped around a gun. A gun that was still smoking. Belle, Sin, and Xander's story continues in Sensuous, Book 2 of the Sinful Surrender Quartet. This concludes the reading of Sinful, Sinful Surrender Quartet, Book 1, written by Katherine Hawthorne, narrated by Lacey Laurel, Connor Crace, and James Cassidy. Copyright 2019 by Heather Walsh. Production coordination by Tove Audiobooks. This unabridged audiobook was produced in 2021 by Heather Walsh, who holds the copyright. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior authorization from Heather Walsh. Thank you.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.